And then I left.
So I
and I
put
got-
one.
James Dickens. Oh, he lives over by me.
I didn't even look.
James Dickens, lives at 113 Torian Loop.
Yeah, I left the board when I got elected to this board. She gave me a really nice, she was the president, and she gave me a really nice plaque, Distinguished Warrior Award. Oh, man.
The senior citizen, the senior citizen warrior award.
Exactly, that's what it should have been.
We're just a few seconds out. I'll let you know when we're live.
How far did we get yesterday?
To forestry.
Oh, yeah. How far
All
did
right,
we get?
Counselor Salas, you're live.
6:30.
God.
You're live.
Yes, we're live. All right. Welcome, everybody. I'm calling back the strategic planning workshop meeting back to order as we reconvene for today to finish off our strategic plans from our departments and as department directors present them. We left off with the police department, and we are going to start with forestry department. Mr. Cook.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and councilors.
Good morning.
Our purpose statement is to address Rio Doce's forest health challenges and to protect community values at risk from wildfire through fuels management.
Sounds good to me.
Yep. I like it.
Next is our organizational chart. It hadn't really changed in several years, but we have a director, we have a Forestry Tech 2, which is Eric Anla, a Forestry Office Manager, which is Kathy Richardson, a Forestry Tech, Cass Davidson. You might be surprised to find out that we got the largest workforce in the village. And what I'm talking about is every year we do 800-900 properties, and the landowners, some willingly and some reluctantly, actually thin their properties. And so that's work gets done that we kind of generate, but it's actually done by somebody else. And so the magnitude, if you think about it, every year we thin 400 or 500 acres of village property to get it back into where it's safer for stand of wildfire. And so the other thing that happens from that is that all those thinnings generate gross receipts tax. And over the years, we've developed about 20 different contractors that have approximately 75 to 100 people working for them. And so we've actually developed an industry within the village that actually helps us do what we do. So our goal number one comes from the comp plan goal is natural resource, goal 3, policy 3.3. The hazard mitigation goal 1, action 1.2, and it's to thin village property. Our goal this year is to thin 60 acres of village-owned property and begin preparing and possibly contract the thinning of acreage at the airport. We've applied for and we've been told we have a grant of $300,000 for the airport thinning. And that requires preparation, marking the properties that are to be thinned. Also marking out the 32 cactuses they found when we did our survey prior. It's an endangered species. And so what we're going to do is exclude that cactus from any of the thinning so we don't have to go through a consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service and some of those things. It'd be a minor impact to the thinning project, but it could be a major roadblock if we start doing consultation.
Dick, if you're thinning and the cactus is down on the ground and you're thinning trees, I don't understand. So why do you have to worry about the cactus if you're not going to What are you thinning that
It's
would
just part
hurt?
of the Fish and Wildlife, because when you're in there thinning, you can actually run over one with a tractor or damage one of those.
Got it.
In actuality, thinning, it actually enhances the environment of the cactus because they don't grow well under trees.
Got
They
it.
like the open spaces. So it's one of those anomalies that what we're doing actually helps, but you still got to jump through the hoops to get it done.
Okay.
Or is it planned to do lop and scatter
Yeah, well, mastication is what it's going to be.
mastication?
So it'll be a big contract, and we're not sure exactly how many acres. We got about 500 acres to do, but we can't do that many probably with the $300,000.
Right.
So we'll have to let the contract then mark the acres for the final acres.
Joe.
Oh, the priority areas that we intend to do this year are to finish up the ballpark thinning out there by where we had the fire. And there's about 45 acres behind the fire station number one, right up the hill from fire station number one that was thinned previously, that they left a lot of stuff on the ground, and so we're gonna redo it, take out the undergrowth, not very many of the big trees, but we're gonna have the stuff on the lower slope pulled out to provide a better fire shield for the fire station and the area comes there. Because if we have a fire, it's probably gonna come from over the hill and back into the fire station. So we want to create a defensible line between the fire station and where the trees are. The upper part of it is so steep that we probably can't get equipment in there, so it's not gonna be able to pull most of it out. We actually considered a skyline logging system to come in there and get all of it out, but the cost of it would be prohibitive.
Yeah.
Like what would that, you have an idea?
I
When you say prohibitive, I mean, is it double, what?
Yeah, it's gonna be about $3,000 to $4,000 an acre. So that's still a possibility that, we don't have the funding to do that right now, but if we get a windfall from some of the stuff coming down, it's a possibility. The other thing is, if you pull it off there, it's a lot unsafer because you have logs suspended in the air coming downhill, and if one of them falls off or something, you get a cartwheeling logging thing, so.
Yeah, they do that for a living. They got a whole TV show about it. But, you know, I mean,
We
I was
probably
just
won't
looking
get
at some of
those
these
guys.
areas that are steep and they're just laying up there rotting away. You see them all through the county. I didn't know that was even a thing around here that we could have it.
There's a gentleman in Alamogordo that is actually interested in doing that, and I asked him to come up and just kind of do an evaluation of what it'd take, and he says that he can get the slash out of there, plus any logs we cut out of there, and he's in the business of firewood, and so he'd use the logs for firewood. But there again, if you guys would like for me to pursue that, I'd be glad to pursue it, but it is going to be more expensive.
Do you do helicopter?
No, it's a skyline. They anchor it at the top and bottom
Oh.
with a suspended
Oh,
cable.
okay. I'd never seen
And then
that.
they have other cables that come out that hook onto the logs that pull them up to the cable, and then they take them out. It's it's impressive what they've learned to do, but it does get expensive.
I just figured, you know, with all the guys on the ground, rolling around, going up and down, the time that it takes, that once they got that system set up, I mean, they have that cable that goes, 65 yards either side, and then they'll pull it to the center and then just pull it right down. It's the way I've seen it done on TV.
They do. Like I say, it is, with the population there and the police station and everything, there is some risk in if the log breaks loose or a cable breaks or something like
Sure.
that. But I'll be glad to pursue that if you guys.
No, I mean, I don't think it's that big a deal. I just didn't know we even had that option around here.
Goal number 2 is hazard mitigation. Goal number 1 is Riados is well prepared for emergencies, and this is our certification program of private lands within the village. And we normally do about 8 to 900 a year. And those are, we go out and work with the landowners to do a subdivision or an area each year. in that, this past year, during the calendar year, we did about 375 acres of private landowners thinning. And that's equivalent of about 375 football fields, so it's quite an impressive area that actually got thinned. We're looking at maybe going from the subdivision type situation to a, as the certification expires, get it at the certification time instead of waiting till the subdivision comes around. And there's a number of different reasons for doing it that way, and one of them I'll explain to you is that we have an area that we call it the certification area or implementation area, and some of those folks in there are real aggressive, and they get their property in certification before we get to the implementation area. So when we get the implementation area, we do the implementation area, and there's a number of those that won't get done because they're already certified and they haven't reached their 10 years yet. So we go to the next certification, the next certification, the next certification, and those kind of get lost in the shuffle. And so we have the data in our ENCODE system, and so we can pull data from the ENCODE system and find those that expired 10 years ago and get them into back into certification this year instead of waiting for it to come around. The other database we have that will help out in that is that our ordinance for short-term housing requires them to be in compliance with our 4280 ordinance before they're issued the short-term permit. And so that's another, there's close to 1,000 of those short terms, and we haven't checked yet to find out which ones are in compliance and which one haven't, but that's going to be another database that we access for trying to determine, so we get on a basis of when they expire. The other thing we're working with Judy is if we're going to try to get to put on their water bill their expiration date so that they know when their expiration date is, and hopefully it'll be in bold letters with flashing neon signs, so they are alerted to when it's due. And so
How much of an advance notice would you post that? A year out or 6 months out or?
the way it is in ENCODE, I think that as soon as they get certified, it would go on their billing that the certification is in 10 years from now, and it'll be that date on there. It'd just be a,
So in 10 years, I'll get a notice on my water bill that your certification is up.
but every water bill between the initiation and the 10 years, it'll also be displayed.
Right.
So the minute you get certified, then every water bill after that for 10 years, you'll have it on your bill.
It'll be there saying that you got 9 more years, 8 more years.
Are you having a hard time with people not getting the certification?
Probably 70, 80% are really willing. They understand what we're doing and things. We do have some that are reluctant to do it for whatever reason, whether they like the cash to get it done or whether they just ignore us or they don't want to cut any trees or whatever. We're at the situation now in the village where as we go through the certification areas from about 12 years ago when I got here, the certifications became a little more restrictive and we cut a few more trees. And so we're entering an area now where it'll mostly be the revegetation that's taken, and we won't be taking near as many of the big trees.
Yeah.
So, as we go through this rotation, unless a tree dies or something, there probably won't be very many of the big trees that are going to be cut.
Okay.
By doing skipped lots like that, is that gonna mess up the gravel? grapple trucks? 'Cause I know they hit an area pretty hard when you first implement that.
My vision is that probably not, because the areas that were certified in a specific time frame will expire, and so it'll still, I think, be somewhat concentrated. There will be some areas where they'll have to go out, but they're going out there to get the pine needles and things anyway.
Yeah, okay.
And so,
Well, if you take your time, all the scavengers take off most of it, not the slash.
and we've gotten to the point now to where our big trees are down enough to where we really don't have that much volume going to the dog park for people cutting firewood. There's still a lot, but as the years go through, there'll be less and less and less of that.
Although somebody's been trimming, doing a lot of tree work and dumping it off over here at the corner, so I think those big logs are probably going there. I think it's coming from outside the area.
We have some of that for sure, and they don't have, the grapple trucks for the county don't work, or they haven't been running them, and so there's some of them that come in, particularly around our perimeters, that I'm sure come from outside, and when we find them, we take care of it, but by the dark of night, some of them,
We need to
I
get
think that's just like our
trail
illegal
cams.
dumping
Yeah,
in the village, it's gonna be here.
get some trail cams and put them up in those problem areas.
Yes, sir.
When you take care of them, you mean we write them tickets or?
Yeah, what we normally do, if we catch them dumping, we tell them to get it and get out of here. And then we refer it to code enforcement or the police department or whatever.
Okay, are you having a lot sent to Judge Potter? Letters, you know how many letters you prefer to the
We've
court?
actually sent quite a number, and I just got word this morning that they're kind of buried over there with what we've sent them.
Yeah, because I've gotten 2 calls this morning that they have appointments at around 10 o'clock this morning on some property that they don't live on or whatever that they own in the village limits. So you must be sending them out, and
We are.
it's working, because I'm sure they just ignored them.
Yeah, we actually sent out close to 140 or so letters, and since then, when they get the letter from the judge, a lot of them get high behind and get it done. But there's some of them that want to fight us in court, and over the past, since I've been here 13 years, I've had one instance where I actually had to go to court. Everything else resolved outside of court. And so we have 2 right now that have said they want a court date for this year, so we may have those 2. But out of the 100 and whatever it was, having 2 is probably not that bad. One of them would probably have to get Zach involved, but, so, anyway, it works fairly good, but, it's real inefficient because we spend about probably 40 or 50% of our time on the first 80%, and then the other part of our time is really inefficient because we keep running back and forth and trying to baby people to get them to the standard and some of those kind of things, but I don't see that changing. And we're having a lot of properties sold now, and so a lot of the people that come in from outside aren't familiar with what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And they come here for the trees and all those kind of things, so we get some kickback from those, but so far we've been able to pretty well handle it. Our goal number 3 is educate the public in the fuels management strategy. We probably have more contact with public one-on-one than just about any of the departments, because with the 834 properties that we certified this year, we actually meet with a landowner or their representative on their property in order to show them what we need and explain to them why we're doing it and those kind of things. And so that's probably our best way. We also have venues where we meet with the public, like the Home and Garden Show and Smoky Bear Days and the other things that are going on. Those probably aren't quite as effective. One of the things we're looking for is we're going to try to get emails from the people we certify, if they're willing to give them to us, and so we have communication for email communication with all the landowners to
Yeah.
do that. we're also trying to get involved with Facebook and some of those things, which we hadn't really done. We really prefer the one-on-one thing, but the other thing is that one of Eric Anla that works for me is going to have knee surgery, and so I'm going to have him work with Tim from the radio station to work up some radio spots where we can actually start communicating with the public through the radio. And so that's an up-and-coming thing.
Does Cass, does she go out and meet with landowners, or is it just Eric?
Oh, all of us do.
Okay,
Kathy not as, she doesn't hardly ever get out, but she has a lot of communication. She's their initial contact, and if they need help doing something, she's normally the one that works them through the process and those kind of things. We actually go out and meet with the landowner, show them what they need to do, mark the trees that need to be marked.
right.
And go back and do the certification. Our number 4 is hazard tree removal, and this is something that, this is one of the areas that we're not proactive, we're reactive on quite a bit, because, well, bark beetles don't tell us when they're coming. And so if we get like this last couple of years been pretty dry, we're likely to have a little bit of a bark beetle kick up this year. When they did their surveys, they found quite a bit of mortality in a lot of areas. And if it stays dry like it is, we'll probably have more mortality this summer with bark beetles than what we did.
But Dick, if you get a call from somebody about a hazard tree or what they consider to be a hazard tree, you do go out on those calls?
Yes,
Okay,
I do sometimes, but Eric does a lot of them. And he goes out and he actually analyzes the situation. If it is in fact a hazard tree, if it's on private land, he'll mark the tree and give it a number. And then we contact the private landowner, tell him that he needs to get his tree cut. And in the ordinance, there's a time frame set up for us to contact them and him to get done. And if he doesn't get it done, then we make a court referral for them. On the hazard trees with the village, and by the way, we don't go around looking for private land hazard trees. If it's reported to us, we take care of it. If it's not, we don't do that. On village trees, we actually look at the village right-of-ways and those kind of things. If we find what we think is a hazard tree on village property, then we take care of it, and we go ahead and let out a contract to have it cut down. And we have a lot of people that are looking for village trees contracts, all the contractors we
A
have.
lot of help, yeah.
a lot of people. Yeah,
We don't have a big enough staff to do, we've got a lot of help.
okay, good. I know I had a tree fall on one of my houses one time, and the insurance company said, well, if the owner did not know it was a hazard tree, then they're not responsible for it, so our insurance had to cover it. I'm going, that's a bunch of baloney.
Yep.
So now, whenever I see one, around any of my properties, it's like, nope, I'm calling, I'm not taking a chance.
With the trouble with a lot of trees that actually hit houses or you can't really tell, they rot from the inside, and when they fall, they fall. And
But if it's a dead tree, that's,
if it's a dead tree killed by bugs, then we know pretty well that it's gonna eventually fall. Maybe 10 years, maybe 2, but it'll fall.
We had a few of those hazard trees fall when we had those big winds.
The last several years, we've had 70-mile-plus winds, and this winter, we had an 83 or 84-mile wind at the airport, so,
Mayor, if I may interrupt for a second, we got a change in the lineup this morning because of the snow and then just some of the other things we're dealing with administratively.
Okay.
So this is gonna be the new,
And the snow crews were out at 3 this morning.
yes, sir.
Got them out good.
Ron and I were up since 3 too, so. That's a normal,
I hope I can look out the window.
that's a normal day.
Said we were gonna have, it was gonna
Which
be
plow were you
overcast
driving?
with No snow today.
Glad I didn't bring my car.
It's really overcast. Thank you.
So Ron next.
My
portion.
Hey, go ahead, Dick, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Go ahead and conclude the goal number 5.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry. And in addition to that, the PD's also gonna be coming back at the end, because we're having them address the dispatch
Right.
and code enforcement, so.
Okay.
That's okay. That's a resource. Goal number 3 is in the vegetation from village right-of-ways. And that was one where habitat and wildlife are protected and restored. We have a lot of our village right-of-ways that have grown up and whatever, and it's hard to see critters that come from the side. And so what we're doing is trying to identify those and thin them out to meet both the 4280 standards, plus daylight them so that you can see the critters. The other thing it does is that pavements are natural fire lines. And if you have vegetation going up next to, that a fire comes, then it can get easier to spot with more vegetation along the right-of-way across the road where it can get into another subdivision or whatever. And so by thinning those, we actually reduce the chance or increase the possibilities of the road that's there being an effective fire line. So that's one reason we decided to do this. There's also one other area that we don't normally deal with, deciduous trees, trees that lose their leaves. On Paradise Canyon and Robin Road, there's a number of cottonwood trees that are old and are becoming decadent. And that means they have dying branches and those kind of things that we feel are getting to the point that they create a hazard for drivers, because you can't ever tell with the winds and everything when something's going to drop on a car. So we're going to request about $30,000 in funding to take out some of those overhanging branches on Paradise Canyon and Robin Road. If that gets funded, well, then we'll let a contract to make that a safer drive for people that use those roads.
You know, Dick, you brought up a concern from a citizen about 10, 15 years ago about the Chinese elms on Paradise, because she was always saying, can't we make that a noxious weed or noxious tree so that it's not taking up the water? I know we have a few of them on Robin Road, or one right there on the park that I'm aware of. Have we ever looked into that to you know, when you talk about the cottonwoods, yeah, that's a native tree and stuff like that, but on the water right-of-ways and stuff, just kind of like the salt cedars out in the flatland, they want to get rid of those.
Yeah, we've actually discussed that, and we consider the elm trees a weed, if you
Right.
will. Most of the foresters and the environmentalists things agree with that, but it also provides a lot of shade. And
Right.
if you take out a bunch of the elm trees for shade, we'd get a pretty good public flare-up, I think. But, and we do that. We've actually controlled, along with Rodney, along some places in Paradise Canyon, particularly in the park down there, that he's actually poisoned some of the sprouts and things. So we're trying to keep them from getting thicker and thicker. But along Paradise Canyon, there are quite a few areas.
There is.
That, and then there's a Tree of Heaven that was coming there around a place or two. Those are real trees that really expand quickly and whatever. And we've actually, a couple of times, poisoned little groups of those to try to keep them from spreading. And it's another elm tree. It's just more invasive, and they're hard to get rid of and those kind of things. But the elm trees are going to be a problem unless we want to take them all out. But as far as elm tree using water, they use water, but probably not any more than a cottonwood. Everybody says that pinyon and juniper use a lot of water. Yeah, they do, but maybe not more than a pine. A tree has to do their evapotranspiration, and they take up water and emit oxygen in the air, and it's just their breathing process. So all trees use a lot of water. even some of these big fires that go through, kill a lot of pine trees and pinyon trees and those kind of things, springs will actually spring up
Right.
from the removal of those trees.
Oh, my gosh.
So, a lot of the trees we have, Little Bear Fire is an indication that they're overstocked. And one of the things that we keep looking at is the condition of the watershed. Watershed in a whole is not understood very well because everything in a drainage is part of the watershed. The trees, the rocks, and everything else. And so we tend to lump everything there. What we normally talk about is being a watershed or things that have active water, boggy spots and those kind of things. And sometimes we start thinking about that as watershed, but the whole is a watershed. So all the thinning we do actually adds to the quantity of water, both underground and overland flow, that goes into our river system and our water system. And so, even some parts of the states have actually tried charging downstream users a fee in order to thin the areas on the national forest and things to produce more water. And so that's a thing that, but nearly everything that our forestry department does actually enhances the condition of the water resource that we have. And there's another thing we have with these pine trees and firs and everything. You get something that the evaporation off of them, it's called rainfall or snowfall intercept. And when it sticks in the trees with the winds we have, it evaporates before it actually gets in the water system. So when you open up the canopy of it and lets it get to the ground, more of it can get into the ground and enhance your groundwater and your overland flow when it melts. So anyway, it's a important part of what we do, but the main reason we're looking at the cottonwoods in there is what I view as a safety hazard for the travelers.
Right, and I understand that, so.
But it is amazing when you open up an area like my backyard. I hated to get rid of some of the trees, but once Tom opened it up, the grass and the flowers and some cactus, it was amazing what it looked like afterwards.
Well, you know, nature is always trying to get in equilibrium, and over the years, if you look back at photos from the early 1900s and things, this wasn't a forested area. It was pretty well open. And so over the years, with Smokey Bear and people moving into the area and thing, it's actually overpopulated with trees to what nature intended. And so people have to become the element that controls nature, so to speak. And so now then we're in position, we know what fires burn, and we know that if we do some work, we can help protect the village and things, but, and it's not expensive it is an expensive proposition when you try to deal with nature.
Yeah.
And forests are dynamic, they keep growing and all those kind of things. And so it's one of the necessary evils, I think, in order to and people come here for the trees. You know, we keep touting recreation and all the things they can do when they get here, but they were coming for the trees for a long time. And we have more things for them to do now, but they still come for the trees.
Yeah.
And when you work with the people that are coming here from other areas and they are looking to cut trees, you understand that people like trees and the beauty that it provides. But the other side of it is the wildflowers and those things, the water percolation into the soil, and those things are also a part of nature. And one thing I want to bring up is that we talked a lot yesterday about Moon Mountain. Moon Mountain, when we do master plans and things for Moon Mountain, there are a lot of things that we may not consider. For instance, we have to get some kind of a permit or the okay from the state land office in order to do any kind of work. We had a little 5-acre project that was next to us, and we actually had to get a permit from from state forestry to go in there and thin that place where it protected people in our village. But they've done studies on Moon Mountain, and there was a study done in 2000. It was a animal study, and there are several species on the state endangered threatened list that are on Moon Mountain. And so I don't know, but if we start going into more development on Moon Mountain, we probably ought to start looking more at the considerations of studies that have been done prior and whatever, and making sure that they're environmentally friendly to what the state land office requires from other areas. So it's just something that a lot of times we get focused on the money that recreation brings in, and we don't look at the entire environmental spectrum that maybe we should be looking at for some of our projects.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
I know Rodney's working on master plans for all this. We probably need to have Dick review everything or be involved with that.
I agree.
We
But I don't think
review
you
them,
are.
but whenever we have, in the master plans I've seen, we've had a lot of discussion about watersheds and what should happen there, but I haven't seen any references to anything that's been done as far as wildlife species and soil
Vegetation
compaction
and all
some
that.
of those things that can really be impacted by bringing a lot more people or a lot more animals into an area, and some of those, and most of them can be mitigated, but I think it'd leave us on sounder ground if we actually did a little bit better job of looking at some of those things in some of our plan.
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor, to your question, for all the developments, even Wingfield property, we have a development review process.
Right.
And every department, weighs in on that from their different perspectives. So on those plans, Dick should be looking at it. But remember, humans are part of nature as well. And we could be looked at as an invasive species as well.
Yes.
We're the
I think
worst,
that's happened time and time again, actually.
we're the worst kind.
And nature has a way of, creating those balances with us as well, just like they did with the dinosaur and whatnot, so. And I think we just need to look at everything comprehensively and not be, too much on either side, but evaluating all of it and trying to minimize the impact to create that equilibrium that Dick's talking about.
I also, but I don't want our directors looking at something, knowing that that's something that, the mayor and the council are looking at and telling us what we want to hear. Because I would rather have the full story of what it is about and then us make that call. But I want to hear the true story about those things. Because I am worried about Moon Mountain. I'll have to just admit that.
He's
So,
not scared of us. He'll tell us.
Yeah, he tells us.
Yeah, and that's, that's a good point, and that's what we want to do, and that's how come we're looking at it comprehensively. In addition to that, sometimes the standards that we have, and, you can look outside and see the standards that Dick has imposed as far as forestry has worked for us.
Yes.
Well, the state has a different perspective and a different approach,
right.
which we don't agree with, so it's good that we are controlling those sites and being able to, look at the standards that we're imposing.
I think we do a fairly good job of that, because like Tim said, we get a chance to input nearly everything we do. But I think when we have an outside outfit come in and look, that we at least ought to have them review just Moon Mountain again. I did a fuels management plan for Moon Mountain. That at least ought to be addendum to anything that we do, a master plan or whatever,
Right.
that we do on Moon Mountain. So just some things like that maybe we could do a little better than what we're doing to make the public aware and you guys aware of maybe some of the implications. Most everything can be mitigated. Sometimes the mitigations are a little more expensive than what might be, but it's like Tim said, it's got to be a balance. We are humans.
Yeah.
are in an economy where we have tourism in here, but there's also a way that we can do it and be environmentally friendly.
Well, it is amazing. I mean, I spent all of my life looking up at that mountain, but several years ago, Dick took me up one fall. It was really cold, and looking down on the town, it is absolutely beautiful.
It is.
It was a great ride.
That's all I have. If you have any questions.
Any further questions for Mr. Cook?
I say with major projects that are been proposed by Park and Rec before, any of those are actually come to any kind of fruition with it being state-owned land, do they require EISs on all the projects?
I didn't quite get the gist of what you said.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, it depends on the project and how it's going to be impacted. But it's a different evaluation process.
Okay, I'm just wondering, like, with your mountain coaster, zip line proposed, things like that.
Those are private projects, and, you know, normally with the federal funding, it doesn't go into that same type of environmental process. So when you start to look at the consultations that we do as part of our, now I lost the word, our internal checklist that we go through, it's basically the same thing as going through the environmental checklist where we do consultations with other departments. So it's, our development review process is basically an environmental review process.
Okay, then signed off, I guess, by the state since they own the land?
I don't think that there's requirements on that. For Moon Mountain, there may be. We'll have to look into that and get back with you.
I suspect after reading the Moon Mountain thing that the department that's gonna probably be more restrictive is the forestry department. And that's the part of the thing that to cut a tree, we're supposed to be going to get the okay. They got a broader brush for the recreational type stuff, but they kept the clamps on us for forestry. And it's kind of interesting that whenever we did that 5-acre project over there, that I sent in the paperwork and thing, and he sent back and asked me for some more information. And so I sent him the fuels management plan that I made up, and he had already supposed to reviewed it. And I sent it to him, and he looked at that management plan and said, hey, this is good, you're okay to go. And so part of it is that these people who are reviewing us aren't taking the time to look at the stuff that we've actually done to mitigate what we're proposing. So those are loops we have to go through, and when you have changes in administration and changes in secretaries and those kind of things, it's just something we have to deal with.
Yeah.
And that one's, you know, the State Land Office is the State Land Commission. It's kind of autonomous. Those properties really belong to the schools. And, you know, they're in trust, and the money goes to the schools. So as we move forward with any type of development on that, we'll have to consult with them. And they may impose different levels of environmental compliance procedures that we go through. But, you know, it's just, we're going to have to take all that into consideration as we move forward.
You won't know the full impact till you move forward.
Yeah, until we have a proposal to move forward with. Yeah, and then we'll do proper consultations. But just like over on Eagle Creek, you know, that's on our property. Any type of development that happens on that property, that's where we use an internal process, which is very similar. As a matter of fact, I was in community development when we developed that checklist. And what I did is I took the checklist from the CDBG process of the environmental impact, and I basically customized it to the Village of Ruidoso. So we're basically doing our own environmental consultations.
Joe, is your mic on?
No.
No, it's not.
I just turned mine off.
That might make it easier to hear you.
Well, my wife says she can't hear me anyway.
Well, that's selective hearing.
Joe, you're not
No,
alone in all of
that's the other
that.
way.
If there are no more questions, I'll vacate, but I want to express my gratitude for the council for hearing us and actually supporting us through the years for what we've been able to accomplish, because it takes all of us.
Thanks, Dick.
Thank you, Dick.
He
Very good.
did a great job on the radio the other day, too.
They all did, they all did.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
with Tim and Adam.
Okay, now on the news schedule,
Wrong.
we're moving into the administrative section and starting out with the clerk's office, Mr. Ron Zena.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Salas, members of the council. Thank you again for it's been a year now since we had the transition to from the former clerk to the new administration, and I want to thank everyone for the support during that time. I want to first start off with our purpose statement. To constantly strive to improve the quality of service to the citizens of the village of Ruidoso lawfully and through sound and transparent management practices while maintaining a professional and attentive staff through neutrality and impartiality, while rendering equal and efficient service to all through the highest standards of integrity, and work every day to build the public trust in our office and our community. And also, you know, we've also, with the clerk's office, we're there for the governing body, always for the governing body. They're always for all the departments. We're willing to, you know, if they need help, so we're always that arm there that's always there ready to help when needed, so.
Sounds good.
On our organizational chart, listed as me as a village clerk, we have our deputy clerk, Bertha de los Santos. We have our administrative assistant, too, and that's Yvonne Bartz. And then we have capital projects coordinator, Courtney Bennett, also as listed in our organizational chart.
So, Ron, on that organizational chart, Courtney's also listed under the finance.
That's correct.
So does she report to you, or does she report to Karen?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Coughlin, when she's doing any type of functions within the clerk's office, she'll be reporting to me.
Yes is the answer.
Yes.
Mayor, you know, Counselor, I think you're correct in the way that we label that.
Right.
And it's even the same thing with Yvonne, when she's working under you, Ron, in the court process, you know, she's really a court clerk.
Yep.
I mean,
Assistant clerk, and I'll make that change.
yeah, an assistant, and then same thing with Courtney, when she's working to assist, she's really helping with minutes and things of that nature as her job description provides, and she's also a clerk and assistant.
Okay.
So,
I'll make the changes.
and
That just makes it a little clearer.
you know, Mayor and Counselor, you know, that part really hasn't been, you know, she really hasn't been working in that capacity, and that's one of the things in the future we're going to be talking about of some of the recommendations that we have. And some of the reason is just the impacts that we've had with COVID and coverage and things of that nature. But from time to time, she does back up Yvonne and come and sit in administrative offices and whatnot.
Mr. Mayor and Manager Dodge, also, I think that falls under the greater umbrella of other duties as assigned.
Yes.
We all are familiar with that, or have been in our duties.
Well, Tim, how do you handle that in the budget when she's working for different departments?
Mayor, Counselor, they're all general fund, so it doesn't,
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter, it all comes out of the same pocket.
Okay.
But I think we just need to accurately describe what their role is.
Okay. And I will make that change. Thank you. So on the tactical plan, on our first goal is a suitable location to store village records. Our goal is to construct a new building that would be utilized to securely store village records. Currently, we have records in multiple locations throughout the village. I have some other goals within the tactical plan and how to move forward with the actual records themselves. We would look to funding or to construct a new building for storage. A viable record management facility ensures that each department can maximize its operational goal by making information more readily available for service delivery, consolidating responsibility for the village's records management program that we'd like to move forward and really increase the accountability and ensure effective service delivery. Over the next year, the department, we want to move towards accomplishing this goal by focusing on the following objectives, and we would look at planning of possibly designing a building. We'd like to have one here on the, close to Village Hall on the property itself that we've talked about, somewhere where it's the accessibility would be easy, if we needed to go to a building next door or whatnot. We just been just doing some brainstorming on this currently, but Tim and I were at our manager's summer conference in Roswell, and they have a museum there in the downtown area. We went in there and they have a records room in there, and I just like, wow. I mean, it was just amazing how it was set up and how just professional, and how, everything was, you went in and they had a database and you're able to find these records, and it's just amazing. So that's something I'd like to see. That'd be one of my main goals.
Ron, didn't we, oh,
Go.
I'm sorry.
No, you go.
Were we looking at possibly enclosing the patio and making a room?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Lutterman, we've had some discussion on that also. We would need a certain size of building or storage facility to store also records, like for projects. You have your permanent records with doing with personnel and payroll.
Right.
And just in archives that Tim Roberts has mentioned also, to
Right.
be able to have sufficient amount of location there that we could handle the records and not be all cramped in there.
Right.
A building, not a room.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
That's
where I
not
was
gonna be big enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
getting at. What size of a building are you looking at?
I haven't really looked into that part there. I'd like to just start the planning phase on that and see what we would need in order to incorporate. Right now, we have a lot of the records are stored over at the purchasing department, and there's a large, in the upstairs, there's a location up there.
Right.
Something that size of that same location would probably work.
Mayor, Counselor, we'll do an assessment on it, and a lot of those records that are stored there should be, destructed and changed over the process. But, there's other needs that we're talking about, like, for instance, even as we look at the landscaping out here, we're not able to maximize the parking out here, and you see it's pretty tight. But even at that, when we park vehicles here over the weekend, sometimes we saw one vehicle that got, they drilled a hole in the tank. So I want to really look at a property where we can have some fleet storage, close by, and then an archive room that's properly made. We have had some internal discussions about taking a portion of the break room and expanding it, right behind Bertha's current office, and taking a look at that so that we have on-site records management with the clerk's office. But the archive room, really needs to be an environmentally controlled area, and it needs to be a different process. So we've just had the discussions, and, we want to look at all those things comprehensively and then bring them to you. So, there's other needs that we do have here on site.
Well, heck, off-site, Horton's got plenty of room on the other side of those double doors.
And one other, we have another option here is remodeling an existing off-site location may be an option also included on there. And then we want to also explore a database software application for records management. We do have we just want to enhance the Laserfish application that we currently have. There's upgrades to that. Just being able to do more with it that we are currently doing with at this moment.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, Ron, kind of educate me, how long do you actually have to have by statute the actual paper records stored?
We, Mayor Crawford, Councilor Jackson, through state statute, we have the record retention statute, and we did present to the council our resolution several months ago. So every type of, if it's a financial record, it's a payroll record, each one has a certain limit that needs to be, before you can do a destruction on it, you have to retain it for that certain time. So we do have a schedule of every type
He's
of.
running for office after this job. That was a long way around your elbow to get to your thumb, buddy, so it varies.
Sounds like custodian of records is rather ominous, but
Yes.
when you look at it that way as well, how far are we, if you were balancing how much we have on microfiche or some other electronic record keeping versus those that we have, do they have to be a duality? Is it a backup system where you have it both in the printed form and in the electronic form, or?
Mayor, Counselor, there has to be redundancy built in as well. And there are certain records that, you know, we're supposed to, you know, supposedly keep in perpetuity. And then there's records that we should keep in perpetuity as well, you know, like development records and things of that nature. But it definitely is a lot of room for improvement in records management.
What I recall in record timing, it goes from 2 years to 50 years, depending where it was. So like our swim lessons, everybody there, we had to keep those records for 2 years.
So it sounds like we need a big building.
That's what I was getting at.
And Mayor Crawford, Counselor Jackson, and as Tim was saying, you know, through the New Mexico Municipal League, you know, we also had these questions to them regarding can we destroy them? If we scan them, can we destroy them? And what we're getting, the answer is no. We need to keep them, like Tim said. You need to have them through the retention time, and then you can do the destruction on them and have those records. So.
And then a follow-up, even if you scan them and have them electronically, and that's backed up by, say, the cloud or some other mechanism, even given all of that, so you have to have 3 systems going, basically: paper, scanning, and backup.
That, Mayor Crawford, Counselor Jackson, as long as we scan them and then we have the records stored for that period of time, and then we can do the destruction on those that are not permanent records.
So the cloud would be an alternative for redundancy. Yes, that's acceptable.
Just like the state has their archives system, the state of New Mexico, and anytime you do a grant agreement or whatnot, they keep them so long, and then if you say call the Department of Transportation looking for a grant agreement, they've already have it in an archive system.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So.
Mayor, and you know, in regards to that right now, just even with all the data that we have electronically, you know, it's actually stored in 3 different locations within our system. So if it goes down here and we lose Village Hall, then we have a backup at 2 other locations.
Right.
And so, and we've had some discussions, you know, Eric has been a big part of the records management as well. He's taken some leadership on that. And what we're talking about is looking at other ways of creating that redundancy so that, you know, if there's a cyber attack or whatever, we're not running into some of those type of issues, ransomware or whatnot. So
Right.
there's other things that we're looking at. And when we look at those type of issues, those are probably areas that, you know, we're not going to talk openly about. But we will bring the council up to speed on how we're approaching that.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
And along with that, then that's where the Wingfield Heritage Center, we need the control, heat and everything so that we can store things. Is that part of this?
Mayor Crawford, Counselor Lutterman, that is correct. Have a controlled climate for the archives.
Okay.
And it seems like you would, thank you, it seems like you would also need a fire suppression system that's non-water. I mean, some use carbon monoxide, others use other things, given that it's paper.
Dave might recommend a 2-hour firewall or something else. He gets pretty creative, Dave Myers.
So that's the clerk's office. That's tactical plan number 1. Any other questions on this item here?
Speaking of that, Tim, if you guys need legal size fire safes, let me know. they're heavier than snot, but I got a few of them.
We'll take them.
Shauna will be happy to hear that.
We'll move them across the hall.
Well, I moved one in a trailer, it fell over, it took 4 guys just to stand it up.
Damn, how much does it weigh?
A ton.
Or usually line them with like concrete.
Yeah, something like that.
Is that it?
Wells Fargo was getting rid of them at one point. So, I'll take them. I just figured it.
But remember that issue, that's another thing that we're gonna start looking at the facility, needs for the village and then start putting that into a plan and then, continue proceeding forward. So we're gonna document that need is another facility need.
Moving on to our tactical plan goal number 2, and this goes right along with the first one, record management services. Yes, we do need to move forward and implement and improve our records management, act in the capacity of official records custodian for the village of Ruidoso, maintain custody of all official village records, and administer the village's records management program. And the responsible party is the clerk, deputy clerk, department personnel, and IT, of course. Staff training, software upgrade, system capacity licensing, storage area, records, materials. We want to continue on, again, developing a process with archiving records in our Laserfish software. And as Tim mentioned, Eric Boyd has been a great help in really working with the Laserfish software also. Implement to provide a web-based platform, and that's what Eric had mentioned to us, to manage, archive, access, and present village records. Develop a standard operating procedure for maintaining official records and records retention. Review process for indexing council minutes, ordinances, resolutions for ease of retrieval. Attest and coordinate execution of village contracts and agreements, and that's a huge one there that we are wanting to really improve on. Also is our contracts and agreements, and I have that on another tactical plan. Is working with different departments and making sure we have these agreements and contracts. We're following them with the, when the expiration dates are on there. Whenever there's a project, we want to make sure, the 1-year warranty is addressed on those agreements and contracts. So we really want to move forward and really improve in these areas also. And I'll stand for any questions on that second.
No questions. Next goal.
Next goal is training for administrative support staff to maximize resources. We want to equip department personnel and provide knowledge of municipal government in relations to council meetings, the election process, the Public Information Request Act, contract administration, management, in aptitude to provide information to the governing body, the village manager, attorney, and clerk. And this responsible party is clerk, deputy clerk, all department personnel and village attorney, staff training time and attendance. We want to schedule classes with New Mexico Edge, with the New Mexico Municipal League, with the Clerks Association. And again, implement a contract management program to improve the ability to monitor and update contract requirements. This is another huge goal for myself and for the department that that we've had some struggles on, and we want to make sure that we can move forward and get this completed. Coordinate with the village attorney to schedule trainings, and we want to do trainings on managing municipal government responsibilities, contract preparation, administration, and management. So we want to utilize our attorney, Zach Cook, to have these classes to explain the terms of agreements on contracts, and there's so much to these that sometimes we get these contracts in, and some of the departments don't understand the legalities of them, and we want to really stress the knowledge that Zach can provide to assist with understanding the contracts.
And so Mayor Pro Tem.
You sure?
Ron, so you're getting Yvonne and Bertha and Courtney, going to train them all on this? Is that what you're looking at?
Mayor Pro Tem Salas, Councilor Linderman, yes, but we'd like to also offer that to other departments also on the
Oh,
trainings. Yes.
okay.
We just feel we need to have all the administrative aides for some of the other assistants from the other departments and the directors on the contracts
Okay.
is very critical for our organization.
Because I remember the state, the AG's office would go around and do trainings for Open Meetings Act, record retention and stuff. Do you think they're gonna start that up anytime, or?
Mayor Pro Tem Salas, they've had some, they had one last year. We haven't seen any scheduled for this year yet, but they should be, usually after the election, they have those types of
Right.
trainings. I believe last year it was a virtual training, but we will have people enrolled in those classes, so.
Good,
Within our
good.
department and
Because I
try to get others
remember
too.
we hosted a couple, like every 5 years or something. But they were always glad to come, and we had them here in this room.
Right.
So,
I'd sure like to, did that in the past 2 years ago. They'd come into our council chambers and do the training, and if we could do it in-house, that'd be great, or they do it regionally, but a lot of times they go to Roswell, but we like to have one here too, that'd be great, or we'll travel to Roswell to those classes, so.
good.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to bring it up, with the contract management, you're able to sit in at the directors meeting, and we brought up the process where Bertha led, and she goes, 120, 90, 60, 30
Right.
days out. And, that's part of what Ron is, in his department is helping to manage, those things that are coming up. And, we just believe it's real important that, the better educated staff that we have, the better we can manage things. So from all the way from the administrative assistants all the way up to the directors, Zach really should be putting on a course to teach contract management, and so that's one of the things that Ron's talking about. And that's one of the next big steps, so that when somebody, reads a contract, they can understand, what are the general terms and conditions, and then what are the terms and conditions that are specific to that particular contract or contractor. And so, at some point in time, I think what we ought to do, Ron, is kind of have Bertha do that demonstration that we go through with the directors so that the council can see how we're managing contracts. And, just probably in one of the presentations so that you see how we sit down with the directors. We have a list of all the contracts that are coming, 120, 90, 60, 30, and what actions are taken before that. So that's something we've actually developed within the last 2 years, right?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
really changed the way that we're managing it so that, P&M contracts don't fall through the cracks and things of that nature,
That's something you've been asking for a while.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's
Sounds good.
important just for the employee to know why. It helps when you know why you're doing something, the end result, so.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you like that process that we?
Yeah, when I showed up accidentally to a director's meeting, back in the old day like that, being a director, we didn't like counselors and mayors in our meetings, so, but it was very informative, and it did good, and just again, reminder to, know where you are on your contracts, because, we used to got the whip from Tammy if I was even 60 days late before the contract was expired, to have it on the agenda to be right there. So, that's old school stuff. But it was a very informative meeting, and that process I could see the effectiveness of more efficiency and updating. Because, let's go back some history there, the Eagle Creek,
Wellfield.
Midkiff, what was that group down there, Lower Eagle Creek? When they sued the Forest Service because we didn't renew our permit, that's one that slipped through the cracks to pump water out of Eagle Creek. And that's a perfect example of, oh, shoot, we let this one slip by.
Just
and-
over $1 million.
And then,
to get
yeah, it was quite a bit pay to get that permit again, so.
So we may at a regular meeting or one of our upcoming workshops do a presentation just so that the whole council can see, what we've put in place to manage contracts.
That'll be good.
When you mentioned accidentally going into a director's meeting, I remember there was a point when counselors were told not to contact department directors.
That's
It
right.
all had to flow through Village Hall. So, things have definitely changed, and it opens it up, and it makes, at the time, there was some adversarial contacts that were taking place.
Right.
Now it's all collaborative, and rather than putting somebody on the spot during the middle of an open meeting, you're able to contact them ahead of time and say, hey, here's something, I'm gonna need this information, give you a chance to look it up. So, I'm glad that changed.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
me too. Because I do that too now when calling directors, hey, what's on this? And I'll be asking this question,
Yeah, yeah.
so,
Any other questions on that?
nope.
Okay, moving on to the next goal. This is software development, and this is continued development and implementation of the Granicus, that's the Novus Agenda software for managing other meetings, such as commission board meetings, the JUB. Just had some directors ask about this, and I'd like to explore this. Go paperless, say with JUB, and maybe go with a couple of meetings, maybe the JUB and maybe with planning and zoning, the two, that's one of the larger ones. Go with the Novus Agenda. We would work, we would look at software upgrade, hardware, purchase, just licensing, in training and attendance. We explore licensing fees, obtain cost proposals for possibly for laptops, if we wanted to move that, move forward with that. But I just feel that we might be able to, some of the directors just thought that it would eliminate a lot of the packets and things like that, having it on the, as the council has currently. And, but I'd like to explore that anyway and see if make that a goal and at least start with a couple of the boards and move forward and see, some of the larger boards anyway. And I think it would really, the delivery of the agenda and be able to serve the board and in the capacity of having that information. The P and Z have a lot of hearings and things like that also, and I think it would help them also having all that information on a laptop, so.
Well, you don't realize how much that is until I said, hey, when I was sick, and I said, I need to look at it because I'm on Zoom and I'm not very good at going around things. So they said, okay, sure, 1,500 pages for that agenda. I was like, oh my gosh. So that's quite that would help.
There's entities that are already, have it implemented within their municipalities, and I'd like to check and see how it's working out, and I'm sure it's working great, but I think it would benefit the boards also, and being able to do that. There'd be some cost, like I said, with the laptops or whatnot, but we would, because they'd have to have a laptop in order to be able to get the agenda to them.
But you could get around that with going to Chromebooks, which are a lot less expensive, because, if it's just strictly accessing online stuff, a Chromebook works a lot better, and those are about $150, rather than $1,000 for a laptop. I want to say that at first when we went to Novus Agenda, I was kind of like, oh, great, let's see how this is going to work. And I didn't like it because I like paperwork. I like to be able to make my notes, but now that I've gotten used to it, it's great. And then you showed me how to go back into the past stuff because I was always concerned about getting back to it.
Right.
It's great. Like I've said many times before, it's frustrating to come to the council meeting after going through the entire agenda and then all of a sudden have presentations or information sitting here on the desk that we haven't had a chance to look at, and that all just needs to go into that electronic. There's got to be a cutoff date to get that information out to us, and not just that morning sending an email and then all of a sudden here's 25 pages of stuff.
Agree.
And we're supposed to take a look at it and know what's going on. But yeah, getting all these commissions and boards onto it, sure. It's so much easier.
Mayor Pro Tem, Ron, also, I'd throw my hat in the ring for the regional wastewater treatment plant. Occasionally, but not always, we'll have contracts that are renewed, and they'll be 20, 30 pages long. And I usually try to, I don't print that off, but I do print off the other smaller portions of it. Yes, you can find it online, but I think the other point I want to make is also there has to be some education as well as they incorporate those electronic devices, because one of them, and I think it's Novus, I could be wrong, that allows you to even make notes on different items that are within it, and they just need to know, and highlighting, but they also have to know that they have to save it that way, or otherwise when they turn it off, it all goes away like it never happened. And I just think it doesn't have to be intense, but I think it's important that they know how to use it most effectively, so they can kind of get away from that idea of paper and pen and notes.
We can highlight Novus?
Mayor Pro Tem Salas, Councilor Jackson, that's correct. There'll be,
Deal with a pen up there.
there would be training involved with this, and even with the departments that have boards or commissions, you know, we'd have an admin person there that we would also train on an administrative side that could also help with setting up the agendas and things like that too. So, but we'd work all together in doing that. So, but I think it'd be a great opportunity to be able to expand the Novus agenda to the
That
rest of
would
the.
be good,
So,
very
and I'll
good.
stand for any other questions on that. Go.
I just think it's a great idea.
The next goal is to, this is live streaming of council meeting. This finalize the installation and conduct department staff training on the Granicus live streaming platform. We during the COVID, with COVID funds, we already purchased the hardware. So we have it upstairs with our servers. And now we just need to do the training. My goal is to, after the election, to get trained on that. This would eliminate using YouTube. And we would, right there where we have our village website, where our packets are at, or the agendas, you'd have a streaming device on there also, and the public could go to that streaming device and automatically click on it and be able to get into the meetings. And then they could go back and review the meetings as, just like on YouTube. But that would eliminate the YouTube
The
process.
YouTube part.
And right now, you know, when we do a meeting, we do the Zoom, and then we have to set up the YouTube, and then there's another part of the YouTube called Helu that we have to also connect. So there's 3 parts to it. Just eliminate the 2 parts and just go with the Zoom and with the Granicus video streaming. So I'm excited about it. I'd like to see how that works and move forward with that also.
It's also searchable by word. So if you knew what you were looking for in a meeting, you could search it.
That'd be good.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great, I've been surprised, I've had several people tell me they watched the State of the Village on Zoom, and
So,
maybe it would get the word out a little bit better if people would watch it.
I've been posting some of the updates every day, a little bit each day, just so that people know,
That's a good
because
way.
it's amazing.
and I'll stand in for any
It's good.
questions on that, and hopefully we can get that right after the election. We'll start working on it and get that rolled out also.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Ron, on all your record handling and stuff, Mayor Pro Tem brought it up, and you did too, about the year warranty periods and contract endings. Is there any way we can program in a little flag? So, a month before the warranty period is, we ought to review all those things.
Mayor
Get
Pro
it in.
Tem, Counselor Cornelius, that's one of the discussions we had in the directors' meeting. Right now, a lot of those warranty periods are being handled out of capital projects. We're talking about incorporating that into our contract management so that we have one department managing those processes, and we're not having 2 departments that are, have the similar processes. So it's a good point, and we will be addressing that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank And moving on to goal number 5, and this is more of an administrative, this is ensure compliance with legislative and legal mandates. This would be the clerk, deputy clerk, clerk assistant, village attorney is be staff training and attendance. The office of the village clerk ensures the village that the village of Rio Doce complies with applicable New Mexico state statutes for legal advertisements, public record requests, record retentions requirements. So over the next year, we want to move toward accomplishing this goal by focusing on the following objectives. 10 training opportunities, apply the most current information, legislative and legal mandates. There's so much going on now with the legislative session. They're having election code right now is another one that they're talking about changing, and I can't believe the amount of changes that happened to the election code. The municipalities used to have their own, and now
Right.
it's all incorporated with the Secretary of State, and it has changed completely. When we do our elections now, it's all done through it's called the service system. You go into the Secretary of State's to their portal, and all the ballots, all the precincts, everything, when we used to do it separately, is now in this system. So the Secretary of State is managing all of it. You're going in and doing the work, and they're managing that election. So there's a lot to it, and just the training and has been a lot. I'm learning a lot, and we're ready to move forward next week. So we want to ensure that public record requests are being fulfilled in a reasonable, timely manner, apply best practices to record creation, retention, destruction,
Take a break after.
per the New Mexico statute. Explore software management platforms for public records requests. We're just using Excel currently. We have been receiving a lot of record requests. So we are tracking them through just Excel, but I know there's software, but something that we might just look at, and just as Councilor Cornelius mentioned about having some way of tracking the dates and things like that to not have any compliance issues. That's another thing to do, put on a calendar or whatever, but that's also helps staff if you get busy and sometimes you just try to meet those requirements. Ensure staff is informed on election code updates, as I mentioned earlier. There's some legislation that's coming out. There's going to be more changes to the election code. Ensure staff is informed on liquor license updates. That's another area that changes every year also. Now they're going to have licensing for, doing the delivery of alcohol, but we haven't seen anything come through our office yet on that. Ensure that the village attorney is included in these processes. So we want to make sure that we include Zach, we work with Zach on all of our processes within the village, the clerk's office. So, and I'll stand for any questions.
Mayor, just real quick, Ron, if you don't mind, and council, Ron, if you'll talk a little bit more about just, when we talk about the change in the election code, Ron and I were having some discussions last night, on some of the upcoming procedures. So can you talk about what's some of the things that are not clear and inconsistent with processes?
So Mayor Crawford, members of the council, after every election, the Village of Rio Doce has had an reorganizational meeting. At this time, on our election calendar, we were not provided with any information on having that organizational meeting. I've been contacting the New Mexico, the Municipal League, and trying to get clarification on that, just on how the process is for reappointments and other, with the election and doing the whole process of the municipality. We have the election of the mayor pro tem, or the recommendation and for the mayor pro tem. We have for the boards and commissions. We have for the appointed officials, and still haven't received any clarification on that of when that's going to happen. The new candidates would take office April 1st. And in the past, we've always had our reorganizational meetings sometime in March.
Yeah.
But it's going to be about the third week of March before the Board of County Commission will do the canvassing meeting on that. They'll do the canvassing board is the county commission. So I haven't received any information of how to move forward with the reorganization or the organizational meeting. So, but I will have that information hopefully within the next couple of weeks.
And there's no talk more of the districting and all that?
One other thing, Mayor Crawford, members of the council, as I expressed to all of you during a couple of meetings ago, is the way the election, the ballots, they were all by precinct. And the way the ballot listed each precinct, say for the council positions, precinct 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and it wasn't at large. So whenever I called and questioned that, and I was able to do the election and change the ballot to at large, those are just changes that the Secretary of State's office is making. So I don't know exactly what these other changes are. That's that's coming across the legislative session this year. I know it's Ivy Soto is the one that's doing all the changes. I see his name on all of them. So.
Mayor, Counselor Eby, as you recall, being on the policy committees, one of the big changes, and, with the change of the election code, there was a lot of things that were left out, especially when it gets to the municipalities. But for quite some time, there was a debate going on about, why did Chapter 3, the municipal code, call for a reorganizational meeting, and all employees were supposed to be reappointed.
Right.
And we're like, that doesn't make any sense. We have a personnel policy that some of them are vested. Well, instead of addressing the issue, they kind of left out that whole process. And, I've always been of the opinion, I've been involved with those policy committees for quite some number of years. And and I kind of get back to talking about civics again. When you look at the federal, when you look at the state, the only time that you really have, that type of reorganization is when you have a change in your executive. At the federal level, at the state level, and municipal level should, or even county should follow that type of same procedure when you have the chief executive change. But it doesn't apply to all state employees.
No.
It only applies to your appointed.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the same thing with your boards and commissions. So as we move forward and, once the canvassing is complete, that would be my recommendation, is that we start to establish that procedure. So.
So Ron, I got a question, because you stated that everything is running through a state portal as far as the election goes. So are they receiving the results real time when ballots are cast? And are they doing the tabulating? Because it was my understanding that before that it would be the county that would be running the election, only we would be separate as far as having our municipal elections at our time and not getting on with the November elections, but that the county would run the elections. But what I'm hearing you say is that the state is actually going to be the ones that are essentially in charge of the elections, the collection of the ballots. And if so, my question is, how can the county then canvass something that they did not receive?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Eby, the municipalities were
Did the mayor relinquish the chair to Counselor?
No, he just told me that
Yes, he did.
Yes.
He did.
Yes.
Yes.
he did.
thanks. I almost made it 8 years though, didn't I?
Well, he wanted to give you something as a going away gift, and this seemed like the best thing.
The village will continue to administer the election. We'll be responsible for it. We'll be working closely with the county clerk's office, but we'll be using the service system through the Secretary of State. In the past, we had just our tabulators and we did it all internally.
Right.
But now we have to, we go into there's another system we go in straight into, it's a portal with the Secretary of State's. We put all our information in there. But the municipality, we still will administer our election, but we have to work with them in their portal, in their service software.
Okay, so you'll still get your runoff of your totals?
Yes.
Of your votes and your undervotes and so
Yes.
on?
Councilor Eby, we'll still have the results from the tabulators, which we'll get to the county clerk's office, and then they'll send those off. They'll go into the service system, send those off to the Secretary of State. But it all moves to the Secretary of State's office. Anything we do on the service system, they have access to that.
Okay, well, I know that you've got to send all of your results and your tapes to the Secretary of State and also to
Right.
the district court,
District Court also,
but,
yes,
and to the county clerk. But,
yes.
you know, it's just the way you worded it earlier, it was my impression that the Secretary of State was in control of everything as far as the election process and the results.
It's changed a lot since the last time I've administered an election, where you have to be, when we had these trainings, and you have to go in and do your certification of candidates. It's all going into the system, and they're seeing all of it and checking it and all of that. So they do have a lot of control on that part, but not on the ballots and things like that. We'll be handling all that, so.
All right,
Chairman,
thank you.
Counselor Cornelius, Counselor, maybe, you know, it's my understanding that with the new changes that the Secretary of State's office is, you know, basically supervising all the municipal clerks through the procedures. And, you know, again, when we get back to the organizational chart, when we look at, you know, the different powers as they're vested, right now during the election process, as it comes to a municipal election, the village clerk is autonomous from any other, you know, parts of the organization in administering that election process. And then he should be directly supervised by, you know, the county clerk and the Secretary of State's office and the procedures. So that's kind of the way that it's been explained to us. And it's created that autonomy so that there isn't any influence on how those, you know, locally on how those election processes are handled.
So we should know that night, it just won't be certified for 3 weeks.
That's correct.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have unofficial results
And
that
the
night,
unofficial tape.
and then when they, of course, when we take when they do the canvassing with the county commission, and that time they become certified.
Yeah, okay.
But what's interesting is on the state portal, even though the mayor and council are nonpartisan races, it lists your party.
Well,
Yeah.
And you can go by the election center, they have to put a tape
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
And you
But
can
what
see the
about,
results.
what about the early voting? Do you count,
You get a certificate
does
for those
the,
10 minutes.
do you count them and then you take them to, because it's a machine, so it just automatically counts, right?
Pro Tem, Counselor Letterman, so we'll be handling the early voting and the early absentee here at Village Hall. And the tabulators, whenever that timeline finishes, the night of the election, we'll have precinct workers here, and they'll do the final
Okay,
tabulate. They'll be doing the final closeout of the tabulators, and then all that information be sent to the county clerk's office.
early and absentee is one
Yes,
precinct board.
oh, okay. So we even have the absentees here.
that's correct.
Got it. I didn't know that. Okay,
And that all begins February the 1st.
got it.
So you get the month of February for early voting, and then March 1st, it's interesting the way it worked out, is
Yeah,
the actual
election,
election day.
yeah. Thank you.
So, thank you. And I'll stand for any
Mayor
other.
Pro Temp and councilors, that's how come Ron's been pulling his hair out, because there hasn't been clear guidance on this.
Yeah,
process.
Imagine.
And the other thing is just, you know, we have, here's the, February 1st is here already, and trying to get the election definitions, trying to get all this. You have one company that's doing the election definitions for the tabulators, for the little cartridges, and then you have another company you work on the Dominion, they do the machine, the tabulators, and then we're working with Paul Baca, of course, he's the technician, and we're waiting on, you know, once they get the definition, to get the tabulators here delivered. But it's already Tuesday, so it's pretty quick.
next Tuesday.
Right.
Yes.
No, is it 2 weeks?
Next week. Next Tuesday is February the
Next
1st.
Tuesday,
Oh,
starts with.
Yeah.
So it gets a little bit,
Oh my gosh.
you know, with timelines,
This is-
and you have to be ready to vote.
Mayor Pro Temp, councilors and Ron, you know, explain a little bit about how you handle a voter that shows up that isn't on registration.
So,
This is very,
So
big
we
change.
also have, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, we also have a little iPad that was delivered to us. So we will have same-day registration
Registration,
also.
really?
So we have to learn that process too, somebody shows up and they're not registered, we have to have them, they can register there, and then we can get all that information sent off, and then they can get registered.
So that's with all elections now. You have same-day registration.
Yes,
Wow.
On election day.
yes. And during the whole,
Sure about that.
during the absentee, also in early voting,
You'll have to take your dog with you
Timeline
to get
also.
him to vote.
Right.
and on election day.
So do you have to go to a presiding judge class?
We're gonna have a training here, the last week of February. We'll have all the precinct workers here with the presiding judges, and we'll have, AES, a company that's we're working with, and also with, Paul Baca will be here and
Yeah.
others, possibly the county clerk, and have the training, election training, just like they do for the county elections.
So Ron, if somebody's going to come in and register to vote when they're coming in to vote, what kind of documentation do they need to be able to verify that they're eligible to vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Salas, Councilor Coughlin, they'll have to have information off their either driver's license or their ID on, I haven't seen, because we didn't have the Wi-Fi working to see exactly. It's just like when you register online, it's gonna ask you that information on there, but they'll have an ID. They'll be able to just, if they wanna input it themselves, we'll allow them to do that also, or else we can help them with registering. So they're gonna have an ID with them.
So the fact they get a state-issued ID, then they can vote?
Yes, driver's
So they're not
license.
necessarily a legal citizen?
That's correct. It'll still go to the county clerk's office, and she's gonna have to make that determination once it gets to the county clerk.
But once they voted, if it's same day, once they voted and it goes to the county clerk and they said, oh, no, it's not, you can't go back in.
On
and
the
take that
election day,
vote
it's gonna take a little longer. They're not gonna be able to just register and have their voter registration at that time. It's gonna be a little lag.
So
It's
there's a
gonna be some
lag waiting for somebody's going to be
Yes.
sitting at the county clerk's office to verify them?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
That's
From my
gonna be,
understanding, it's like the provisional ballot type of process.
exactly.
Right.
Yes,
Oh,
they
okay,
can,
so they actually won't count that until
yes,
after the election, and that could
correct.
take a
Be a
week.
provisional ballot that'll come in, and we'll have to list that separate as, and see if they become registered or not, so.
On Mayor Pro Tem, as if Ron didn't have enough reason to have indigestion, if not frank ulceration of the stomach.
Is that a diagnosis?
I can see his tenseness. He called me, it was early January, I was on vacation, and he said, well, you filled out all the paperwork to have yourself registered, and you're gonna have someone come in with it, and you've allowed them to do that, but the Secretary of State has issued, or was it the state? Yeah, it was the Secretary of State has issued a new edict where you have to declare position 1, position 2, position 3, and I said, is this kind of a yoga thing? I mean, what is it exactly are we positioning ourselves for?
Downward dog.
And he wanted to know, and I said, well, can my advocate place on their position 1, position? He says, we can work that out. Then he calls me back and says, well, they've done away with that, no more positions, so.
You weren't here that day. He was going back and forth.
Oh, my
I mean,
gosh.
he was going
Well, it's
crazy.
just chaos. I mean, this is just an
Well,
idea.
Because you found out the night before.
Well, I was just reading the night before some emails and checking that out, and it didn't make sense to me, so that's where I discovered it, and I said, that doesn't make any sense.
He didn't sleep that night, and then he called me. I said, you better call AJ immediately.
Yeah.
That's not right.
And I said, can I wait till the last minute and see how everybody else?
Right. Well, I didn't know, was there an advantage? Was it a position on the ballot? I mean, I didn't really care, but it had to be on there. That was the thing, and there wasn't anything in that original paperwork that would indicate that you would declare yourself for any of those. I mean, that just kind of came de novo in like a.
It's like the school board has positions you run for a specific
Yes.
seat.
Exactly.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas, Councilor Jackson, that's what they're trying to have them, the elections the same, just like you mentioned with with school districts.
Yeah.
You can choose what precinct you want to run in. It's not by district, but it's by precinct, is what they were trying to do.
Oh, I see.
And they
And
had
it's-
elections like
We're
that.
under 10,000, so we're position at large, I mean, we're advocate at large, correct?
Right.
Oh, I see. Some are equal, but some are more equal than others. Well, that makes sense to try and make it all one, whether we're equal with Albuquerque or some other large metropolitan
Yeah.
area.
Yeah, wait till we have that gerrymandering meeting to.
We're now in
Yes,
their
but you have to
congressional
redistrict.
district.
That's right.
Well, the positions in the school board, it didn't matter where you lived, you just picked a position.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what they
So-
were trying to do with this election
Yeah.
too. That's the way the proclamation came out from the state. It listed the positions.
Right.
Which is silly, because
It doesn't matter.
if you got 3 seats open and everybody's picking 1 and 2, and then seat 3 is left vacant, so then,
Well, but you look, you wait.
yeah, but when you have 1 day to do it, I don't know. I like our system at large, just
I do too.
top 3 get in, that's
You
it.
just like running unopposed in the other ones.
Oh, the other ones were even better, yeah.
I do.
Again, I wanted to thank each and every one for the support and always and whatever the office of the clerk can do to assist, just anytime, just call, ask, or come by, or we're always there.
Thank you for your support.
Ron, you need to get different hats. One says clerk, and you put that one on when you're talking as clerk, and then deputy village manager, head custodian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Very good.
Snow removal.
Snow removal.
Snow remove,
Yeah.
ice skate
Midnight calls,
tender.
One time when we were like, the ice skate disinfectors.
We did that also.
Where'd you have algae growing over there?
No, every time you change the shoes, you know, you get.
What's that?
Oh, the spray.
Sure. Let's take a 10-minute break while Judy sets up the chairs for musical chairs.
This election hasn't been fun for Ron. Poor guidance.
Experience, I bet.
I did notice last night, TJ finally put up a sign at the corner of Paradise and Hull. I already had a sign up, she
Yeah.
put one next to mine, that's the only sign I've seen.
Yeah, she hasn't, nothing on, I haven't seen anything.
She doesn't have a Facebook account, but I've tried to look at it, so I don't know what she's, I don't know. I don't know what her deal is.
I wonder, have you been notified if there's any kind of forum?
No, the mayor's gonna do something where he's gonna interview each candidate.
Yeah, that's a good
And I said, just come up with a list of questions, and it's the same question for every person, because when he did the school board, he gave favoritism to Dave, yeah. Yeah, so, but it's just, come up with the same questions for everybody, and that's gonna be the fair way to do it all.
Yeah.
And then let people listen if they wanna listen and make a decision. But no, I'm not seeing anything out there. Hooker got a Facebook page that I think Carrie set up for him.
But then, yeah,
He hasn't done anything.
Because you do a great job. I do have all the ones that you guys work with, Mrs. Dobbs and all those different ones that have been there forever. No, they, it's been, this is the first time we've ever had where you have to go into the.
She's one of the dispatchers. She's the one that, we go to discussions on questions on
yeah,
this.
I always
You
see.
posted something about that. That's all. It's not to reach out to Corona.
I was really happy that you said something to me.
Oh, you will, but from that angle, you've got 25 feet plus whatever the angle is going that way, that's gonna be.
I mean, you have to go, it's not in front of the lens. A lens just,
And she's not even here all the time.
no,
She's
and
in
the other
cruises.
that I saw the other day.
And it's like, she knows where to get me. I met her there at the club because we were talking about the whole thing. And it's like, just ask me questions. I'll give you the answers if I know them.
And then Clark is taught, she's on a rant about the, not necessarily a rant, but she's like,
She's not in favor of the town.
Manage the election.
and Tim did,
We did
Tim
it
did
all.
a
We
nice
never
job.
even, all we ever sent them
Because it
was
was
our
another,
proclamation. That was it. They didn't have
once
anything else
she
to do with
posts
the
something,
election.
then everybody gets on, oh, how dare, you know, blah, blah, and Tim did a nice job kind of saying, look, the council already approved it, we are, I mean, we told you what we were gonna do, now it goes to P and Z.
me to, you know, but Leon, one of our dispatchers, just started going, this is stupid, we're wasting all this money, it's not even gonna reach all the Corona and Capitol. It doesn't have to, and well, that's what he said. And she just like, county just manage all those elections. That's what I wanted to say. It's just like, the dispatchers, just Ritos guys now. There has been some very low-level discussions with the sheriff's department. Waiting for just to go and talk about issues. And one dispatcher in the entire county. If we do go to that, we're gonna need repeaters.
Some applications have been out already for voters that are like in the military. I'm already getting those out already and.
I mean, he's very forceful, he's very, and, you know, I told him, he said, well, y'all need to do it. And I said, well, we love when we work these things.
Really good help.
And he kind of looked at me like, okay. You know, and then he went on.
Tried just on different things, you know, and then she was home sick 1 week and we're trying to get our stuff and but she called me back. There's a lot to it, man, and I don't like to.
Because
Don't ever want to do something. There's no mistakes on it.
couldn't find, said, I nominate Chief Travis. And I said, I nominate Chief Travis for chairman and the co-chairman is Chief Scott. And everybody, okay, that's fine. Chief Scott.
Those definitions I mentioned is.
But it needs to be us. Yes, absolutely. So, but I know when
Mike is a politician, but he's definitely playing into his space.
well,
Maybe a politician, he's not a diplomat.
It's been a long time since I've done an election, so that's why I really read all that. I mean, I read it all.
well, when,
There's a lot to it. I just don't want to be the one to say, hey, that didn't happen or whatever.
I was all, hello. That's what I
Let the,
I need you to come in. Back me up.
Here's the thing with the election calendar, they give us a follow the Bible, last day to register.
And you guys,
So that's, they come with someone, nope, they can't register anymore, that's done. Candidate who had to be registered before December 1st, or else they weren't eligible to run. And then anybody else had a date there,
at one level, it makes sense to have one.
It does, but
The mountains,
it's so forceful. I'm kind of worried about it. That's how you get.
it makes it just make that much more, you know, provisional is all you could do. Right, they're just trying to mirror that. Are you going to Santa Fe, John?
no. I won't be going in since I was leaving. It didn't make sense to spend that money sending me there.
Are you going to Santa Fe?
No.
I'll be here. I have to stay with you.
No, tomorrow I have a doctor's appointment at 11:15 and I'm hoping to set an appointment for surgery. Jerry, I made a call down to Gerald Champion, the CEO, explain my situation, give him my doctor's name. He said he needs to give in. So they're looking, according to what Gary said, they're going to make an exception for me.
This will be easier.
So I'm hoping next week that's what I'm going to be busy doing.
It's knowing the right people.
I didn't even ask him. He just called me. He's like, we're going, holy cow, thank you. Yeah, just sitting in this chair just kills me. I went home last night and I went straight to bed. You know, laying in bed is the best
going back to like, Rodney and all his good, stuff, all his infrastructure, and then clerks, it's totally, it's like boring compared to, that's the only thing ours is, what's the term?
It's not sexy.
Yeah. I was gonna say that, I thought I was gonna.
But it's, you have to, it's, yeah, because they can get away with some stuff that you can't. Yours has to be exact.
No, ours is vital and has to be precise.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing it, that's.
Man, I never would have thought, just sitting, just pressure up, it's just.
Well, I'm just new because I just started doing shows on my own. I started.
Get some coffee, John.
This was still happening, and so I had to go out and find companies that take on my shows. And so I found companies that I was established great relationships with. During that whole time, I was trying to figure out like, how do you call I didn't go to YouTube is what I said. So I have all these different analyses like, oh, you better start taking out 30% of it or everything. Sounds like every time I did it is till March, that would be the earliest.
Yeah, I have.
Well, I have a house. I mean, I have the house here. I have other business. I thought it was. Oh, yeah, I have good business. This is good season. As a contractor, the greatest thing is it's a broker business to contractor. So the contractor takes they pay me percentage, and so I make, they're getting the hit. So you're just basically working on. Yeah, well, it's actually better, because what she works.
On all these new cannabis businesses, do they have to have a state license before they come to us, or do they have to have us before they go to the state?
I think they get a state license prior to, so they already have their license and they come over here and
Oh, okay, because I thought the state was wanting locations and everything.
I think what they're wanting, I think what Tim and Samantha were saying is, it should be where they should get a business license first before they.
Anybody wants some?
Yeah, I didn't know how that worked.
And I think they're
I've got somebody that keeps calling me, expects me to know all this
There's
stuff.
a new one there by Verizon. Have you seen that? It's called Swap or Swan or something like that. You seen that? SWO. Where Verizon's at. There's a sign that I think it's a pot place too.
Huh, well, it shouldn't be open yet.
No, they just had coming soon. But there's a
okay.
SW. I don't know if it's there's a initials of WOS or something like that.
Okay.
That way if there's any questions
Sure, it's gonna be interesting.
There's a lot more things popping up. Even to say there's a lot of them. There's one there next to.
So I'll probably need help on IT and billing. Okay. And he wants us to just read across and just stay. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, moving on. We're with the finance department.
Yes.
Miss
thank you, Mayor
Judy
Pro
and
Tem.
crew.
Counselors, we are the finance department, but within the finance department today, you'll be hearing presentations from not only IT, but utility billing, capital projects, and purchasing. So we'll start with finance and then go through each one. But overall, the purpose statement for finance is the mission of the finance department is to deliver timely and accurate financial reporting and provide oversight and support to village departments. Let's go to the org chart. So currently, under me is Karen Gutierrez, who's the Assistant Finance Director and Capital Projects Manager, and then we have a Utility Billing Supervisor, Toy Chavez, and then Robin Parks is our Staff Accountant. She oversees the 2 staff accountant positions, and the IT support technician, Jeff Ferguson. Toy manages Trina, who's a utility clerk. And then under capital projects, we have the project manager, Zeke Greer, and purchasing agent, Myrna Polindo, and then the capital project coordinator, Courtney Bennett. And as you know, sometimes Courtney actually works with the clerk's department, so
Right.
to utilize her there too. So right now, we don't have, the only staff accountant position that is vacant right now is the one that Stephanie used to be in. So pretty soon we'll get that together and get it filled.
And so Myrna is still the purchasing agent?
Right now, we're currently advertising.
Okay, that's what I thought.
She will slide over either to my vacant position, or we might have a potential retirement in our department. We're not sure yet during the year, so we might do a little reorganization with that.
Oh, okay.
So currently, our first goal is.
Judy, if I may interrupt for a minute, Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes,
Counselor.
sir.
Judy, can you talk a little bit more about our strategies with purchasing and,
Sure.
because really, with all the activity we're having going on, we really want to try to attract somebody and recruit somebody that has those skills already. But in addition to that, go ahead and present how we've been approaching some of the purchasing.
So as you know, before we started blooming, Sid and Billy were in the department, and we weren't putting out very many RFPs, maybe 10, between RFPs and IFBs, maybe 10 to 15. But as we started picking up speed and getting a lot of grants, and our directors were doing a very good job on going and getting out money, so that started an influx in available funds for projects that the village had. And as we started going, it was steamrolling that we didn't have enough people in order to get the purchasing procurements out in time, because by the time you set the date and go through all the management of the RFP, advertise it, and then all of the time the vendors or the potential offers are emailing you questions, and you have 2 or 3 procurements going on. Sometimes the skill levels of who we had in those positions was not where it needed to be. A lot of the people that have been in that purchasing agent position only had experience from what we did, and some of them had no experience, so it was kind of like on-the-job training. And as we get more and more money coming in, and now with the potential projects with all the ARA money, we really need somebody who was at another government agency, who was putting out RFPs. They knew what kind of scopes are, where to attract additional bidders, where to take that from going from the inception of the idea to work it through the scope of work, to get it advertised, and finally through completion and through a contract. We want to get somebody who's has some government experience, but as you know, it's hard to attract those people. So
Right.
we have been trying to take more advanced procurement classes, because that is not my forte. And Karen has been taking additional procurement classes. So we have met somebody, Tammy Briscoe. She was the purchasing agent for the Chavez County there in Roswell. She had recently retired a year ago, and she was one of the instructors that was doing a lot of the advanced procurement trainings through New Mexico Edge, which we were all taking. She's been in procurement for years. So she actually started when she retired as an independent contractor who actually has a business handling procurements. So we have contracted with her, and so what we'll do is we'll give her a scope of work. She works with a similar format of RFP and IFB that we were using, because we just use the state template that they give us. And she will actually be taking our RFPs and actually putting them out so that it can relieve some of the pressure off of us, so that we can get the procurements in and out, because that's her forte, and she probably has a better streamlined service of how she can get those out for us. So we have contracted to her. We're trying to give her the fiber RFP that we're proposing, the streets, they're Striper, and one more.
I just sent her the master plan the sewer, the solid waste part of the master plan.
So those RFPs are already currently being out, and then we're developing the other ones that are coming through in-house. So we're gonna try to use her and her expertise as much as we can to try to get those procurements out for the directors in order to streamline the process so that the timeline when they come to us, that they need a RFP, and the time we can award it shrinks. But as you see in that presentation, we do actually need additional personnel in that department because Karen trying to jump from both capital projects and purchasing and the amount that we anticipate that we're gonna get with the monies, it's gonna be a lot.
Yeah.
So,
What is the cost for that service on her contract? Is it a monthly fee or?
No, she is planning to bill by the hour. It's a $65 an hour rate.
Okay.
$65 an hour rate, and she'll bill as like a task order. So since we've given her the fiber and then now the master
Right.
plan, she'll bill accordingly.
and then we can probably get an idea of what an average RFP or IFB costs us, and then maybe we can renegotiate with her or something.
And that, you answer my question, so it's just those two specific tasks of an IFB or a RFP? Just that.
IFB, RFP, and then actual review of our procurement policy as we need to bring that
Oh,
to
okay.
council every year for.
We've needed that.
Requirements. So she's gonna also take care of that as well.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Counselors, a good deal of her reviewing our procurement policy is that because we were mirroring a lot off the state, but a lot of times the state isn't what works for us, but we have to kind of mirror it. So having a new set of eyes whose career has been in procurement and where she knows the ins and outs and the problems with procurement, she could actually advise us on how to change our policy to streamline it for our department directors so that we can take down the time time it takes to get those RFPs out and just to make it easier for everybody. So we're kind of happy that she's coming on.
Do we still have to get 3 quotes for anything over $10?
10,000.
10,000. Back in my day, it was just anything over $10, we had to get 3
Well,
quotes.
prior to Tim, we were doing everything over 5,000, and it was really tying the department director's hands because
Yeah.
as prices and inflation increases, man, they were trying to get 3 quotes. And, you know, some businesses will give you a quote right away, and some people will say, oh, yeah, whatever, and they'll just leave them hanging. And so then, you know, you're almost doing a quote for every single purchase that you do. So
Right.
So the limit increase to 10,000 has really helped. So a lot of our people that give us quotes are more active now, so they have been able to get the 3 quotes pretty quickly and stuff, so.
Now, going into, I mean, this might be off track here, but in our purchasing with using our local vendors, we still have to get 3 vendors, or they just go directly?
Anything under 10,000,
They could just go
straight.
directly and, you know, like
We
the paint
encourage
and
them,
stuff.
if they know it's a part that they could get maybe somewhere cheaper, locally, then we ask them to call both places maybe, but most of the, anything under 10,000 is locally bought.
Because that's what we always encourage, is using our local vendors, you know, for paint, because, yeah, you know, everybody always ran to Walmart because that was the cheapest, and they knew that they would get it there, and they said, no, we gotta use our vendors here in town.
They do purchase from Village Ace Hardware a lot, O'Reilly's, all of the local.
And our fleet servicing oil changes and stuff, like the police cars and stuff, they go Western Auto.
Western Auto, Mayor Pro Tem, we use almost all of the different vendors between Biggo, Western Auto, Chewy's,
Mountain Auto.
Mountain Auto,
Okay, so that's my point, I
Actually, we
guess,
hit
as long as
almost all
we're
of the
using
vendors.
local
Yeah,
vendors.
I
Yes.
see our vehicles pretty much everywhere.
it's not just one, we use almost all of them.
Okay, good,
It's spread around town.
okay,
Even for all the different parts and paint and.
right.
So
Well, good.
Yeah, different departments like different vendors, so, every week we are sending checks out the door.
And that answered a question I was bringing up later. Are we doing weekly checks or making payments?
So, the only time that we usually do a big run, but sometimes, as COVID had hit some of us, in some of the departments, we still were able to get a weekly check run, but it might have not been everything. It was everything that was due within that next week.
Right.
So that we made sure that our vendors weren't waiting on us to get back from, getting back to having a full staff. So, that is our goal, is to keep on a weekly check run.
Good, thank you.
On that point, you know, if there's a vendor that expresses that they need their money later, we make arrangements
Yes,
for
we
that
do.
as well.
I have a question.
Sure.
I know I've been told before, what's the difference between an RFP and an IFP?
So our request for proposal doesn't have anything to do with cost. It's based on the service and what we're looking for. Maybe it might be your years of service. It could be the types of projects that you've had. It's all based on your professional experience.
Okay,
And so we give you a rating based on each area. And then after you're awarded, then we'll talk price. An IFB is an invitation to bid, and that's all based on price. However, we do give you a certain scope that says we want a widget, and it needs to be yellow, and it has to have a big R on the middle of it.
got it. Thank you, that was excellent.
Normally a difference between purchase of a professional service as opposed to products.
Got it, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, so in finance, our first issue of concern was to conduct a comprehensive financial planning process and write a comprehensive financial plan. And this is a continuation, is to prepare a CAFR. We're going to take the annual financial report of the village and extend it to a comprehensive annual financial report. We needed to add a transmittal letter, a statistical section, and some additional schedules. The CAFR looks at a 10-year history, and I have collected the 10-year history. Let me go on. I'm the one who's gonna do, the transition, and I just need time to visit with the county, our auditor, and our financial advisor to complete the analytical section. And the costs are gonna be minor, and I might have to engage our auditor to help me with the final accumulation of how all the schedules go together, and to double check that I'm actually, compiling my numbers in accordance with the Government Finance Officers Association. So we have started it last year, and it will keep on going until I collect all the information. So I've been reviewing the checklist for preparing the CAFR from the GFOA and determined the sections that were lacking in our current audit report. As I said before, we have our 10-year history that I have compiled. Now I need to just expand it to some property values and our highest, I think it's our 5 highest property taxpayers, so I'll have to contact Lincoln County to get that kind of information. And it's a look back period from the current year and then 10 years back. So, and if I can't get it from there, then I'll have to look at other areas. And our auditor, Chris Garner with Patillo, Brown and Hill, has said he has been, in the past, has a lot of experience from taking a regular audit report into a CAFR, and he says it shouldn't take us very long to get that. So hopefully, fiscal year 22 will be it.
good.
And so,
But that's something that every year you've got to keep updating, because you got to drop off one year and then add another year into it.
yes,
Joy.
yeah, so, and sometimes they change the formats, so you just have to keep up on everything. But that is my first goal, and that, I really want to see that happen in the next couple of years, because that has been a goal since I got here. And it's taken that long for me just to get the information and compiling everything, so. Our next, did you have any questions on that?
No.
Okay. Our next one is to conduct a comprehensive financial.
It should be ops manual, yeah.
Okay, financial planning process and write a comprehensive financial plan. We're developing our operating manuals that can be given to departments with screenshots and explanation on how to process tasks within Tyler and Codex. Myself and Robin have been responsible for this. It just is a matter of employee time, and we started it last year, and we have seen a lot of progress on this. We have completed several areas: budget input, budget reports, general ledger inquiry, purchase requisitions, and budget adjustments. We need to just update our screenshots and gather it into one single PDF. In addition, this past year, Karen, staff, and Robin have actually gone and did Zoom trainings with a lot of the admin people, because you know it has changed so much within the last 3 years. There's a lot of new people in our organization. So we have been doing Zoom trainings with those new people on how to do requisitions. People that are in manager positions, we've showed them how to approve requisitions, what they're looking for, a little bit about how the budget works. And on the admin people, we're telling them how to research within Encode on how to find information, like whether your check was sent to your vendor, even though he's calling and saying, I haven't got my check. We've showed them how to do that. We've looked at how to better budgets and how to better input what exactly we're buying. A lot of times people would put office supplies and we could never figure out whether they were buying pens, printers, or anything. So now everybody's itemizing purchase orders, and it's making it a lot easier for us when we're looking at those purchase requisitions, that we're seeing that they're buying items and that they're actually putting it in the right account, because a lot of times people were just putting office supplies wherever they had money, so they could have been office supplies in travel or somewhere. So now they're streamlining to where when I look at an account that says office supplies, it actually is office supplies and not maintenance on a tractor or anything like that. So people are really doing their best to manage their budgets and to make sure that they're buying out of the correct line items and stuff, so.
Good.
So the next goal is to conduct a comprehensive financial planning process and write a comprehensive financial plan. So in comprehensive financial planning, we're going to try to help the development of a cost of service rate for departments and assist finance developing the 5 and 10-year plans to ensure adequate funding not only for capital projects but for required levels of service for events. I'm the responsible party, and I'll have to probably contract with our financial advisor, our engineers and planners, in order to develop a 5 and 10-year plan, especially now that we're asking for the bigger amounts of money. I need to figure out how we're going to pay for the Grindstone master plan. As you know, Rodney said it was $20 million, and that's a lot of money.
Right.
And I need to develop some kind of way how we're going to accomplish that. I think we can accomplish that. There's a lot of different funding sources and different things like that, but I just need to get my head around and actually talk to some people that have done this and try to develop a plan for us. It's nice. I know all our history. When I started out here in 2014 till now, we've grown so much, and I've gotten a knack on that, but I need to take my head out of just doing the day-to-day journal entries and the cash receipting and the budgeting, and I need to start looking forward at the bigger picture so I can get, so I can help our departments achieve all their goals. So that's what my next.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, sir.
Counselor, some of the discussions that I've had with Judy, as we work through the master plans for the various enterprises, the water, solid waste, everything that Eric is putting under contract now. Basically what they're doing is they're going through and they're going to be looking at creating that facilities master plan. And in that master plan, they look at your current operations, and then they make some assumptions on capital investment that needs to occur. Operation, maintenance, repair, and replacement are all factored into that, and then they build the rate study is built on that. So, what I'm suggesting, Judy, and what we've talked about is that there's already a methodology in place of how you run those enterprises to make sure that you're not experiencing deferred maintenance and that you have future growth opportunity within those departments. We just need to take that same methodology and apply it to each one of the departments as if it was an enterprise. And you look at those capital investments long-term, and then it covers the repair and replacement. So the model's already there. We just need to uniformly apply it to every single department that we're running.
Right,
Mayor Pro Tem.
yes.
Manager Dodge, would it help for Judy's finance department to have that extra person so that Judy could, I mean, she's got some big goals here to work on. Would it help her to maybe complete some of her goals if she had another person to do those entry type things? I mean, are you inundated with that kind of stuff instead of really what you need to be focused on?
Right now with the way I'm staff, I could be, but as I said, we're in a little bit of a transition between wondering if the person will retire, when they're gonna retire. So
Okay.
I'm kind of stuck in a little place, but, as we progress, we're starting to show our other staff accountant, Halen, a lot of the day-to-day stuff that I do,
Okay.
easier stuff that I can check on a bigger scale. And so
Okay.
what she's been doing, she's actually been taking a lot of classes through New Mexico Edge to become familiar with budgets, how a government works and different things. She has a lot of experience from ENMU and how they do it, and we're sort of similar, but not exactly the
Right.
same. So she has been really excited to learn some new things, and like one example is the day-to-day, the bank reconciliation.
Yep.
So we gave her access to our printing a report off the bank statement, and now she's going in and actually doing January's reconciliation with no prior experience. So she's learning, and as she becomes more confident, she's actually also approving a lot of the budgeted adjustments that I need to be done. She's learning how to input them so that between her and Robin, they can get that done. I can just hand it off. So we're trying to work through that way.
Got
And
it.
so as soon as, it just takes time.
I know.
What was that comment that the mayor made about around your elbow or whatever?
Yeah.
But the answer is yes. You know, we need to continue working and developing staff. And you know, when you look at the goals of the finance department, we're really talking about getting to a different level.
Right.
When you look at other municipalities that are even much larger than us, they're not processing nowhere near as many grants or projects and even cash that we are. You know, the receipts coming in. So, you know, we have internal discussions that we want to move to the next level of professionalism, and that's going to take investment, you know, and we have to, the departments that are coming up right now that are presenting are more of an internal service to the whole organization that
Right.
support all the other departments. So, you know, this is going to be transitioning more for Judy out of accounting and more into financial management. And that's kind of the strategy, but she does need the accounting staff to help her to get there. And then the procedures, you know, some of this stuff, you know, that we're talking about, when we talk about a comprehensive financial plan, there isn't any municipality in the state that's really doing it the way that we are. We're kind of setting the pace. You know, normally it's just, you know, an accounting-based system, and they look at what capital projects that they can bring in and whatever money could come down. What we're talking about is doing financial planning on a proactive basis as compared to a reactive. So,
Right. That makes sense. It's
Thank
very
you.
good. But it is a lot of work piled on you, and so,
But you know what, with the transition, with everybody moving here, it has
Right.
helped a lot. It has
good.
dramatically increased our productivity, because now I can go to Karen and say, hey, are you busy? Can you do this for me? Or they come and say, I can't do this, can you do this? And instead of it, you know, calling somebody and it getting lost within the shuffle,
Yeah.
we're actually being more proactive in getting things done. So the Village Hall remodel has been a helping to us, so
Yes.
thank you very
Right.
much for allocating the money.
Well, that was the
Yes.
reason why. I mean, you know, everybody under the same roof, and that way that communication is constant.
It wasn't
and-
pretty for a little bit.
No,
I think they still want to relocate me and Ron down to the,
We want to open that back door.
Be honest, you were cussing for a while.
We need their office.
Well,
Any-
and especially those projects or those requests we were talking about yesterday, if we start getting all that kind of money in, definitely your department's gonna need to be boosted up.
Oh, yes. I mean,
But it sounds like you've got a great staff.
Yes, and everybody in the village is always willing to help, whether it's in their job duties or not. You ask somebody, can you help me stuff envelopes? Oh, yeah, let me help you. Or, hey, can you help me do this budget and stuff? So everybody's helpful, so it works a lot better than a lot of other organizations. You hear the horror stories and stuff, so.
any more questions on the finance part? Let's move on to information technology.
So the purpose statement for information technology will provide timely and effective technology support to village departments. And we're just gonna use the same organizational chart. In our IT, one of the questions that had came up during, was it Rodney's or somebody's presentation? You all wanted some information on protection from fraud and cyber attacks. So Robin did contact Leor with Systems MD, so.
Yes, and we constantly, I don't know if you noticed, one of the things in your emails right now that you get, if there's a link in there, you'll see a really long link before you click on it. That was built in by Systems MD because that's part of the filter that they have built in to any email that comes in saying, we've already checked out this link. And that's one of the reasons you don't see just to a certain bank or something, it says something Edge on it, and that's already a filter right there from Systems MD on their filtering. They have done a lot of things, and if you have other questions, we actually can get Leor available on the phone. But it's not a goal, some of the things that we do in IT. It's part of the day-to-day operations on the backup, the cybersecurity, and everything else. That's just a day-to-day operations thing that we try and do to prevent. We still, every once in a while, get an odd email that comes through, and people will call me right away. I don't understand this email, and I certainly don't either. My first response is send it to Systems MD. Because they can look, they can see where the address came from, and then they can also go in and block it from the server from coming through again.
So we have a lot of, they have beefed up our firewall, which is kind of the first line protection of stuff coming in. So they beefed up our firewall, so anything that comes in kind of crazy, or they have certain sites that are already identified as potential hacks and stuff. So that firewall is checking everything that's coming in so that all our information is protected, so.
So how do you forward an email to Systems MD? Because I thought you had to open an email in order to forward it.
Actually, if you have one that you don't know about, you can actually hover over the email, right-click on it, and hit forward without even opening it. And so, and if you have any questions, you can give me a call and I can walk you through it. And I'm happy to do so. I've got my cell phone number available anytime you need me, that I will answer and get it to you so that I can walk you through it. It's not a problem. And they're very happy. Their support technicians, just don't open it. The main thing is, if you do open it, don't click on anything inside of it. Yeah. Because that's what generates the biggest issue. It's when you start clicking on the links. We had, the one problem we really had one time was when someone clicked on a link and it says, are you sure you want to click on this link? We think it's a bad link. And the person clicked on the link. They said, we don't want you to click on this link. And then they clicked on the link again. This is a bad link. Please don't. I mean, it actually warned the person 3 times, and they clicked on the link 3 times, and we actually lost 5 computers. I mean, so
the bottom line is that we've been telling all our employees that if they don't recognize somebody emailing them, don't open it up and just send it to Systems MD. It's better to be safe than sorry. So.
But it is nice to know that, because I just get rid of it. If I don't know what, I just get
And
rid
that's,
of it.
and that's fine too. You can just do that, but it's nice to go ahead and send it to them
Yeah.
because they'll check it out. I've had emails that I've even requested that I forgot I did because it came in 2 or 3 days later. And they're like, well, Robin, you requested this and this is this. And they're like, and I'm like, oh, yeah. So, but, you know, they will tell you what it is. If there's certain things that you need from the cloud, but you're not sure it's actually what you want, because you want to sample some sort of program or something, they can tell you if it's a good link or a bad link, the whole thing. It's amazing out there what they can tell you about a link. And so, and they have, information, there's some really good classes that they've done at ENMU or from Socorro when they brought those folks over that will tell you, if you hover over a link, what all you can see in it, so you know where it comes from. And so,
And we probably need to do, now that's coming up, we probably just need to educate all our employees, because I know more people are getting on our emails and stuff, and we probably just need to do a little short Zoom link and stuff. So we'll put that down on
Right.
our list to do some things, hover over and set forward and stuff, but.
Mayor Pro Tem, Robin, I had a question. This came up with some discussion earlier under community development. The question was, is CityWorks under the umbrella of WebMD? And no,
WebMD or Systems MD?
or Systems ND?
Systems MD has been working with CityWorks and Planning and Zoning to resolve issues that have been going on. And I've been monitoring the situation, and I haven't been too in-depth involved with it. But yes, Systems MD has been assisting in trying to resolve issues that they have been encountering with the implementation of CityWorks.
Well, the other question I had too was, it's a segue actually to what you were just discussing. The idea is to become more open to web access and even so that permits on-site can be done electronically, et cetera. And my only question was, are they also involved with that second step where you wouldn't be coming in to do your permits, you'd be actually doing them online? Why?
So that part is part of the CityWorks program, and Systems MD does the support for the software as it goes through our servers.
Right.
And so they don't do any of the implementation of what the CityWorks program does.
It has the protection against malware and the rest.
Yes,
That's where I'm
yes,
going with
they
this.
prevent any malware coming in through our systems, but everything with CityWorks had been hosted in the cloud, but we recently were doing some transitions, so I'm not exactly for sure what all is going on, if what we're gonna be hosting on our servers or not.
But we'll find out
Right.
exactly how it's going to be implemented, and we'll let you know.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine. It was just kind of a heads up in something new and innovative they were doing, and they weren't clear what the protections were. We knew the SCADA system worked totally separate and apart from any intrusion into your
Right, right.
your IT systems, your in-house IT system. So, thank you.
Mayor,
Well, I just checked, I don't have their address.
I will send it to you. I'll send a text to all of you so you have it.
All right,
That's the
thank you.
easiest way.
Good.
Okay.
Mayor,
Hold on.
Gary brought up the SCADA. You guys don't have anything to do with that, is that right?
No. That
You need
is
to
it.
have something to do with that.
Oh, we do?
No, somebody does.
So Systems MD has worked a little bit with some of the SCADA on making sure some of the security settings are down at the water plants and at the wastewater treatment plant. They monitor some of the incoming and outgoing signals, and I'm not exactly for sure what all they do there, but they have worked with them, so.
To give you a clue, when I first asked about SCADA security, I was told, yeah, we keep a lock on the box where it is.
That was the extent of it.
That doesn't count, I'm sorry.
No,
But
no.
Manager Dodge.
Mayor Pro Tem Counselor, any other software that does have interaction with our servers? You know, the Systems MD is involved with making sure that there's security in place for those type of things. So, you know, even though it's hosted on the web, or if it's hosted, you know, in other places, we still consult with them.
But John brings up a good point, because wasn't that just a couple of years ago or a year ago, that Texas town, that's how they got sabotaged in
Yeah,
their treatment plant?
Florida
man.
did too.
Florida,
recently.
that they just monkeyed with the chemical things
Dumped in a
and
bunch of
stuff.
chlorine,
And
didn't they?
Yeah, something.
so,
Luckily, they caught it, but my son says theirs is security by obscurity. They just have the phones, which is better than being on the internet. But if you lose a phone or somebody has access to it, it sure can mess you up.
Judy?
Okay, so, our first IT goal is, an RFP for the fiber to the homes. The goal is to develop the scope of work to get fiber from main lines to homes. It's gonna be a combination of purchasing, finance, and IT, our employee time. And we actually, Manager Dodge, has actually had some past experience with a contractor. His name is Herman Baca, who has developed, internet broadband systems. So we have contracted with him on a small, service agreement. And he is actually working with us to develop the RFP. We are trying to get the RFP out, advertised today. We're finalizing some information, and so hopefully, within today, it'll be legally advertised and then out to the public by this week. We have reviewed scopes of work, to determine what our needs are, and, we did have the conference call with Cobb Finley, a company that had expertise in building fiber build-outs. And as our questions were answered, the scope of work was being developed with work from with Herman. And it's going to purchasing for procurement. This is one of the ones that we're gonna outsource to, Tammy Briscoe. And once cost is determined, the presentation to council will be made and a budget will have to be allocated at that time. And then once the procurement's approved, we'll sign a contract to, for the build-out.
Mayor Pro Tem, Judy, is that a 1 month or a 1 year goal?
Oh, it was supposed to be 23.
Okay.
There.
Mayor Pro Tem?
yes.
Tim, is this, I was in that, one of the meetings with you with Windstream, is this to keep us legal, or is this looking for somebody different?
Mayor Pro Temp, counselors, this is as a result of the meeting that we had with Windstream. Windstream was coming in and, they were selling us on an opportunity to get, become a 1 gig community. They're talking about building out the last mile of fiber to all residents, and they were proposing that we use ARA funds to grant to them. And we said, okay, wait a minute, we need to take a step back, and with the ARA funds that have came down, we have approximately $1 million that's already been distributed to us, and then we're going to be receiving an additional $1 million. They were requesting, because it's called out in the original appropriation, that fiber was one of the projects that you could fund. It was an eligible expenditure, but we hadn't received the final rule. And as you recall, when we met with them, I was kind of cautious and saying, we need to do our due diligence and whatnot. And so when you look at the federal funds aren't subjected to the state constitutional acts of anti-donation. So there are direct grants that can go from the ARA funds to different providers or people that we're going through. It's a different procurement procedure. So with that said, I think, that provider was coming to us, wanted to do a direct grant. And I said, wait a minute, we need to make sure that we're receiving something tangible. We need to educate ourselves. In addition to that, we need to wait till the final rule comes out. So last week, we actually received the final rule. And when you look under the section for fiber, it has certain reliabilities that you have to meet. There's 3 different requirements. 2 of them are based on reliability and building out that last mile. But then the last requirement that's built into it, and that's what we've been waiting for, is to make sure that disadvantaged populations are being served, and that you're providing some type of affordable, reliable service to disadvantaged populations. And when they talk about the definition, and that's one of the things I've been trying to figure out for quite some time. You heard me talking about it when we were speaking of the housing projects who are coming up. What is that definition of disadvantage? So they actually, in this final rule, they identify it as 300% of the poverty level or 40 to 60% of low to moderate. And with that, both of those two indicators, those demographic identities come out to right about 43,000 per three-family household. So, we have the definition of that now. So in the RFP, whoever responds to that RFP is going to have to be able to demonstrate how they are going to provide affordable, reliable fiber to disadvantaged populations within our community.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Manager Dodge, it seemed in that meeting also it was a little unclear, at least to me sitting there, just how much fiber was available in the village that we didn't know about, that had been laid down before, and where that dollar sum was actually going to go and for what.
Yes, and Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor, to that point, the other thing is we have to be able to demonstrate that the fiber that we are going to be participating with has not been previously subsidized with federal funds. So, that's the other thing that they need to demonstrate. And that's why we reached out to this telecommunication engineer that I knew to help guide us through that, because it's kind of above our head. I'm not an expert in that area by no means.
So this would only go to those disadvantaged people or to?
No, it just, we just have to be able to demonstrate that the disadvantaged population within our community is being served.
Is being served. Okay.
Yes.
So then this is talking about, when we're saying about getting fiber from the main line to homes, are we talking about getting it all the way to the router in somebody's house?
It's my
Or
understanding.
are we talking about getting it to the nearest service pole, underground connection, wherever in residential areas?
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor, that's one of the technicalities that we're asking the consultant to help us identify, because it's not clear. My understanding is it's from the current trunk line to the property line. And it's just like much with our properties, there's one company that we deal with getting it to the property line, and then the other global, whatever, Kinetic or one of those two groups, one of the groups gets it to the property line, and then the other gets it to inside the home.
Inside the home.
How will the customer know, though? How would Susan know how to go about getting that?
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor, that's what the company would have to sell. We're going to make sure that it's built, that last mile is built out to every resident in the village of Ruidoso. And then that company would have to be able to demonstrate how they're going to go and market that to the individuals. In the meeting that we had, Windstream did express that there wasn't going to be any rate increases on the current services that they provide, that it would look similar to what it was. And that's what kind of made me a little bit nervous, is we weren't sure of the final rule. It's just like anything that we procure, we have to have something tangible that we're receiving in consideration for the dollars we're granting.
I think, I kind of got the impression, the same as you, it's going to be in the street. But that's the same as most of your utilities. Your water's in the street. It's your deal to get it in the house.
That's true.
So,
Although if you go and contract, say with Windstream, you don't have internet, they're going to bring the line to your house. But 99% probability right now is what's coming into your house is copper. So if you're going from fiber to copper, it's a roadblock. You're not going to enjoy the full bandwidth and the speed that fiber offers.
So Mayor Pro Tem, answering your question, this RFP is a result of that conversation, in addition to the additional monies that are coming down from the state and federal government. But, we are very close to hashing out those, all those questions, and we're going to, we didn't want to make sure, there's 3 providers in the area, and we want to make sure that it's an open, competitive process. We know that one of the providers has more infrastructure than the other, but we want to make sure that everybody's given an opportunity.
last time put that out, one of them said, we're not interested.
That's
Is that
correct.
still the case, or do you know?
Once we do put the package out, then they'll start pulling down the package, and we'll know the answer to that question.
Well, and then we need to, in my opinion, we need to have minimum levels of service guarantee in there. Because right now, the way they market, I'm getting 2 megs at my house and I'm supposed to get up to 40. So they say you're supposed to get up to 40. Well, I'm getting 2.
Yeah.
It's faster for me to turn my Wi-Fi off and just go over my 5G on my phone than it is to connect to the Wi-Fi. So we need to make sure that there's minimum levels guaranteed of service. Because otherwise, that's their out, is they say, well, you'll get up to.
If everybody else is asleep.
Well, it doesn't matter what time of day. I've never gotten that. For $60-some a month.
Yeah.
I'm about to give myself a pay raise.
There you go. Okay, moving on.
Goal number 2 is the evaluation of the phone system. As village locations are connected to fiber, evaluation of the phone system will be needed to decrease drop times. The responsible party would be IT, systems MD, and staff accountant 2. And this is just employee time. When the fiber build out to village locations is completed, an evaluation of how our current voice over internet provider will have to be evaluated. Our vendor, Rural Time Networks, believes it will work, but there may be a better phone system that works with fiber. The goal is to decrease the number of times our phone system goes down. Our current phone system was purchased in February of 2013. So we're going to try to have a conversation between village staff and Rural Time Networks to determine the best option for us. And based on options, a recommendation will be made to council. So as you know, a lot of times we have issues with our phones going down, and constituents can't get to us. So we're hoping that with fiber, we can get a better system and decrease the number of times that we're down.
Yeah, that's got to be very frustrating.
And sometimes we don't even know about it because, we're not receiving calls until somebody calls on a cell phone and says, hey, your phones are down. So we need to improve that.
It just seems pretty quiet for a little bit.
And we're like, where's everybody at? So, the third goal is to establish public Wi-Fi areas, explore potential areas as available for public Wi-Fi once connected to fiber. IT and staff accountant 2, employee time. As the fiber project along Midtown is complete, meet with Parks and Rec and Tourism and Lodgers Tax to get comment on where we could put potential Wi-Fi areas. With the potential areas, we could meet with Windstream and or Verizon on possible purchase of a cell on wheels to determine if areas are feasible and to estimate the cost. The cell on wheels is actually a portable tower that we could use on events. And so where events were happening, you could move it to that area and your cell phone reception is dramatically improved. So when we're running the credit card machines or maybe ATMs, or as they start expanding the number of events that we're having all over Ruidoso, we could actually take that cell on wheel, the cow, and you would move it along to increase the connectivity and stuff. So
That'd be perfect.
when we looked at it in my past life, years ago, it was 100,000 for one of those. I'm sure it's a lot more. So we would like to explore that just to help
That's a nice idea.
some vendors maybe wanting to come and
Because isn't Wingfield going off of the annex Wi-Fi? For some reason, I thought they had access there.
we did have access. They tried it with the drone show, and we do have handheld credit card machines, but it wasn't very good. We had some issues where credit cards were getting stalled up just because the connectivity. And I think with everybody being out there, it just kind of drops
Yep.
the megs and all that,
Right.
whatever that is. So we're thinking that as we progress more into an event promoter or event situation where we're having events all the time, it might be a benefit to us.
Right, I
You can
agree.
always tell, like a big weekend, that the credit card, all the machines
Yes.
throughout town they just kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, they really do, Bog.
So they use something like that during big emergencies, incident command, they roll
Yes.
out there, they've got the trailer, they pull out there and does all that. So since we're speaking about public Wi-Fi, and I know it's establishing, what happened to the public Wi-Fi here in the building?
Counselor, Mayor Pro Tem, the public Wi-Fi here in the building, we had hooked up during the remodel, the spots that we had around were taken down, and we've ordered new ones. In fact, I need to get, I've just been in contact with Systems MD, and we're gonna get that scheduled to get new ones installed. And so I've just got to get with them right now. This is, what we've newly just ordered has come in, so I need to get that scheduled to get it installed.
Okay.
And so I just was checking on that earlier today and to find out, and we should have it back up and running here soon.
Yeah, because I know the first meeting we came back and all of a sudden, well, no, you need to be able to plug into your laptop, and the two of us were having issues.
I know.
Because I was used to going on for Wi-Fi and I was just checking on my phone and we still don't have the public,
Yes,
so
we will
that
have
answers
that
that.
resolved very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
And that was the last go for IT.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I would just like to say how much I appreciate Robin being able to help out and with the IT. And, I'll call or I'll have a little problem and she gets right on it. So I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Counselor, you're very welcome.
So we'll go on to the next department, utility billing. Utility billing's mission is to provide reliable billing and friendly inquiry services to assist in efficiently monitoring and managing customer water usage.
And getting yelled at a lot.
So our first goal is to develop a policy and process of addressing delinquent accounts and the process of applying liens. The utilities supervisor, along with legal and village clerk, and myself will be trying to develop the process, and it will take employee time. We need to research statutes for information on lien processing and delinquent utility accounts. And I want to reach out to other municipalities and see how they handle delinquent accounts and if they enforce liens, and if so, how they do it. And then we need to meet with legal to determine options so that a process can be determined on how to file and enforce liens, and then make recommendations to council on policy changes. Our biggest issue is on vacant lots. If there's nothing on the property, we're not sure how we collect. So we
Right.
need to develop some kind of process on how to get that going.
Do you ever file liens on those?
We do. I did not know this, but they're only good for 3 years. That has been one of our research. And so, what do you do with a property that's half on a hill and there's not enough area to build, and you have a lien on it? And then do you force it and condemn it, or what are the steps going to be?
Well, you
Right.
can extend them. I believe you'll have to ask Zach, but I think you can extend them.
Yeah, Zach was saying at one of our meetings, you have to renew that every 3 years. So,
Yeah, so we just need to get the ins and outs of everything, and then we just need to develop a process so that we keep them on a timeline that at 2.5 years, it becomes notice, and then we have enough time to renew the lien and stuff like that. So-
Unless the county has changed their system, you can file a lien on a piece of property and they don't notify the neighbors, or not the neighbors, the owners. So they don't know that there's a lien on their
Yes.
property until they try to sell
Sell
it.
it.
So you might want to send a letter to the property owner when you file a lien, so that'll get most people's attention. Because otherwise, they don't even know.
but if we're talking vacant property, the amount that they owe is probably minimal. So then it comes down to how much do we keep,
$12.60 a quarter, I believe.
yeah, so how much do we keep investing in legal costs to go ahead and file that lien?
So that's something that we'll probably have to determine within the policy, is that it has to be a certain dollar amount or something, but that's what we'll be exploring, and trying to come to a pretty easy enforceable policy, so.
Well, you'd have to talk to Zach, but is there any way we can just have that on record? Before you get your water meter, you have to clear up all the past bills.
Unless you've had a property change, ownership change.
Well, that's when you'd pick it up most of the time.
And that's one of our issues. A lot of times, we're the last people to know that a property has sold until something happens, the old owner finally gets, the bill, and says, I moved out of there 6 months ago. And we're like, oh, wow. So we need to somehow reach out to realtors maybe, somehow when property's changing, if they could just give us, I don't know what the process
No.
would be of some kind of heads up or
So
something.
you can look on your
Because
books.
some new buyers are really good. They'll come in that day they're closing, because they're so excited that they'll come and pay the bill, and then we know we can get all their information. But sometimes some sales go on that we don't even know about, and then 6 months later, like I said, we're trying to figure out who owns the property exactly.
That's the advantage of a lien, is that when the property sells, the
Yeah.
title policy will pick that up.
Yes,
But you got to figure out the dollar amount.
yes, so we're gonna work on that.
You may
So-
not want to, but, or Zach may not want you to. It's not hard. I file liens myself. There's a form, you have to have all the names right. And cost whatever it costs to file a sheet of paper,
And we do-
$8 or something.
Yeah, we do currently file some liens.
Okay.
We just need to know, are they renewable? And because we've gotten different answers that they aren't or they are, so we just need to know one way or another. And so I just need to sit down and we just need to research all that. Our next goal is to create a one-stop shop for utility connections. With RJU admin departments moving over to Village Hall, a single application needs to be developed so that the street cut permit, the water and sewer taps, and coordination of any other fees is located on one application so that the utility billing clerks can walk the customer for initial connection to billing. The utility supervisor, staff accountant two, along with RJU. And after, we've already had a discussion with P&Z and Manager Dodge, and we just found out that the CityWorks software probably could handle this for us, so we need to coordinate through P&Z. We just need to set up a meeting to set up the standards for sewer taps, street cuts, water taps, and any other fees that currently aren't fixed, and put them into CityWorks software. This would allow the front collection of all the fees once the application is filed. Because what happens now is they come and do an application, and we take their application, and then we give it to the water department for them to do the tap. And sometimes we don't know when the tap is done in order to collect, then we're also waiting for the street department to let us know when the street cut has been done so that we can collect from them. And sometimes there's a timing lag, and so by the time we find out that the owner has already taken possession of the house, we're still trying to bill the owner, and then they tell us, well, I already paid my contractor for that. So it's just a little bit of a sloppy system. So now we're hoping that once the customer comes in, we'll know all the fees that they're gonna pay, and we can collect at that time, send it along the way, and then once everything is completed, if we owe them money back, we can actually issue them a check.
That sounds good.
So that we're not calling the customer and say, hey, can you come now today and pay your street cut, and then call them later and say, hey, can you come pay your tap fee and
Yep.
stuff, so hopefully that might be the next one, right? So,
Yes.
The street cut's the main problem on that, because they want to, when they started doing, and I'm one of them you caught, and I had to pay it 6 months after the house was done.
yes,
Good job.
If you could come up with a plan and then refund the money, I thought they ought to be, somewhere along the line, I thought you ought to be able to just average it, figure it from the middle of the street.
yes,
And no matter which side of the street it really is, it's gonna average out eventually. But do something, you could refund their money, but you have it up front,
yes,
and it cures that problem.
yes. And then it decreases our time putting out bills over and over to people who just don't pay attention to them anyways, so, and our time and our resources and stuff, so hopefully.
Mayor Pro Tem Counselor, one of the things that, we want to do, just like we're doing up there on Chavez Street in that area, is on all potential developable lots, we want to stub out to the edge of the street
Yeah,
so that
that'd be
we're not,
great.
getting into that. We get in there, and that way we don't have cuts and patches and and whatnot,
Of
so.
course, that means you're repaving all our streets.
Yeah,
That's good.
eventually we want to, right?
Yeah.
But, as we build the infrastructure moving into the future, that's the way that I think we need to start, approaching those projects to where we stub out. And, the tough part is we don't know what elevations we're gonna be coming in on the sewer, right? And,
The sewer's usually deeper in the street.
right. But, so I'm just, as we move forward, we want to make sure we have a process of ensuring that we can collect it and make it as easy as possible. And then, of course, charging the correct person. But then in addition to that, I think the best practice moving forward is making sure that we stub out.
Not in my backyard, it's not. I have to keep throwing dirt over the top of it.
Very good.
Moving on to the third goal, we want to streamline the utility bill format. The bill format has not been reviewed in at least 20 years, need review to make it easier to read and incorporate useful information on consumption and comparisons, utility supervisor and staff accountant too. And this is just employee time. We need to contact Encode with options on different bill formats that can be processed through the software. And then we just need to meet with utility departments to receive comments on bill format and prepare a few options for the bill layout, and then we'll make a recommendation to council. It shouldn't cost any additional money, because they already have some preset formats. If we wanted to do something totally outside, then we might have some programming charges, but they're usually under a couple of $1,000s. So, we will actually, once we get to that point, we'll actually let you guys see some of the options, to make it look a little bit better and more useful to our end users.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
If you can't, used to our water bills, it was this month's consumption, last month's consumption, and last year's consumption for that month. And we use that when we were putting in rainwater collections.
Oh, okay.
And it could show the people how much water they were saving by doing that. And then they tell their neighbors, and
Okay.
it helps if you have that info, if it doesn't cost a bunch of money. But it ought to be one of their formats,
It
because you
should be.
used to do it.
Mhm. Yeah, so it's just a matter of taking the time to look at the different formats, so.
Well, and then for a while there, our billing, timeframe, period wasn't always consistent. It was up to like 35, 36 days and so forth. Are we now back into a consistent billing period?
We're very diligently trying to make sure, and we're very conscious about the dates, especially with short months and different things like that. So we are trying to maintain a constant 30-day billing cycle.
Okay, great.
Mr. Mayor, Judy, you had mentioned that it was going to be easier to read. Can you just kind of shoot from the hip and tell me, I mean, when you look at it, it has 22 entries or something?
Yes.
On the utility bill?
There's a lot of information that I don't think we necessarily need. I think most people want to know their consumption and how much it costs. A lot of times people think they're only paying for water, but they don't realize that it's sewer, wastewater, yard waste. So if we can somehow pull that out or make it easier to see that there's different charges for everything, I think that would help and educate the consumers. And also, I think the idea of graphs with this month, last month, I think that would help a lot, just to get the word out.
Yeah, because the natural gas, people do that, and electric do that, the same way you can flip it over and kind of see if you're in the zone for where you were last year. Well, that would be good, and I just wondered, there are, and I'm sure for accounting purposes it's necessary, I'm not sure it is for the consumer, but all the individual taxes that have to do with each one of those entries, you kind of get lost in the forest for the trees. So if it could be coned down to 4 or 5 major topics, and they'd know, and I think, is that kind of where you're thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, combine it. Yeah, because some of those descriptions, like a lot of people, what's the difference between sewer and wastewater?
Right.
I mean, it's still going down the drain, what's the difference? And they don't
Well, they
know.
need that one on there.
Well, I know, but they don't understand it.
Especially since we lowered it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So another thing that we need to do, and we've been trying to educate everybody, and I kind of want to say it in another public meeting, is that we need our consumers to get registered on Ion Water.
Yes.
It is our auto read metering system where a utility user can go on and actually see their consumption. The little transmitter on the meter actually reads your meter at the same exact time every day. So they might read at 11 p.m. So you can see your consumption going up and down. There's graphs.
24 hours later.
24 hours later, and they can actually see their consumption, and they can see the highs and lows. They can also set up alerts that if their average consumption goes over 100 gallons, they get text notices that say something could be wrong at your house. You might go check your consumption, so they might be able to find toilets that are running quicker, or they might be able to find a leak. I know a lot of our people, we get comments on how that has saved them from damage on leaks because they got an alert right away and they were able to get somebody down to the house and they were able to save a lot of their
And right now, we have less than 10%
Yes,
that's even signed up, so we really gotta get aggressive on
that
this.
might be a PSA we need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just talk about using it, maybe on your radio station, on your show about getting hooked up on iron water. It's very easy. The only drawback is if you have multiple accounts, so that's the only
Yeah,
drawback.
that's a problem.
We've talked about that and tried to figure out what to do about that.
Lunch is
but-
here yet.
Well, and not to rely on the village to get those reports to go out and shut your meter off if there's a flow, because if it happens starting on Friday, well, nobody's here Saturday, nobody's here Sunday, so they're not gonna get a reading till Monday. Now you've had 3 days of water running before somebody gets it, and then they have to dispatch somebody out there. So it's not gonna, don't rely on the village. You need to take some responsibility for your own stuff.
Yes.
And you heard of COVID, man?
Well, I got,
That's why.
and on one of the rentals that I had, I got
Meter got it?
I got dinged on that. The valve on the toilet stayed open. It's 100 gallons an hour for 3.5 days. And it's like, holy criminy, you know?
You really don't realize how much water is going through there.
Lucky we called.
I have to commend our meter reader, Jeremy Brown. He is really easy to talk to, real personable, and he has helped a lot of people. They look at the top 10 consumption users, and he actually goes out and checks to see if maybe people have leaks and stuff and contacts them to let them know what he's doing and stuff, so.
Great.
Is it possible when someone's getting a meter or an account moving to a place that when they're changing that meter to their name, that you could tell them or have it there, here, we need you to sign up for this
Oh,
as
yeah.
part of the application?
Yeah, we can surely do that.
That's a good possibility
It's a good time, yeah, that's a good time to catch them.
yeah, so
Maybe
that,
even an insert inside the bill as.
that would work too, but.
them and gas companies often give you an update or public information that's inside the bill itself.
Or
Say,
the,
this is available.
the village's monthly
Newsletter.
newsletter, that might be a good one
Well,
to.
between the newsletter and the radio
Mayor?
station.
I'm gonna have a lot of,
It's up to you.
yakking to
You're gonna have a lot of
Got a lot more
I didn't
yapping.
have to think about content.
Well,
You'll have enough.
another way to get their attention and to show them the value of that is stop giving out service credits.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, give them the back of your hand there, Counselor Coffey.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying that it's your responsibility. I mean, if your car's leaking oil, you don't go down to the dealer and say, hey, put more oil in it for free, you know? You gotta pay for it.
We actually have a procedure now that if somebody does have a water leak, it actually goes to Adam first, and he double checks to see whether it was on their side or our side, and if it's on their side, we do not give a credit.
Unless they've shown that they've had it fixed, and then you give them a discount sometimes.
Sometimes, not very often anymore.
10 tiers?
Oh,
But once it's gone through the meter, it's now the customer's
Yes.
water.
Yeah.
But we have people that barely can afford to pay their bills. There's always that.
There's always something.
There's always something that
We've
goes on.
always
And
and-
they
given
come in
those
with their
credits.
iPhone 28, you know, it's like, I'm sorry, I can't afford my water bill. Yeah, and their
and
driver.
their driver.
Y'all have anything else?
We just have capital projects and purchasing. If you want to take a break, we can.
Well, your lunch is here. I just don't want it to get cold.
Oh, okay.
So let's take a quick break, but before we do, I've been asked to do in recognition of some outstanding service, certification of appreciation is proudly presented to John Cornelius. for your 10 minutes of service as mayor.
Thank you.
We'll have lunch right quick. if you don't mind.
That is what it says.
Where's the cake?
Oh, that's great.
That was good.
Way to go, John.
Seal and everything.
Going, how?
It's a weekend lunch or what?
That's a good one.
Oh, that's funny.
That came out really good, Tim. That's much better than anything I even envisioned.
Yeah, that was cool.
It's better this way.
So she was afraid of fire.
What'd you get?
The brisket, that's sliced, I think it's chopped.
Well, yeah, I knew it was.
Oh, oh, I need silverware.
I was like, and I always have a little blanket or something in my car, and I didn't have any of that. And so I just was like, yeah, the child out of the hospital, go call her, fix her up, and release her, and send her back home. To Las Cruces. She obviously works close to
That side is up. Where did this come from, Tim?
Yeah, it's one of the blues. So, yeah, they'll be suing, but we tried to give them some ideas on what options, but when we talked about,
Richard Ford doesn't work with you?
oh, yeah, no, he's trying to work with us, but he's dealing with a bunch of people that are upset because they don't have water in front of their house right now. So what Boyd is talking to them about is geology and whatever, that they live in a losing zone where the water soaks in, and then it comes, because that's what one of them said. I have a ranch in Glencoe that don't have any water in front of it, but I go to my ranch in San Patricio and I got 2 feet of water. Well, it's the same river deal, and it's losing zones and gaining zones. So when Boyd is trying to explain to them with facts, they get all upset,
Well, and they're gonna have less water in front of their house if they force us into reuse.
Absolutely. So I haven't been saying that. I've just
No.
been listening to them.
I don't think I'd vote
And I just told them, and they said, we realize you represent your people, and I represent our people, so, we're gonna end up in court, and I understand that. I still
But
love
you're
you
gonna
as a
lose.
person, But I know they're panicking, and I hate it. That boy, he is sharp.
Yeah.
I sit there and listen to him when he's talking about different things, and he's been pulling some information so I can say, well, have you talked to Michael Hurd? He started a soil monitoring program for moisture, and since he's been able to do that, his grass is better. because he found that he was overwatering his grass and it was killing the roots. And then when you had 2 or 3 weeks without rain, it dried up and blew away. But since he started watering it the appropriate amount, he saved 40% on his water, energy, in his grasses.
Of course, after that UAA meeting we had with all them, I was talking to Michael after the meeting, and he was complaining about we were polluting the river. I said, if you guys have 1,000 septic tanks down there that are closer to the river than anything we're doing. And he goes, no, we had a study, ours don't affect it. Now, bullshit.
They had a study, huh?
Yeah,
Theirs doesn't affect it.
yeah, like, sure it doesn't.
Anyway, I'm just listening to them drive. I'm telling myself, hey, I mean, give me something, but just telling us that we're not gonna use our water rights is not anything I'm gonna go talk to the council about. Sorry.
Where's lunch from?
K-Bob's.
Oh,
I wouldn't have guessed that.
no, I wouldn't have either.
The coleslaw's good.
It's very good.
That's the way I like it.
I'm not usually a big fan of coleslaw. I'll eat it, but it's like, whatever. We grew cabbage one year in our garden, so we try to show the kids what you can make with it. I found the recipe for Kentucky Fried Chicken coleslaw, and I made it for everybody and served it, and they're all going, "Oh, that's good."
Yeah.
It tasted just like it too.
Magic sauce.
Sugar.
Yeah, that's it, sugar. And it's wet, and they chop it up real fine.
Yep.
But one of the things, years ago, my kids, they loved Wiener Schnitzel back when they actually had chili, not that squishy, saucy stuff. So I worked and tried to figure out how to make that chili sauce. And then the internet was finally getting it, so I found it on the internet and made it. And the whole key was the baking flour is that finely milled stuff that, I don't know how you mill it any finer, but it's a special kind of powdery. Yeah. It's just like makeup, it's just so dusty.
This is actually really good, how they
Yeah,
package it in a
Eric
certain.
orders a lot from them for the schools.
I didn't even know they did that.
Yeah, so when I was telling you that. Nice. I was like, that's really good.
So that's what you've been working on for the whole,
Yesterday, today, and then in Mexico Municipal League, we have an executive meeting today, and then we had one yesterday for the mayors. Because some of the proposals that they've got coming through on this hydrogen stuff the governor's pushing, that's her new cannabis deal, and so she's wanting to have it funded through basically the communities, not charging on grocery receipts tax, property tax, and all this stuff until 2035. And then, so we're trying to find, what are the benefits, what it sounds like in a nutshell is a spaceport, and a lot of it, it's a big line, it sounds good, elephant deal that you're just gonna put money into it, but the environmentalists against it because they're still using natural gas at the P&M plant in Farmington, that Farmington's taken over. And so, anyway, through all of that, so then you gotta position yourself as the municipal league, we represent all these communities. So, it's gonna piss off Farmington, it's gonna piss off Gallup, but what do we get out of it? And then another one was someone wanting to change this destination sourcing, make amendments to it to help out Hobbs, Carlsbad.
And that's like Amazon.
Yep, and seeing it's helping communities like us. JAL has tripled their GRT. A lot of communities have improved them by 50%. We're still looking at what we think it's gonna do. Because they sell stuff. They go, oil and gas and all that stuff goes out of the community. And then it's not coming in like it was because they produce so much of product that.
getting it, but where they're selling it.
Where it's going to is getting it.
You know, and I've always done that. If we work in Alto, I charge out county rates or the Downs, whatever, but now they're making everybody do that.
So, of course, they're saying we're getting screwed. And the fact of it is Tim will tell you, is that they've been the beneficiary of the system for years and years and years. Now then, we finally get our part, and now then they're saying, we want you to vote on ours. So there's gonna be some backlash, and is on the executive committee, and I don't want it to come against Ruidoso, so we're having to walk through it. Right, that's it. And so, do we support it, and so far it's like, we sat on the sidelines and watched, this ain't our fight. So it's all these negotiations, that's what we're talking about. Learning all these bills, and I'm gonna print all this stuff off so you can start reading what all's going through in this 30-day session.
I thought it was funny the other day, their opening, everybody was on Cervantes for killing everything in judiciary. And
You? I didn't know they had it, the little ones in that too.
Yeah. And they're not, the whole point is they're being used to getting fed all this money, and then they've got to adjust their budgets. What were you saying, Joe?
and then Ivy Soto got up, both Democrats, and he said, yeah, everything goes to Cervantes, and then it goes into the Roach Motel, never to be seen again.
Good thing we didn't have broccoli or spinach, but
So we're
spinach
like-
all over your teeth.
We want to keep it where it is, but, it's like with the governor's deal. If you want to give away state money, we support you, but we're not going to sign in support of you giving away municipal money.
Right.
We got people on the board that talk politics. What if we can do this to do that? So,
Well, from the business standpoint, destination is a pain in the butt. Because look at all the different tax rates that are within the state.
It's all programmed into your monthly reporting, it's easy.
But to know how to account for it, well, yes, we're GRT. I'm thinking back when I was in California, it was a sales tax. So I had to charge those people the tax based on wherever it was going. I just said, screw it. I charged everybody in the entire state the tax rate where it was. All my sales got reported there regardless of where it was being shipped to.
and see, the one that's having to figure all this out is the internet companies, And then who's auditing those guys? We just settled a lawsuit with Tax and Rev. Those guys can't find their butt with both hands, I mean, it's crazy. As weak as our system is, and then we're depending and putting more on it. Yep. Wow. Yep. You'll be having another lawsuit or news break for this being, I'm gonna say fraud, waste, abuse, or whatever.
That's when John will get more than 10 minutes as mayor.
Yeah.
Here, you're in charge.
I'd rather do that than have to go sit in on that phone call.
But when I talk to those people in the valley, they're just scared. They don't even know
No.
what they're afraid of, and you've got Trish Tully
Knee-jerk
and
reaction.
Jackie that are down there scaring them to death.
And they're mad at us from 30 years ago, and we weren't always a good neighbor.
Yep.
Jackie's dad and grandfather were mad at us.
Well, but Jackie's dad and Trish says, are the ones that was the architects behind all of these Eagle Creek projects. So be mad at them.
Well, if we could just get where Ford wasn't bankrolling all that.
He's not now.
He's not anymore? Good.
No, he hadn't, and so the ones that'll be, well, Gerald Ford.
Yeah.
The one that'll be bankrolling it now is Richard Ford, Mitchell, and they said another guy's name, I never heard of it before. But what we have found out is that all these protests, they'll have to hire their own lawyer. Every ditch will have to have its own representative. And most of the people don't want to go work down there anymore because they never paid them the last time. So it's, you know, and we're not trying to do anything. That's what's so puzzling, that this is the last end of a 30-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
Give it another 4 years and
Yeah.
Are we using that water?
Not right now, but we, you know, when
Eric wants it in reserve.
yeah, and then we're working over at Wellfield and Eagle Creek, you know, those two wells. And he wants to be able to have that just as an insurance policy while we're doing that.
But that's not the reason there's not water in the river down there.
Weather change, lack of rain.
well, get rid of all those cottonwoods along the riverbank. You know, it helps to stabilize it, but it also sucks up a ton of water.
Well, they're indigenous, you know, it's like, well, that'll make it good, you know. But,
So are the two-headed frogs.
yes, those were.
Those are indigenous.
But we have, at least we're talking, you know, they're a lot. But then, when I'm not at him, I'm getting educated up to speed about voices, so that I'll remember it correctly, you know, over the years that we've been dealing with it, I still get it back after, so the name's on or something. That's what I told Richard. The difference is, y'all don't have anybody. We had to go find people, and we had to educate ourselves, and we're talking about improving their ditches. That's what I was talking to him about, you know, like him and them did in Las Vegas. Improving your ditches, getting ready for big rain events instead of long rain, because the way the weather patterns. You know, how can you do better? Yeah, well, all they're doing is pointing it up. You know, we're the straw man.
That's why I haven't commented on that post about the water stuff. I can't speak about it intelligently.
Well, everybody on there's a motion issue.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So we posted
Sometimes
a real benign response.
the less said, the better.
All we did was said, this is,
Oh, okay.
you know,
Oh, so you talked to some,
we're
okay.
exercising the last 4 years of a 30-year agreement.
Yeah.
Did you get some to eat? I did. Okay. I know, I left my half of my, I'm gonna save it. I'm like, it was good. No.
We get the ability to move water rights up here.
Are they?
Move water here in the event we need it.
Are you still giving them IVs?
Oh, your puppy?
They have
I
parvo.
remember
Both of
back
them?
when,
Oh.
during the summer,
She said that
we voted not to
somebody
renew that
in
one
Miss
water
Valera
lease.
schools had just dropped them off by the dumpster. And her dog, her two dogs just passed
Right
away.
across the highway, these
And she
water
said
rights
she
are at
felt
the
sorry for them,
state
so she took them home. And then
It's not
about
like
2
they're
weeks
down
later,
in
they,
temperature, they're
I
right
guess they
here.
got parvo somehow.
And so basically, it's paper that we can produce more water out of our,
A long time ago.
okay?
So the,
So it still goes to the water system.
it was at the vet, the first one. Only one was showing signs, and so she said that they had taken him to the vet and told him, well,
Her son has.
you can pay $400 and we'll give you all the IVs and all the supplies, or you can leave them here and shoot out.
I was gonna say, it's like, yeah, I remember that, I was like,
Later went into.
anyway.
And then a couple days later, the other one started.
Awful, yeah.
And then when he got out, he beefed up.
Well, and they've got I was on Lynn earlier, they've got 1,000 septic tanks down there that are right by the river.
But
No,
as Michael Hurt told him, they had them tested and they don't.
Yeah, that doesn't affect it. They had a study, that doesn't affect it. Like, yeah, sure.
Because they want us to
Yeah, after that
keep on it.
UAA radical meeting we had,
used to say operations manager.
They want it to reflect back to the comprehensive plan. We don't have anything in the comprehensive plan.
Variables in the equation.
Oh, okay.
So that's what ours
I was like, when this used to
Because if
say.
you notice, like Parks and Rec,
They do that to theirs too.
I knew
see, in the comprehensive plan, they actually have areas,
Oh, okay.
like his chapter 13.
and private wells.
So Parks has those, P and Z.
No.
Have those,
Well,
ones that don't have them are like.
Jack Lee was largely responsible for
She was using like.
stopping that, because it split up ranches and stuff, and everybody could, with 5 acres, you could drill a private well. And that's fine, that probably needed to be stopped. But,
Anyway,
and most of that Nosker sold's in the floodplain.
Yeah.
I need to contact them.
Are y'all ready to get rolling again? You ready, Ron? All ready for the Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm ready.
He's ready. All right, we'll carry on now, so go ahead and continue, Judy.
Okay, the purpose statement for capital projects is, capital projects will establish a standardized project management approach that will provide full support to our village departments with all aspects of project management while maintaining fiscal responsibility. So our first goal in capital projects is to build and implement a project management support structure for village departments that will provide the overall management and oversight of projects from cradle to grave support. The responsible party is the capital projects team, and the resources we need is probably an additional project manager. The vision for our capital projects team is to have the capability to fully support the needs of our village departments with all aspects of project management. This goal with building more capacity in the capital projects department would alleviate some of the difficulties department directors and managers have with carving out time to spend on projects. The project needs from the department has grown tremendously in the last few years, where the village had completed 39 projects in 2020 to 2021. We currently have 54 capital projects either in the planning, design phase, or in construction. This goal will also assist the ongoing efforts of the change order management, implement risk management evaluation for all construction contracts and projects. The goal would be to staff the department with 4 FTEs, the capital project manager, which is currently filled, a project manager, which is Zeke Greer, and the project specialist, who is Courtney Bennett, and Karen's the manager, and add another project manager. The impact for the project manager would be about $101,000 for an FTE at a pay band of 85, which is about $32 an hour, calculated at full benefits. We've seen what Zeke has done here in the first few months of his employment with us, and we're just trying to project into the future as we get more and more capital projects going, with the kind of dollar amounts we're talking about. If we could get another Zeke on board, we think that would help us so much in cutting down change orders and looking at scopes, making sure we're procuring the right stuff that we need, identifying problems with projects early in the stages instead of after the construction is done. So that is what the vision is going to be. Any questions on that one?
I haven't seen Zeke break a sweat or look stressed out. He's got plenty more left in him.
He's always willing to help too, and he listens, because the other day I said, Karen said something on this paper, and he was like, oh yeah, that was blah, blah, blah. I was like, what the heck?
Oh, I know, you talk to him, it's like, are you even paying attention? But then it's all going in and staying there, and he's remembering.
Yes,
I've got to
so,
where and then remember where I put the notes at.
exactly, so,
Well,
that's our
we've been
first
having
goal.
to pay for some inspectors on this Cree Meadows project. Will he be able to eliminate, now that was a federal project, but will he be able to eliminate some of that? And we've got inspectors, I guess Moles and Corbin has
Yep.
inspectors on the sewer project. Is there any way that this additional guy or him?
So Mayor Crawford, Councilor Cornelius, what the intent of the capital projects, project manager positions, they do go out in the field and they record the activity that's going on, much like what the other inspectors and, project, what they call observation is for Moles and Corbin and with the contractor. But they're, like, Moles and Corbin's observation is out there, they have to protect, they have to make sure everything's going according to what the design is, that the engineer has. What our project manager does out there, they go out there and record, and that same type of activity, but they're protecting our interests.
Exactly.
With that being said, what I was anticipating us, or what we were anticipating as a team, is we're hoping that these project managers that we have on for capital projects can help alleviate right now what we have directors really struggling to do, and that is to make time for their projects out there, because they have to go visit them. And talking to a couple of the directors already, they're really excited if we get to go in this direction, because now they can actually, focus on their day-to-day activities and their responsibilities with their departments, within their department, I should say.
They'll probably pay for themselves then.
Right, not that they wouldn't be involved, because they are the area, or that, they would be providing like a scope of work to us, and then we would handle it. But they would still be involved, because they're the ones that know their systems, or they know the project, what they're wanting. They'd be involved, but not at the level that they are having to do now to try to balance the time to spend at a project site, or dealing with change orders, or dealing with the issues that are going on during the project.
So now we could probably marry what we need and how to get it done with the project manager. So now we would have that gap and that bridge to get the project from inception to completion with all that knowledge.
Mayor, Council, I want to go back a step. When we hired the project engineers to manage the projects, and then we go through and we look at the various services that they're offering. When they're offering construction management services, if they have an observer out there, the observer is actually working for our best interests as well. It's not, there's not a difference of whether they're working for us or not working for us. They are working for us. But they're working on certain parameters. They're looking at the conditions, what materials are on site, the construction methods, all those type of things. The project manager that would be working for us would be managing those processes to make sure that he's able to convey that information to us, to ensure that those things are happening in our best interest, and to make sure that the people that are working as contractors are actually doing their job. So if it's a construction observer or whatever, he's the one that, our project manager is the one that's going to be, making sure that those services are being delivered. And I'll give an example of that. And I'm going to, refer to the Town and Country project. And Mayor, you were involved with some of those conversations last week. Even though we got contractors out there, we've had engineers helping us design that project. But there's been some mistakes that have occurred on the contractor side, but there's also mistakes that have occurred on the engineering side with the manholes. So right now, with our project manager, he's able to document that and help guide us to making a proper decision on how to continue moving that forward. So we have contractors that are out there working. These people are going to make sure that those things are being coordinated, and they're going to have the expertise to be able to manage projects professionally. And it goes back to what I think Karen and Judy are saying, that frees our directors up to focus on what they're professionals at.
Yeah, like removing trees that maybe didn't need to be removed. I mean, that kind of put us in hot water, right, the trail. I mean, if we would have had somebody that was protecting us,
What trees do we do that to? At Innsbrook, remember that stretch along
that
the
we were
wall?
getting from,
Mayor Council, I think that's a good point, being able to understand the plans in enough detail to say, hey, by the way, these
Now,
trees
when
are
we
also
put
gonna
this,
come
we're
out.
gonna have to cut these trees down,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Just making that announcement and.
Yeah.
We've got some great department heads, but they just may not have that level of skill set of somebody like Zeke, for example, who's been in the industry and knows all this and I would assume that he would also have connections where he might be able to help locate another person to fill that in, so.
And Mayor
Oh, boy. He's gonna change. He's running out the door to put a new sticker on his signs.
I didn't campaign going so heavily.
yeah, what race did you file for?
I guess we'll know on the ballot.
Open-ended, yeah. You don't know where he's running, he's just running.
Yeah, best available, that's what I put on it.
Okay.
And to add to that, I was gonna use an example, when we were pouring the concrete slab out at Wingfield, Rodney's a busy guy, and, he'd go out there and have to know, he's the first one to say, he says, I'm a Park and Recs director,
Right.
So, I mean, we've been feeling this
these,
for a
Eric.
while, so, I mean, I know Zeke's already come in and relieved a lot of that for some of the directors, but we would like, and to believe it or not, it would be easier for capital projects to have it from cradle to grave than being pulled in and out, not sure what the director has done already versus, being halfway in and halfway out like we have been, because it's easier for us to track it that way and a lot less confusion and a lot less having coordination and all these meetings that we're having to have because of that. So I feel like it's gonna be more work but easier, I could say, maybe.
Didn't that the position that, I forgot his first name, his last name was Dean, the one that killed the bill?
Grant Dean?
And that, what part?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Grant Dean, yes, that he, in that position that he
Yes,
filled.
they had yes, sir, they did have a position that, I believe, Justin King was running the projects and he was actually running the help.
And then when Justin left, then Grant Dean was in that, but then, that of course didn't, unfortunately. So basically, you're trying to recreate that position and fill it?
Add to, yes, sir, and how does the mayor say it, a roundabout?
The elbow,
Go long,
long way around the elbow.
to get to your thumb.
That's a good
Well,
one.
Huh?
That's good.
Yeah, my granddad used to say that.
Well, every time we have the utilities meetings, there's a lot more in planning and work than finished. So this isn't gonna get
Oh,
any
yeah.
better.
It's gonna get worse.
Especially when the sewer line starts. That's gonna even be more stressful.
And our $150 million request. 200 million? 200 million.
Especially as I was listening the other night, when we had the sewer mitigation risk and everybody was on, and, you think about, okay, the trees and everything, but these people were talking about putting the rocks exactly back the way they're in the river so that when they go to bed, and open their doors, they can hear the water run. I didn't even think about that kind of stuff.
That's why we're having them take pictures.
Yeah.
The other thing they didn't think, I talked to one of the engineers after that meeting, remember the gazebo that had?
Yes.
I'm willing to bet that gazebo's in the floodplain. It can't go back there. They need to be aware of
Move it
it
up.
and move it up. And it's an easy thing to take care of. We're not messing up our gazebo, we're just making it legal.
Yeah.
And Zeke can catch that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
you just don't think about those kinds of things. So, that I agree. I think that would be a great position to fill. It might keep us from having more heartaches, being more proactive instead of reactive.
But most project managers I know do not deal directly with the public so much. It's about the project and what they're doing. The
Yeah.
contractor, it's going to be a unique animal that you're going to have to hire. Part salesman.
Yep, exactly.
The second goal is to implement some capital project software. Software is needed to streamline tracking of projects from inception to completion help with reporting and maintaining project schedules. This is the responsibility of the capital projects team, and we're thinking that the software will cost between $3,000 and $4,000. The department is currently relying on manual tracking process, Excel spreadsheets, Word documents, and stuff like that. Implementing software will assist with timely data reporting and create more efficient workflow process. It will also allow creation of more visuals to support our efforts when reporting to funding agencies. The department is currently reviewing 3 options: Monday.com, Microsoft Projects, and Smartsheets. And so as they go through their evaluation, then they'll bring a recommendation and hopefully show a demo of what the software could do and some of the reports that we could have.
When I read this, I was like flabbergasted. I assumed you were using some kind of software to track everything. I've seen your board, but to do this all the
software.
way you're doing it is just simply amazing. And then to see that it's going to only be between $3,000 and $4,000 for the software, it's like, holy cow, we got to do that.
Mayor and councilors.
It's a priority.
Going back to that, when, I've been for some time now, when we decided to separate into capital projects, looking for stuff that could work, but it's a time issue, to spend time researching and but when we started this process of tracking capital projects, and then when the need started rising more and more, I remember they tasked me, when Nancy Klingman was here, tasked me to start tracking SGRT projects. And I was like overloaded then, and that was just SGRT.
Yeah.
Right.
So you could see how things evolve, and what happens is you just get so reluctant, or you get dependent on what you're doing with those spreadsheets and had them the same, and that it just became easy to do it that way than try to spend time.
Unless you weren't the one doing it.
Yes. So that's how it evolved to that. So now, I've looked at a couple, and we all have as a team, so those are the few that we've come to, but I also was looking at also maybe purchasing, the, EJCDC type format, the what's the years, and, because they have a lot of the forms that we use and the tracking mechanisms, so I'm looking at that as well as, maybe a tool as well. But like Judy said, we will be bringing those recommendations.
So I'm sure in his previous career, Zeke was doing or working with this kind of stuff. Has he had input on as far as
Yes.
potential software?
He's been playing with the scheduling
Okay.
on all those so that he could see what would.
Because the one project that I had experience with him on, he knew that, well, it's supposed to be in on this date, and it was really, they had it down, so.
Mr. Mayor, Karen, having been involved with, not on this particular type, but others, where they do their dog and pony show, if you can bring an actual project and just see how it integrates into their system so that you can see if it really works, that might be helpful, because sometimes what they show you is exactly what works for them or what their programmer thought it would. I remember one time, as an aside, there was someone who was presenting this thing about MakeSpeak. It was like Dragon Speak or one of those. And he rattles off all this thing, and it prints it up real pretty. And I said, okay, I'm going to give you two medicines and a simple diagnosis. And it looked like it came from Russia. It didn't make any sense at all up there. So I just share that with you.
Yes, Mayor and councilors, with that, great minds think alike, I want to say, but I've already gotten access to, actually, High Watermark has given me a login to their Smart Suite program, so we can start looking at that, because that's how they're tracking the easements, and so we're about one foot in the door by looking and getting our hands familiar with that software right now.
And which one was it?
That is Smart Sheets.
Yeah, because she just pulled it right up.
Yeah.
So that was nice.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
Mayor, I just want to, caution that, we heard from several departments yesterday, they're talking about software and, talking about multifunctional and to do project management and stuff, and here we are talking about another one, so there needs to be a way that we're processing that and understanding it. From my understanding, even City Works is supposed to be able to do some of that, so, I think we just need to make sure that all the departments are on the same page.
Be nice if we had, I don't know if that's something Systems MD could help us with direction. I know they don't like doing that, but it's like everything else we do. We get 1 foot in, then we do it, and then we find out if we'd have done this or a little bit more, we could have had it all and to make sure it's going to be user friendly. And that it's not going to be obsolete in 5 years like mine was. So. Okay. Next.
The next goal is the completion and closeout of Phase 2 lift stations and force mains, 300 days, and the Phase 3 hazard mitigation and stabilization projects of our FEMA sewer line project. This is the capital projects team. The resources needed are just the VOR staff in coordination with DH, SEM, and FEMA. The village has demonstrated good faith and tremendous progress on PW 155. Fiscal year 22, our goal is to complete construction and closeout of Phase 1 restoration of existing sewer lines and manholes, and that's scheduled for March 2022, and substantially complete construction of Phase 2, the lift stations and force mains in June 2022, and we're trying to secure easements, completed procurement on Phase 3, and award of the contract and begin construction of the hazard mitigation and stabilization, which is in June 2022.
And once we finish with phase 3, we're done? There's no phase 4?
With that project, then we can start on bridges.
Well, yeah, no, but,
And then hopefully some fish habitat.
yeah, that's all addition, but this
This one will
whole,
be closed out.
the whole sewer thing is done then after phase 3, okay. I didn't want, phase 3A.
Don't hold your breath.
3A, yeah.
I think you're missing in phase 3, a 1 in the number of days. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I was like. Okay, and those were capital projects, and if you're ready, we can move on to purchasing, the last department. The purchasing, purpose statement, purchasing's mission is to secure the highest quality of goods and services for all village departments through the implementation of purchasing procedures that are fair, equitable, and transparent, while also providing responsive services to village departments. And as we had talked right now, currently purchasing is a part of capital projects, but we're actually proposing that we separate the two departments into their own unique and streamlined processes. So the first goal, we want to streamline the procurement process as to provide efficient and more timely support to VOR departments. This is responsibility of Karen, and she will probably need additional staff or possibly looking at outsourcing options, which we have already talked about with Tammy Briscoe, until we can maybe hire some additional staff. During the past few years, the number of procurements that were processed jumped from a total of 16 in fiscal year 17 to 27 in fiscal year 2021. Also during this time, the purchasing department, which had 2 FTEs, were absorbed into capital projects. As more funding comes down from the feds and the state, there is a need to separate purchasing out of capital projects to assist departments with the additional number of procurements that will be needed to complete projects. The purchasing department will be able to specialize in procurement, and therefore the turnaround time will decrease so that the process becomes very efficient from inception to closeout. The goal would be to staff the department with 3 FTEs, a purchasing agent, which we currently have, add an administrative person, and a contracts administrator. In the meantime, finance is exploring options to outsource some of the procurements. The impact for the contract administrator would be $75,800 for an FTE at a pay band 65, which would be $22 an hour calculated at full benefits. And the impact for an admin 2 assistant would be $65,560 for an FTE at a pay band of 106, 107 at $18 an hour calculated at full benefits. That way, those 3 people could actually just be focused on the actual procurement, whereas capital projects would have some kind of input on the procurement, But once procurement ended, capital projects would take the project on fully and take it out to the ending and stuff, so. Any questions on that one?
When you calculate at full benefits, is that assuming that it's, they've got a
Family.
family? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So let me ask this, walk me through the process. I'm department director. I submit my requisition to purchase, to obtain a PO. Where does it go from there after I logged it in? How does that go?
How much are you buying? What's your dollar amount?
$2,500.
Okay, so at $2,500, you go and your office staff brings you that they're gonna pay $2,500. So we're gonna put a requisition into the system, and the admin person, usually it has to be two different people. The requisitioner cannot be the same person as the approver. There's actual controls in our software that
Okay,
doesn't
so
allow
yeah,
that.
that's what I wanted to see. So T-Bone's putting in for trash cans, $2,500. The admin is Melissa.
So Melissa would put in the requisition. When she goes to put in the requisition, she puts in her account number. If that account number doesn't have budget available for $2,500, it stops right there.
Okay.
Melissa will then have to go look at her budget and then propose a budget adjustment and send that to finance for us to post. Once that gets posted, she goes back into the requisition and she goes and she puts in the amount and,
Okay, let me stop you there.
okay.
So the bar, the budget adjustment request, does Rodney have to approve that
Yeah.
change? Okay,
Yeah, he signs off on the paperwork.
okay,
And then they submit it to us for input into the system. Once we input it, their budget goes up, and then that frees up the money and allows her to put the requisition
Okay.
through. So now, the requisition is sitting there, and as soon as she sits there, the system should send an email to Rodney that says, hey, there's a requisition awaiting your approval. If he doesn't, it stays out there until he approves it. It doesn't go anywhere.
okay,
So once he goes into the system and sees that Melissa has input that requisition, he checks it, I'll make sure that's what he told her to buy, checks the account number, and then he approves it. Now, since it's $2,500, that requisition will go straight to the purchasing agent. The purchasing agent looks at the requisition and sees that he's purchasing trash cans, it's coming out of the right department, the vendor looks good, there's any added information, she looks at it to see if there's anything that we need to do, like maybe call and ask the vendor for something, or whatever the instructions may be. If it looks all good, she approves it, and it goes into an approval status. Because it's under 10,000, that requisition stops there, and then when the purchasing does their next update, that requisition actually gets turned into a PO.
okay,
If it's over $10,000, the same process starts. Melissa puts in the requisition, the account has to have enough budget. If it does, it goes through, waits for Rodney to approve. Once he approves it, then it goes to the purchasing agent, and she looks it over, makes sure they have their 3 quotes, whatever, and then it'll come to me, because it's over $10,000. Then I look to see what they're buying, because it might have been a vehicle that I knew that they had to buy on, that was in capital outlay, and I make sure
Right.
that it's coming out of the right account, and if it looks good, and if we've talked about it, and different things, or if I have questions, then I'll call the director and say, what are you doing, or blah, blah, blah. Once I'm satisfied, I approved it, and then it goes to the village manager. Anything over $10,000. He reviews it, looks at it, because maybe he's had other conversations that he wants additional stuff or whatever. If he looks over the requisition and it looks good to him, then he approves it, and it goes into that station that's just sitting, waiting to be printed. Purchasing runs a process where it gets all those approved requisitions and it turns it into a PO.
okay, okay.
That's a lot of process.
That is, and
it
that's
actually
where I
goes
was
very
saying
fast.
with,
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could add to that, the purchasing department does now run POs 4 times a day. Because going back to the training that we did and asking for them to itemize, and all of that is not just for finance, it's also for their department, because when they go to look up history,
Yep.
Right.
know where they bought something, the more information they put in there, it helps them find stuff, so they're not having to call finance and
Yep.
say, I can't find this purchase, so we've kind of done a training to say, you guys need to be, if it's a vehicle, put a VIN number, put some kind of tracking number. We gave, vehicle numbers, stickers on there.
Right.
Whatever you all want to use to track, but do something so that when you're looking for things, you can filter and find things faster.
Right.
So as in the purchasing department, we changed the approval to be the first approval so that Judy, finance knows, and the village manager knows that we've audited that requisition, that everything that needs to be on it needs to be on it. So
Right.
that's responsibility for purchasing. So with that being said, we put more on the departments to make sure that they're doing those things. So we up the amount of times we run POs to help them. So we run them at 8 in the morning, at 10 in the morning, again at 1, and then again at 4. Now, there's always exceptions, right?
Of course, you'll have those.
So they, the department director knows to contact purchasing if there's an issue, or they'll send a text and say, hey, I'm getting this through, as soon as it gets through, can you get it? And we work with them with that. We make those things happen as well.
Yeah.
What is your average requisitions daily?
It fluctuates, but I would.
So at the beginning of the year, it is crazy.
I
It
knew
is
that,
Crazy,
but-
crazy, because we actually open up the fiscal year at the later part of June, and people start entering requisitions. So at the beginning of the year, it kind of tapers down after the first initial POs, and then it kind of tapers down unless there's projects coming up. It'll get ramping up now in February and March, because people will see that they haven't spent a lot of their money, so stuff that they haven't bought, so the requisitions will go up. But
So about 100 a day, 200, 300?
In the monthly report, we have
And that's all
I would
right
say
if you
about
don't.
100.
About 100 a day, because that's where I was thinking that it would be at with as much as what we're going on there.
But that's-
The reason why I brought all that up was because the administration person and the contract administrator, would these be other duties to help or cover?
So the admin person would help when procurements are going on, because if we have multiple procurements going on, there's offers emailing, hey, with questions. There's
Right,
certain
right.
deadlines that they can only ask questions to, so we need somebody to make sure that those hard deadlines on each of the procurements are being maintained, and that any questions that are coming to the village, that we're actually putting out the answer to, not only to the offerer, you have to put it out to everybody.
everyone that
potentially
submitted.
could
Right.
submit and stuff. So that in itself is a job, and then it would just help on the main, the easy questions, answering questions on a department. How come I'm putting in this account number and I know there's money in there, why isn't it going through, stuff like that. The contract manager would help getting the contracts for procurement written, and helping maintain where the warranty periods are, making sure that we stay on top of that, and looking at our other contracts that don't go necessarily through just a project. Maybe it could be the uniforms that we're looking at, our contracts with Xerox, our contracts with our mail machine, our sorter.
Right.
Just so that we know all those dates, and that if we have problems with those machines, we know when the upcoming dates are, so that we can say.
Mayor, I'd just like to interrupt Judy for a minute because she's getting a little bit too far off into the weeds on that. And, as we've talked, the clerk's office is going to be handling some of those type of contract issues. And plus, if we keep on just expanding staff, we're going to need another village hall expansion. So
And that's where I'm looking at. I'm like, heck, how
Getting a
much?
little carried away there.
Hey, I get excited when I think where we're going. So,
But I could see the need for it, like what you said here, 54 projects going. And then there's going to be a lot more coming up.
Yeah, Mayor
So-
Pro Tem, if I can add to that too, one of the things that we've been tasked to do is making sure that all the agreements, that we're tracking them in a way that, if we do an agreement, let's say 1 year it's 47,000, and then they do a change order, it gets close to that 60, if you get close to that $60,000 threshold, and it stops, we might look at procuring that the next fiscal year, or
Right.
if it gets close, somebody has to monitor to make sure that the village stays within those
Right.
guidelines. So that was another thing that it's a big.
And we still allow carryovers, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, good. We had a director that didn't allow that, so.
We tried to, beginning in April and May, we start sending out, you still have this PO open, please close and stuff, so.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
When I first got elected in September, October, we started renewing all the contracts that were expired at the end of June. And you guys are doing a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was a majority of them, they just weren't getting renewed, and the work was, it was like, we don't need a contract, we're gonna keep doing that, but, this is better.
Oh, good.
So Judy, the two positions, it's about $140,000 a year. Has that already been put into the budget?
No.
Okay, so that will be budgeted next year,
If approved.
if
You
approved.
requested.
It's a budget request.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, yeah, we're gonna have a list of all the different budget requests from the different departments, and just like we do with the capital outlays, we'll go
We're gonna
through
go
it.
through the whole budget process.
Yes.
But the reason I was clarifying that is it says you're gonna start advertising for both the positions in April of this year.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it says
It's
that-
supposed to be August.
Okay. It says, starting date, advertisement of position in April of 2022. And then the start date would be July to August of 2022, next fiscal year.
I was hoping.
Well, she
I
knows
was
she
hoping you were gonna
approves
like
all
my,
the budgets.
So
but we can, yeah.
Earlier, we talked about, well, I think Senator Burt was talking about the time to hire people within the state, and it's like, wait a minute, if we're gonna advertise in April, but we're not gonna start until July or August, they're probably gonna find other jobs in the meantime, so,
And I just think, so we've had the purchasing agent out for a while,
right,
and we're not getting,
you gotta find that right person, yep.
it would be nice to advertise already, but if we can't, we can't. We understand that. I just think, like you were talking about, the type of person that we're gonna need for that projects manager is gonna take some time.
Right.
We're hoping that we do get some kind of, we're actually gonna try to, advertise to procurement associations to see if we could attract somebody down here. But we think it's gonna be a hard time to get the exact people we need.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, HR did get those postings. I am a member of the NIGP and those NIGP, which is National Institute for Procurement, agency, and then the New Mexico Procurement. There's a couple of different agencies that we became members of for the village, and Cheryl has posted those on those sites, hoping we can attract somebody.
Yeah, good.
Mayor Pro Tem, just to let you know, Ron's gonna go attend a meeting.
Yes.
Bertha is online,
Oh, okay.
okay?
So I see you up there, I see Bertha's name. Hi, Bertha. I guess you can't hear me.
Hi, Rifle.
She is.
Oh, there she heard
Hi,
me.
Counselor Salas. I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
We're just making sure you're actually paying attention.
Oh, yeah, I'm typing everything you're saying.
There's a legislative update that's coming in that we need to be aware of, so I'm sending Ron to,
Okay,
yeah, cover
good,
that.
thank you. Next gold?
We've already talked about the contract administrator. So we can go to the lease versus purchase determination. Develop a policy and procedures to evaluate lease purchase agreements for equipment, will be capital projects, the contract, we currently have a practice in place, but I think it needs to be modified because I don't think we're analyzing all the costs. We have a simple calculation, but as I was talking to Eugene Mora from CAT, there's a lot more questions we need to ask, like, is maintenance included? What is the balloon payment, what are we exactly paying on that? Is that all the built-up interest that we're back paying? So somehow we need to develop a better form to evaluate a lease versus purchase, because right now, we're just looking at a lease is X amount of dollars and the purchase is that. There's a lot more as we become knowledgeable about what goes into determining which way we should go and stuff. So I just think we need to take some time and evaluate or expand on the current process that we have and make it better.
Right.
And then the last one is just to update the purchasing policy, to review and update purchasing policy on an annual basis and take to council. This would be purchasing and the capital projects manager and just staff time. We just need to review and update the policy on an annual basis. This will ensure that any state procurement policy changes are reflected in our policy so that the village is in compliance.
So at one time, purchasing used to, for example, buy several pallets of paper and then distribute it to the departments. Are we still doing that, or is it up to the individual departments to order their supplies?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Coughlin, we are not doing that. Right now, we still do try to take benefit of any vendor that's on a state pricing agreement or anything like that, and we try to order in bulk, but for most of the satellite locations, here it's all centralized through administration, but in the satellite locations, they do purchase their own.
Okay. Okay. I mean, there's pluses and minuses. There's probably more minuses than pluses, because now you got labor, transportation costs, stocking and all that kind of stuff. Okay.
That was a lot of it, was the stocking.
Yeah.
That was the whole purpose of the warehouse, was
Right.
to put, like you said, office supplies.
And then they're constantly loading up the truck and hauling it from here to here to here,
Yeah.
and so they were out of the office a lot. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Before I forget, this is an IT and I guess a finance request from citizens. Get the, credit card machine working at the swimming pool. That's all they tell me when they go in and have to run to the bank to get cash to get in. And they say, we could use our debit card at the Whibbit, why can't we use it here? So,
I'm actually
That
looking
was-
at some of the machines that we've been using at Parks and Rec. They've been testing them out because I know there was a lot of problems with the communication lines
That's
at
what-
the pool.
yeah,
So we're
what
trying
Romy
to test
told me.
the current machines in different situations so that we won't have that.
And Mayor Pro Tem will actually have fiber at the pool this
Right.
coming summer, so that's gonna
Well,
help
good.
with a lot of this situation that, the internet connection at the pool was, very different than most other locations that we had previously because it was a wireless connection coming from the community
I
center.
remember
And
that, so,
so, we will now have fiber. So
okay, good. Thank you.
And I don't know what our pricing structure is, but typically the smaller transactions, like a $4 transaction, you've got a higher percentage processing cost because there's
It
per
is.
transaction plus the percentage on top.
Yeah.
Where at the Whibbit, they're charging more, so it's not as big of a hit to their budget, so. Because I'll tell you, we did that, we added, several years ago, added in credit cards, we hardly take cash in at all. So everybody will switch over to the debit because they get rewards or
Yes.
credit cards and you get money back and all that kind of stuff. So what we'll see is we'll actually see the net revenues decrease by doing that. And on a $4 transaction, like I said, I'm going back on what processing used to be, it's probably somewhere around 40 cents for that $4 transaction.
Right.
Well, most younger people, they don't carry cash, it's all debit.
Oh, I know.
What does a penny look like?
I gotta have money.
I was telling my daughter all the time, keep a $20 bill in your wallet, and then that
Yep.
one time we had the credit cards all went down in the village, and she's crying to me, I can't get gas. Told you.
Yep.
Come on, Dad.
That's a learning moment.
That's called child abuse, I believe.
And we've all been there.
Yes, many times for me.
Appreciate your
Okay,
excitement.
thank you very much, Judy. And team,
Yeah.
you did great.
Robin.
All I ever got was a dime on Sunday.
Yeah, but you were making 78 cents an hour then.
Your phone was blowing up.
I don't know, when I first started working, it might have been like 40.
Oh, really?
Was in some,
My first job was $2.15 an hour.
I don't even, yeah.
Mine was $1. Mine was $1 an hour.
My first job was at this pool
Were you a lifeguard?
and worked the front.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yay, it's Cheryl.
Oh,
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, we'll start off with my purpose statement. To provide consistent leadership and strategic vision in recruiting, hiring, and retaining a highly talented and diverse workforce to serve our community and support the goals and objectives of the organization. We are focused on ensuring the village is the employer of choice for the employees that we serve by creating organizational culture, valuing, guiding, and supporting our staff, and encouraging employee empowerment and career growth. Does anyone have
Any comment or feedback on that?
Right now, recruitment's more a hope and a prayer. So,
Okay.
Looks good. Thank you.
Okay, and then for my org chart, I have Cassandra Zietler as the HR generalist. And then the safety officer is vacant. However, we are conducting some interviews currently, and may be able to move on that position quickly.
Oh, good.
We do have a very promising candidate.
Nice.
Yes, we do.
I thought that was going to be a hard one.
Me too.
And then to my tactical plan, my first goal is to lead the Personnel Policy Committee, which we're currently doing now. The committee, we began meeting, I think, mid-November to late November. Upon initial review that I did, the policy currently is 235 pages, and there's a lot of redundancy that we've seen.
A lot.
Upon initial review, we have been able to cut out almost 100 pages. And now we're just fine tuning each chapter. We have gotten through chapter 7, and basically the process that we've been doing is meeting twice a week, lots of input. Thank you, counselors, for being on the committee. We have a lot of input, a lot of experience from the committee members, a lot of different perspectives, so we're going back and forth. And some days you may say, oh, I don't really care for that, and you go home and sleep on it, and you think, you know, I really did like your idea. Let's talk about it some more. So had some great discussion come out of that. And then at that point, sitting down with Manager Dodge and going through and fine-tuning even more so. We're going to start highlighting in blue any section or definition that we want legal to review. They're going to do a full review anyway, but just to really pinpoint some of those definitions and sections that we want them to look at closer. I have completion goal January 2022. That really should be February to March. I was kind of overshooting when we first started. I was excited to get in there and get it done, but some of these chapters are long and lengthy, and
I thought it would go fast.
I thought it would go faster too, but what's happening is the different departments are coming in with a perspective that we hadn't even thought about before. So it's a lot of, whoa, wait, stop, let's really think about all this. So it is taking much longer than we anticipated, but it's worth the investment.
absolutely. I still hope to be completed by February and have legals on board to review. We're gonna have Dina do a full review, and then have Steve Shaner also weigh in. And I hope to take it to the council for your review and approval in March.
We're going to have to get working.
One suggestion, Manager Dodge.
I mean, the direction is, we're going to take sections of it at a time because it's too much for the council to go through all at once. So we're going to do the first 4 chapters, bring it in, go over the revisions, introduce it, and then we're going to come back and then, take the next 4 chapters and work through that as a process.
If we do that, once the council approves it, then those 4 chapters go into effect?
Yes.
Okay.
Or would we go through, make any changes to those first 4 and then do the next 4, and then when we get to the end, approve everything all at once?
It's up to you on, that's really the council's prerogative.
It's gonna get really
but,
confusing
yeah.
to enact a portion of it, and then another portion the next month, and another portion. Because we're gonna have to be reprinting manuals, and there's gonna be confusion about where we at.
That's true. That's
So
a
I think
good
if we go
point.
through, my suggestion would be go through 4, understand, digest it, and come to some type of consensus, then get the next one, and then when we're done, put it all together, and then come for an actual vote for approval.
Yeah.
Gosh,
But
that-
even,
but that
even
would-
March is,
Oh, March, we're
it's
not
not
gonna
a
meet again
reasonable
until February.
expectation.
So to finish it.
So probably in
next month?
July or August, I guess.
If you recall it, the last time it was revised, it took 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
So, let's not be unrealistic and kind of set goals and
Right.
put ourselves in a pressured situation. It's nice that you guys are meeting every 2 weeks, but,
Twice a week.
I mean, twice a week, but I don't think we need to push it that hard.
You don't
There-
think
there
that
may
we
be
need to
some.
have it done by July 1st? Like the council approved and everything, so that July 1st, here we go?
In my mind, a reasonable time for the committee to be done would be by the end of April. Then we go through the legal review, we go through, Tim's already starting to review things, and then it comes to the council, and then takes that time going through that. Because, yeah, we could schedule an all-day workshop and still not get through the entire policy, I think, in one day.
So, Mayor Pro Tem councilors, I think we just need to take it 4 chapters at a time.
Okay.
As you all complete the 4 chapters, and I'll conduct a review.
Yep.
I'll make my deferrals to legal for legal review. And then, once that's complete, then we'll schedule it on the workshop agenda, look at it, and then, set it aside until we get the whole thing complete.
Okay,
So that's kind of the process that we're going to follow. And we'll take it from there.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yeah,
Manager Dodge. So as you do these markups, and they're not for the folks that are on the committee, they'll have first sight, as they're brought to other members of the governing body, are they going to be redlined so that we can see what was said before, what's been outlined, struck through, revisions, all of that? Is
Mayor
that-
Pro Tem, I believe the way that we're handling it is we're actually doing the highlight for the markup. Is that correct, Cheryl?
Mayor Pro Tem Council, I have one version with the markups and the additions in there, and then one version with the final proposed language, so that you can see both.
So which would we be reviewing in chamber?
Both.
Okay.
You'd see what it looked like and
Back
then,
and forth.
So will that be like a special session? And, I mean, this is a large body of work.
Oh,
That's why
yeah.
I'm asking. This wouldn't be something that's going to come up as line item number 18, consent or not. I mean, so I'm guessing that this will.
it's an ordinance, so it couldn't be put on consent, but it'll have to be an ordinance change.
But I'm just.
I mean, wouldn't we go look at it, and then each one of us bring it back, our questions or concerns, or yay, this is good, and do it that way? I mean, do a little homework on the side?
Counselors, as you recall, this is an actual ordinance. So as we're drafting it, we got to propose the draft changes, and you got to look at it like any other law that's being proposed to you. And if there's something that you don't agree with,
Yeah.
then that's something that the council as a whole would deliberate on
Yeah.
and come up with a consensus on
Okay.
each section of that as we move forward.
You still have a month to review that because of
Yes.
the hearing process. So
Yeah.
you'd have a whole month to review it.
But we'll need to get it more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting.
Well, I think what the council is suggesting is that we would introduce, the 4 chapters at a workshop. And then at the next workshop, we'd have another 4 chapters until we get to the end. And then the final hearing is when you would come in and say, we've reviewed it, we've gone through it, and we're going to
Right,
make it law.
right. But having plenty of time to review personally before the workshop meeting, right? Okay.
I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of changes by the time it comes through a proposal. And, that's the whole reason on the internal administrative process that I've included a couple of the counselors. And it's just like with a couple of the other counselors that are involved with the pay section, Counselor Salas, I believe, and Counselor Jackson, right?
Yes.
We went through that pretty quickly. We implemented it. But that helps to build some consensus at the council level.
Yeah.
And, they're saying maybe, but, it introduces, it involves the legislative branch in that administrative process, so that when we get to the legislative process, it should flow a lot smoother through there.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Council, I didn't
talk about which comp plan goal that ties back to, but that's Community Services Goal 3, Policy 3.2.
Yeah,
Prioritize clear, coordinated
I didn't do my
departmental
commands.
policies and procedures.
I thought they're still sleeping.
The next goal is also that ties back to the same comp plan goal. Our evaluation process currently and pay for performance is allowing management to identify goals and objectives for employees to continue to learn skills. A compensation committee is necessary to draft an incentive plan for our managers and employees to use to assign classes and an appropriate percentage for completion. In addition, the compensation committee will need to discuss recruitment tools and other incentives that the village should implement to recruit and hire skilled individuals. So I was envisioning, as soon as the personnel policy is complete, bringing that committee, that compensation committee together to draft a formal incentive plan that will guide the managers and directors when they're writing evaluations and selecting goals and maybe a class or, a certificate that needs to be earned, that there's a consistent percentage applied for every employee. We need a guide. We need to, we're not currently using our old incentive plan because of this new process, but I think it's important to make it consistent. So if an employee in PD takes the same class that an employee in water sewer takes, that the same percentage is applied. If you have thoughts on that, we can absolutely discuss it or any questions, but I feel like we need to put something back in the personnel policy to give us that guide.
Very good. Next goal?
I'm sorry?
Next goal?
Oh, next goal. Mayor Pro Tem Council, the next goal is going to be to develop and oversee health, wellness, and safety program for the village, and to really promote a safety and awareness culture, ensuring compliance with OSHA mandates. I do have on here that we are going to hire the safety officer. We're going to recruit that person and get them on board. I also had on here the compliance officer that we were going to bring on if the mandate had passed through. Now we know that it hasn't, so we won't need that person. In the interim, Joe Kozabowski has been helping with some of the calls and helping with employee return to work and those type things, COVID related. So I think we have a pretty good handle on it. Some weeks seem to be heavier than others with staff, but it's just something that we're learning to deal with and live with. But back to safety, the safety officer is going to monitor safety training for all employees through an online portal. Ongoing safety communication to departments just to create that culture of safety. Get employee involvement, conduct site visits, and then we'll offer training to New Mexico Municipal League resources for work comp. I have a couple of great people up there that I work with closely. And also possibly some help with tort claims and such, and I don't have that on here, but we'd really like to have this person help in that area and learn that side of things as well.
Do we still have a safety committee?
We do, and they
Okay.
do meet. And they are conducting monthly site visits when they do meet. They're picking a location. In fact, I think I saw Marty walk in. He's kind of leading that team right now until we get the safety coordinator on.
Good, good.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharon, what's an ETS mandate?
That's the emergency temporary standard through OSHA.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and that can actually come off, but this was drafted during that time while we were waiting on the Supreme
Yeah.
Court, so.
Mayor, on this one, on that goal, I'm gonna request that we not approve that goal until we have the safety officer on, And then we want to develop a comprehensive program, with that safety officer's input. So we'll be bringing that one back.
So what type of torts are you having to deal with?
I'm not dealing with any torts,
Okay, but this person, you want them to, just as a safety officer, okay.
yes.
Mayor, one of the things that my intent with this position, as you recall, this position is going to be funded from the reduction in insurance costs that we have. So not only are they going to be involved with safety management and risk management go hand in hand. And so we're going to want to get this individual to help us do some risk management as well. When a tort claim comes in, how are we going to respond? How are we going to go out and investigate it? When an accident occurs, they're going to be involved in, we're going to help develop a process of them going out and evaluating that, to try to minimize the amount of tort claims that are being filed by taking a proactive approach. So that one, we're going to refine this goal as we bring it forward. And we're going to build some risk management into that.
And Mayor, Council, I do believe that if we increase safety training and awareness and just create that culture that we're going to have a lot of those accidents. We're going to have a decrease in accidents that we see, which may decrease the amount of tort claims that we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And work comp costs. Any questions on that? Goal 4, it ties back to the the comp plan economic development. Goal 2, policy 2.3, to attract talent to Ruidoso and the village. Increase the level of service for recruitment, hiring, and onboarding to support village management, village projects, and maintain staffing levels for the anticipated growth trends. I'd like to start being involved in some of the planning meetings with some of the managers and directors so I can have a perspective on any staffing needs that may be needed, especially with Rodney and Parks and Rec when we gear up for the temps coming on for those seasons. To be proactive and look at it months down the line rather than just weeks before we need to bring these people on. But other directors and managers as well, I'd like to try to get involved more in the planning process of that to see the staffing side of things.
Mayor? Cheryl?
Yes.
I had a note here, and I know with COVID that we probably can't even do this right now, but the high schools always have, like in April, they have job fair, like people go in and say, you could do this. I was just thinking that maybe that might be an opportunity for the village of Riddle. So if somebody isn't suited to go to college, that they could know the opportunities in our village for them to stay here and have an opportunity to have a career and good retirement and stay in Ruidoso.
Counselor,
Or,
that's a great
Capitan
idea.
or wherever.
And you're saying the high school puts that on in the spring?
With COVID, the schools are pretty shut down, but one of these days, hopefully, we're going to be back open
Mayor,
again.
Council, I agree with you, and, Rodney's department has been involved with those job fairs, but it's more for the summer help. But I think it is a good opportunity for us to go and get involved and let people know that those type of careers do exist. They don't necessarily have to go to college to become a, level 4 technician in the
Exactly.
wastewater or water department and
Exactly.
whatnot. Right, guys?
Mayor and council, we actually
Yeah,
are
looking
going to
at
be involved in an upcoming job fair at ENMU, February 4th. Parks and Rec is going to have a table, the village is going to have a table, and then the PD is also going to have a table. So,
I wonder if we could get a flyer or ask NMU if they could, and surely they do, send it to the high schools so that the high schools would know that that's coming up at ENMU and look at the opportunities that we have.
Mayor.
It's a great
is,
idea.
you may need to work with some of the counselors. I know my high school counselor never told me about a water or sewer tech job. There's a lot of jobs that they don't know about or don't tell the kids about that can be pretty good jobs.
Yeah, street or, working as an assistant or whatever it is.
Randy was working with the college. I don't know if he ever got it together about some training and on-the-job training to get certified. But nobody knows about those things.
This Randy?
Mm-hmm.
One of the purple people eater hats still? You
Aw.
do you possibly own another hat? Okay, we'll have to hear it when it's
Mayor,
your turn.
just, if I may, getting back to the first bullet point that you have here, Cheryl, you're talking about being more involved in the directors' planning meetings. One of the things that we've done is we've actually limited the directors' meetings so that we're not just in meetings all the time. On that part, I would prefer that that HR department set up a procedure where the directors can go into your department and plan, efficiently on how they're going to onboard people and hire people and, plan for those FTE positions. So I don't think it's really there's not a directors meeting that type of planning occurs. That's the planning that we're going through right now. The directors have all been coming in and talking about, what's being proposed. So, that's the procedure. But when Rodney's gearing up, that's where he's talked about, I need help gearing up from the HR department so that I can efficiently hire and onboard those summer helps, and part of the things that we've talked about is when you're hiring a summer employee, you're not going to take them through the same level of detail of an interview that you would when you're looking for a permanent employee that's a professional in a position. You want to conduct those interviews so that you're, going through a procedure and then helping to build some life skills for those kids. But, some of the processes that they've looked at is so lengthy, we just need to get those temps on. There needs to be a different level of hiring for a temporary employee compared to a long-term employee. We're not going to have I'm just being extreme by saying this, but we're not going to have a meet and greet with all the, high school kids, right, like we would with a police chief.
Right.
Sure.
So I think we need to reevaluate that bullet.
Well, if they could just have, hiring packs that are made up, that would help a lot too. And then just the parameters that he has to go through.
I don't know, really.
What are you looking for?
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay, and then just, Mayor and Council, just to add to the bullet with the job fair, I had spoke to Tim a while back on this. I wanted to possibly work with the other Tim and possibly do a job fair at the convention center. Manager Dodge suggested maybe just opening it up to having other booths in there for local businesses. So I think just getting out there, getting the word out, getting some radio ads out, using the Workforce Connection, any other online job boards, university job boards that we can do. We really need to reach out and get the word out on some of our positions that are harder to fill.
Are you aware Workforce Connections doing a job fair here, like,
Next week?
next week?
Yes.
Yeah, right, when they're all gonna be in Santa Fe. I talked to
Yeah.
Ryan about it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. We're registered for that, as well as the PD's gonna have a table, and Parks and Rec will have a table there.
So I've got two positions that are listed on the state website. There's they're not getting people coming looking for jobs, just as a FYI. So we're not gonna participate in that job fair. But, it's just the number of potential applicants just aren't even there right now.
I just heard he's popping balloons.
Yeah. It's hard. I mean, God, everybody's got positions, just nobody's filling out applications. Especially when you have specialized, you might have something a little bit easier time finding people, but when you've just got like general positions, it's tough. And then some of them, like CDLs.
And I have Mayor, council, I have people applying for those CDL jobs that require a Class B, Class A preferred, and I've got 15 applicants in there that we had to send turndowns because they don't have a CDL. So they're applying for jobs that they're not qualified.
Qualified for.
But we have to find those CDL drivers. We brought one on this week, so.
Good.
Do we have to have CDLs to, like, do the street, all of those? You have to have CDL.
Mayor and council, my last goal, staffing levels and employee competency is going to be critical to keep up with the growth that the village of Ruidoso is seeing. And making training available to our staff to gain the technical skills and develop our employees is also crucial. Implementing a training and learning system for our employees will allow us to accomplish this and allow us to bring training to them online. Chief, would you mind passing this out to them for me? Thank you. So NeoGov is we use for our applicant tracking system currently. They offer a software platform that's called Learn.
Thank you.
It is geared toward public sector. They currently have approximately 1,400 classes available and adding more. We can also, if there's a class we want them to develop, we can put that request in with them. I've been through a demo and it's a plug and play type system. Once they give us the access, we'll have access for our employees to log in and start the training. It'll track their completion, if they want to work through half of it, and come back next week and finalize it, get certificates out of it for their personnel file. And it all, in my opinion, it all leads right back into the incentive plan and the pay for performance plan. There's some great classes on there. Business skills, computer classes, leadership and management. There's law enforcement. There's some project management classes, customer focus, strategic thinking. So there's just a wide variety of classes. There is a price tag on this one. The annual cost would be around $15,000, and the setup fee would be $5,000 to get us up and running. But I do think we have to invest in our employees. The more time we spend with them is going to help us strengthen the organization. We currently have succession planning almost finalized, and the internal and external training identified there is going to also tie back to their pay for performance goals that they're being assigned. But this will help them get where they need to gain those skills.
I like the playground safety.
Driving while impaired.
Is that the next project out here?
Yeah. But Mary, I do concur that we need this type of a resource. Before safety counseling with the league used to, provide a lot of those type of trainings for us. And right now, we don't have a lot of that opportunity. A lot of the OSHA classes are covered in here as well. So they would help us meet our safety requirements. So this is one of the requests that, I think is critical, that we have these resources available to us.
These are really good. The bank always had these, and at your own pace, you have to, we all had to go through certain ones that I need it right now, so do it. But then you could do some at your own pace, and I think they're really good.
As long as we have a curriculum that goes with it. I don't want anybody signing up for leader madness. That one's already filled.
Yeah, that's for you.
And Mary, part of that is, with the safety officer, and the way that I envision that safety officer position is each department would have a safety liaison. They would go through that department, they would develop a job hazard analysis per each department, and each position, and then they would identify what classes are needed to mitigate those hazards, and then they would have this, training available to them to make sure that we're either creating awareness or getting them certified in those safety areas.
Cheryl, I need the one on cognitive flexibility.
Well, and I could see setting some of these as part of the basic onboarding of
Oh,
new
yeah.
employees, like new employee safety orientation, sexual harassment. It's just, that's part of, within the first 7 days, they will do this. Within the first 30 days, they will do this. And then after that, then they can go look for the specific skill sets by the department. But at least we're covering those aspects that can tend to be more generic across the board and help to prevent any possible repercussions later.
I could see people just taking them because they want to on some of these things.
Yeah.
Mayor, council, I think they absolutely could have that opportunity and just create a more well-rounded employee. There's a lot of them on there I saw that I would love to take. And I could, as Counselor Coughlin alluded, I can use several of these in the orientation and then also develop a manager-director training for any directors coming on board with us.
Especially that area, respect at work, because it covers so many different things. Bullying, diversity, conflict
Yes.
resolution, those are all key elements for every employee.
Yes, sir.
This is a heavy-duty thing.
Okay? $15,000 is a lot of money. However, if we were to do it ourselves, it would cost a heck of a lot more than that.
It's so much easier to have the computer right in front of you and be able to do it on your, a time when you've got a chance.
So Cheryl, have you had access to any of these trainings yet?
No.
Okay, I would recommend making sure you get access and pick some and go through them, because some of the trainings that we have available to us are as boring as watching a snail sleep, and they're totally ineffective. So, just to make sure that they're highly effective and they're engaging, because otherwise people are just gonna be sitting there going, okay, well, I'm watching that video. But I'm assuming that they probably are pretty good since they've got a good reputation.
Would it go to the safety coordinator after they finish to show completed? And then that person would,
Yes.
yeah.
Mayor, council, on the safety ones, absolutely. We
Yeah.
keep a safety file and a safety tracker to make sure that they're getting relevant classes to their positions.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you all.
Very good. Well, that's at the end of my book.
Yeah, we're going home.
That's what I got.
Now we go back to the new schedule.
All right, moving to Public Works. We got Mr. Jerry Parsons.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, Councilors, Adam is actually the team leader of this one, so if all his members of his team can come up.
Oh, that is solid waste.
And Mayor, these guys, we moved them and because they were out making sure you could get to Village Hall safely since, I think it started at about 2:30 and Josh and crews were ready to mobilize or got mobilized within 58 minutes. So they actually increased their mobilization time this morning.
Sounds like
They're
that's
gonna continue.
great.
Well, I want to say, at 8:30, as I was getting ready to leave the house, here comes the snowplow up the road and spreading out the sand and the salt and whatever. So it's like, wow, somebody really wants me at that meeting.
Well, on Channel 7, who is it, Byron or whoever, on Channel 7 in the morning, he was going through different communities. He says, well, it snowed about 2 inches in Rio Doso, but those guys are pretty good at cleaning the streets.
I actually had another community call me
this morning and asking for our snow control plan.
Second to
Not
none,
s-
I can tell you that.
Not Santa Fe.
It wasn't Boswell. Their snowplow is a little Yugo with,
So Mayor, the directive this morning is we try to get these guys to go rest a little bit before they come present, so I don't think that they got any rest because before they were even called in, they're already here, so. I was actually calling Eric and his crew, and then all of a sudden these guys showed up and I didn't even call them, so. They must have been monitoring the snow and the meeting. But they do a great job, Mayor.
They
Yes,
do.
Thank you. I guess, I'm up.
you're,
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Councilors, Mayor Pro Tem.
Only when the mayor's absent.
Which has been
Other
quite a
than
bit here
that,
lately.
yeah, last
Hearing
2
it.
days, he's in and out, but,
well, although, and then when both of them are out, then we have our new mayor.
and then the news, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, we're pro tem.
And then Mayor Coughlin by another name.
Oh, yeah.
Our solid waste department purpose statement. The mission of this solid waste department is to serve the village of Ruidoso citizens with the best customer service available while promoting a clean and healthy environment. To protect the interest of the village of Ruidoso by maximizing proper use of department assets, equipment, and personnel. Provide a safe working environment for all department employees and promote and unite this organization and accomplish our daily mission, and to recognize outstanding department employees. Apologize, my allergies
It's
are
before financing and stuff.
I see.
acting up. It ain't COVID. Any questions on
Right after
On our-
forestry, I believe.
mission statement?
No.
Solid waste.
This is our organization chart. One.
Do you have any vacancies, Jerry?
We don't, sir. I am missing 2 supervisors in-house.
That's what I
had one that
thought.
stepped down, and then y'all know about my mechanic supervisor. Everybody
Right.
knows about that. And I hired another mechanic, but not in that position.
I see. Okay.
So I'm fully staffed, but I am missing 2 supervisors.
So that would just be promoting somebody up to fill the supervisor position? Giving them the additional duties?
It's not with anybody I got right now.
But so if you're looking for a supervisor, are you looking to add another body to the department?
We have talked about that. We have
Okay.
go outside.
But as budgeted, you have all your positions that are budgeted are filled? Okay.
That is correct.
So then we have to go eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Well, to be honest,
There you
it's nobody that I have now that would want it,
I know
to
the
be
feeling.
honest.
Yep.
I think if Jerry had somebody retire or leave or something like that, then they could make that position a supervisor position.
Correct.
The
Okay.
guy I had, he was one of my old timers. He'd been there quite a while, and he stepped down.
Mayor, Council, Jerry, real quick on this, I was looking at this and to me, it seems like it changed a bit. You got 9 people in there, Robin, so your span of controls changed there somewhere? So where did this change from the last chart?
When you stepped out, we were just talking about that. I had 2 more supervisors. And Jerome stepped down quite a while back. And then the mechanic
supervisor I had, everybody knows what happened there. And the mechanic I hired in was not at.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there, but Ron oversees your department, so.
Some hassle before.
Well, they all got text and everything from them. It was a bad deal. But
So Mayor, on this part, if you don't mind, if we can move on from the org chart and move into his plans, and I'll have Ron review the org chart with him, and then make some recommendations on the personnel and staffing.
That'll work.
Because to me, it looks like that's changed. I'm not too sure what changed there, so.
well, Terry is over at the transfer station. He spends all his time over there, so he's over all the guys at the transfer station,
And there's 3?
at my other department, at the transfer station.
Okay.
So wait, just for a second, you had somebody else that was supervising, who did you say that was?
One on the far left.
On the far left.
Jerome, so basically you took everybody that he was supervising, you moved them to Robin?
Myself and Robin. So I'm doing evals for all of them.
So was he at a pay band of 70?
Who's that?
Jerome?
Says 60.
But he
No,
was,
he
he was at.
He was. He had to take a drop in pay.
And so he
Okay.
backed down from
Took
there.
a away drop in pay.
Yeah.
Well, not away, but I mean, he did have to go back down.
So you don't have anybody supervising your solid waste operator drivers?
Do I have anybody? I'm sorry.
He doesn't have anybody.
Yeah, not
So, Mayor,
super.
I really need to visit with Ron on this to see what his thoughts were on how he was gonna manage that department, so,
Right.
okay. We'll get back to this, when Ron's available.
Our goal number one, you know, I have to say, I'm the one sitting here, but I have to think the solid waste department made a lot of good goals come true. And I have to thank my Lord, I have to thank y'all, I have to thank my solid waste team. We were able to achieve a lot of goals. But this first one was, we were able to get 396 dumpsters through the HGAC with Roll-Offs USA. We hope to be buying again in 2023. As y'all know, that's the way I've been kind of doing it every couple of years.
So, yeah, I was gonna ask you that, Jerry, 300 every year or every 2
It don't-
years?
It's never the same. And this year, it's probably gonna be less than, next year, it's probably gonna be less than ever, because metal is just,
Yes.
That's what I was wondering.
they won't even give you a quote.
But you got about 80% of the town replaced.
We have got a lot done. We actually bought in 2019 another, I wrote it, 72, just because we had some money to spend. It's
Right.
Another 72.
Because I remember one year that they were backlogged or something that we had to wait
Always
to.
back up. We,
So,
yeah, as I put on there, we didn't even receive our last load, was delivered. You know, we had to roll over the PO.
right,
That's what I'm saying,
right.
but
Well, I know the residents in my neighborhood appreciated switching to the 3-yard dumpsters. That way the county residents up in Cedar Creek aren't overflowing those ones that always
Yeah,
hit
we-
that one.
we don't have any yard and a halves. We've only got 3 yard and a halves out, and that's because of where it's at, or because of people calling y'all and wanting that lower dumpster.
Right. Okay.
Any questions on that?
No, sir.
I'm quick and fast.
Good.
Our goal number 2 replacement of container delivery truck and trailer. This is a dumpster trailer. It's a 99 truck and a 98 trailer. And this will be by maintaining our current funding, you know, just what we have in our normal budget and everything. Existing manpower, of course, and everything. But this trailer, I have some ideas on this trailer that I really have wanted to do for as long as I wanted to do my build on my shop. We break leaf springs right now a lot. The trailer we have has a cylinder that reaches off to one side and picks up dumpsters. And you can only pick them up on that one side. And it is very limited to what, you know, you gotta go turn around, come back, or whatever you gotta do. And my idea is to have MCT, which they were gonna do me some pricing here a while back, but COVID hit and everything, and they weren't able to get down here. They're gonna come in February. But I wanna use grapple truck parts to build the trailer, the hydraulic motor, and then that way the arm will go all the way, or both sides. It'll pick up on both sides of whatever you want to do with it. The extend cylinder is going to be a grapple truck, the same one we use to extend the arms on the grapple truck. And it's parts that we have already in stock to maintain it, because we maintain them for the grapple trucks. I want to do outriggers on the trailer, because we break leaf springs picking up them heavy dumpsters, and all that is on the truck when you pick them up. So that's gonna be grapple truck outriggers. It's gonna be the same cylinders, not the same size.
So they won't be manual, they'll be hydraulic?
No, it's all hydraulic. It is hydraulic now, but all it does is reach over there and pick up a dumpster. You gotta be pretty close on to
And then
it.
your outriggers just go down and,
We don't have outriggers.
but you would, that's what you're wanting
Yes, sir.
to do.
Yes, sir.
And then they would go down to the ground and just put some tension on it.
And take that off the truck while you're picking up them heavy dumpsters, and when they gotta come in loaded.
And you do that from the front of the trailer standing?
Mm-hmm.
Jerry, make sure your goals, the community's goals on there. So Jerry, I can see that putting a lot of weight on the trailer. Are you looking at a new trailer too?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
To
'cause
be
you're gonna,
built.
just doing that's gonna add a lot of weight to that trailer.
Okay, these trailers, you don't just go buy a trailer and then make it. The whole thing is special made. MCT made this one in 98. MCT is over in Albuquerque, Martinez Custom Trailer,
Okay.
and they will do it. And they're really kind of anxious to do it the way I want to do it, with grapple truck parts. They sell grapple trucks as well, so they know about grapple trucks.
Patent pending.
I was gonna say, you need a patent that says it works pretty slick.
All proceeds must go to the Village of Ruidoso
Yeah.
Solid Waste Department.
That would be
In the
great
name of
if
Jerry
that
Parsons.
arm, if you could do it from both sides. That way, then you're not having to maneuver so much.
Right, and that's always been what I wanted to do. And the hydraulic motor, it runs off the hydraulics. It goes left and right. It's actually a 360 on a grapple truck, but it's got stops so it won't come over there and hit the cab.
Right.
That's the way it stops.
Mayor, counselors, Jerry actually told me he built a few lowriders in his day, so he knows how to work hydraulics.
Lowrider grapple truck.
I just wanna know, did they hop up and down?
He's gonna be hopping in his grapple truck.
When you go to Julie, he's the one that's gonna.
I wanna know what kind, does this have a boom box attached? I just am curious.
I got pictures. But I'm not a very elegant speaker, but I think, you know, I can spec out a good truck and a good trailer that's lasted us. In 2002, I remember Leonard coming and wanting me to do 2 trucks. We got to buy a grapple and a refuge truck. That's the year we did it in 2003. We did it, started working with it in 2002. That's the year we also introduced HGAC. We got to go through HGAC. But those 2 trucks are still running in the fleet.
What are they, 3/4? Or
No,
1
that
ton?
was a garbage truck and a refuge truck. The truck I want to buy here is going to be a dually, 1-ton dually.
Okay,
Gas engine, 3,500 K, four-wheel drive.
okay.
So will that come up on
Budget time.
Yep.
That was
budget?
policy 1.
He's preparing us.
Yeah, he's preparing us.
Pardon?
Mayor, counselors, you know, the departments that you're hearing now are basically the enterprise funds. So their capital projects are planned within, or their asset replacements are planned within their departments. So instead of looking, unless there is a need to subsidize them, we'll look at their financial health, and then we'll make determinations of what capital investments or asset investments that we'll make in those departments. So a little bit different than the general fund
okay.
departments.
Yes, ma'am, I'm an enterprise fund.
And he, you know, when you look at his resources needed, he talks about maintaining the current level of funding in several of those.
Yeah.
So he's projecting that he's gonna have the money to fund that.
If I don't give it to Josh.
This is not to take, the allocation from KR,
I'm not gonna hurt the KRB, ma'am.
Poor Jerry.
A lot of that was from my predecessor, but we are still taking care
I
of.
know, and I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. We appreciate any help we can
We're on
get.
the phone with T-Bone a lot.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, sir.
And the next one, goal number 3, and this is a community services. Y'all have spoke about kind of wanting to do this.
Oh, yeah.
This is, goal number 3, add roll-offs in the areas where citizens have a place to dump. Now, this project would require significant additional help and funds. Down at the bottom there, this department has to pick up a lot of illegal dumping. This major milestone would be to purchase 2 roll-off trucks and 2 roll-off containers. You can't just start with one. If one goes down,
Yeah.
you're messed up. And if you have to hire somebody in, like from Alamo or Sierra Contractor or somebody, you're gonna lose money
On the roll-off trucks?
on the roll-offs. So you gotta have 2, and 2 roll-offs, 30-yard containers. And then we'd have to hire another CDL driver. You know how hard that is.
So,
That's why we all have to drive here, because we have to use our CDLs.
Mayor, can I? Jerry,
Yes, ma'am.
so how many trucks do you have now that are going around the community picking up the dumped items outside of the,
I've got 4 Duramax flatbed Chevys, 4 man that go around and do that. I've got some extra ones, Dodges, flatbeds, that if some of the guys get in their routes, then they go jump in a truck and go take care of the calls, like Ron calls me or
yeah,
somebody calls me.
sure.
And stuff like that. But I do have 4 Duramax Chevys.
They do such a great job.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I
We,
just hate it that they
We
have
have a
to.
hard time. We have a lot of calls.
The sad thing is, even if we did get those dumpsters in one area,
It's
we're not, it's going to be hard to get people because it's so much easier to carry it out of your house and just dump it right by the dumpster instead of trying to figure out how to get it to the station.
Go ahead, John.
Where are you gonna put these roll-offs?
That's not even, been thought about yet, sir. This will be a heck of it will be a mess. Wherever you put them, it will have to have a full-time person there just taking care of that. I can't pull their mess off to go take care of that, or that will, you know.
Eventually, you may be able to, if you advertise these, have a place to dump.
Well, yeah,
I mean, there's so much work that goes on up here on the weekends where there's no place to dump construction waste or whatever,
That's true.
even if they want to. And so I've always said you're lucky they throw it down by the dumpster instead of in their arroyo.
They drive by my house and throw it all out at my dumpsters.
There you
all
go.
the construction material.
Mayor, council, part of the master plan evaluation is going to look at that and then make recommendations. There may be a couple of different areas where you provide that type of a service. But, you know, that's one of the things that is a cultural norm here in the community. You know, people have been accustomed to taking their white goods or whatever, or, you know, mattresses, furniture, and putting it next to a dumpster, and then we go and pick it up. The amount of manpower that it takes us to do that is quite a bit more than if we had a convenience center. And that's what you're talking about, is actually developing a convenience center. It could be on a limited basis where you'd only operate it during the weekend and encourage people to go to that convenience center, and then you cut down on the manpower. But it is going to take a cultural change up here to educate people. But in most places, when I first came up here, and, you know, you can ask Ron, we used to drive around. I think Jerry got a lot of calls back then because we were like, what the heck? You know, I'd be like, this isn't normal, man. And so we're constantly calling Jerry.
That process started like 25 years ago when the council and mayor here were telling the citizens, we're going to provide the service for you.
Yeah.
So take out your old couches, put it by the dumpster, and we'll pick it up. And what started that, I don't know if you were on board yet, Jerry, but Al Youngie was a counselor here. And when we built that transfer station, he insisted that it be open to the public. And it shut down when he backed up his little truck into the dang compactor. And that's where there. But after that, then they brought the roll-offs. This is at the transfer station on Gavilan. Then they brought the roll-offs there to take the hot water heater, whatever, you know, bulk stuff during regular hours when the guy was there, and I think on Saturday mornings for 4 hours. But then that went away probably around 20.
with our permit, new permit.
With the new permit, that's right, because that's what Jeff said, that prohibited to have public access to it. You're right.
And Mayor Pro Tem, there's actually a lot of communities that do provide those convenience centers, and then the white
Yes.
goods should actually be separate. You know, it's a separate process for those.
It is.
But it will require a permit change. And one of the sites that I think we need to evaluate is where the old Humane Society is, because, you know, that facility is just sitting there right now. And,
Right.
And, you know, there may be a potential of creating something there just for weekends or Friday through Saturdays or something of that nature. But then we would design it to where you wouldn't have that type of normally they go onto the tipping floor and throw it right on the floor as
Right.
opposed to backing up and throwing it in the pit.
A loading dock.
Don't you guys have a policy right now where you're allowed 2 white goods a year? And
Yes, sir.
that the people just call down to the solid waste, tell them their address, they put it out in their drive, and you guys come and pick it up.
They're doing it.
Putting it by the dumpster. That's just another morning with the mayor.
That is.
Yeah. Well, I'd be glad for you guys to get some roll-offs so your people quit filling mine up.
Okay.
That's one of the goals we're gonna look at.
No, on construction sites, if I've got roll-offs, they're the neighborhood dumping sites.
So,
Yeah, if they see a roll-off, they're dumping.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
no, you go.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas, As Tim mentioned, on our master plan for the solid waste, we do have a convenience station and a lot of other things are going to be looked at, so.
Good.
Jerry, since we're talking about illegal dumping, what do people do with paint? Because Green Tree stopped recycling paint at the beginning of the COVID thing. So I just got a call from somebody today going, what do we do with our paint?
Honestly, spray paint's not a problem.
Okay,
If you got paint in a gallon container,
can.
you can take the lid off, let it dry up, and then we can throw it.
or pour it out on cardboard, let it harden up, and then throw it in the trash. So that's the process. You're gonna have, it's gonna take a while. You can't just take your cans of paint and drop them in there.
People do, but
They do.
they're not supposed to.
Well, people do a lot of stuff they're not supposed to do. Just like Joe's saying, well, you're allowed 2 white things a year. Well, if you put them out next to the dumpster in the middle of the night, nobody knows.
That's even what they say at the transfer station courses we have to take.
Right?
After it's dried up.
After it's dried up, it's no longer hazardous. Okay. The other thing about illegal dumping is right up here on the corner, there's some landscape contractors or
Here
tree
at Cree
trimming
Meadows?
guys. Yeah, right, Cree Meadows at Hull. And they're dumping there constantly. I've seen a pickup truck with a red trailer dumping stuff. They drive through town and all of a sudden come here. I think what they're doing is coming from Alto and other areas and dumping.
We have caught some of them.
Can we put up like a game camera or something like that to try and catch them?
Well, we've done that for other things before.
Okay.
The police, back in the day, let us borrow one.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, we tell them to dump over here.
Oh, you do?
Because right here on this hill, these homeowners, see, that was coming from across the street. We don't want to block that and have this,
Right.
my guy sitting there in the road picking up.
When they were
gravel.
doing that project across the
So
street.
we asked them to,
Right,
you know.
but
to
this
dump
is
it.
like constant bringing
It-
stuff
it
there.
is. It's a
And
good
my
dumping
understanding
spot.
is that's private property. That's not village property.
Oh, I thought that was actually ours.
I looked into it one time and I was told it was private property.
Do you know, Ruth?
To a certain point, because it is a right of way. Before they made the T on Hull,
Right.
it used to be a split.
Right.
And that's where the right of way was, and then that's where, but I don't know where that boundary line is. They may be dumping on the private part,
on the private
but
part,
if it was more, kind of like this, across the street right there, where the trail's at.
Right.
You know, a lot of people thought that property actually went farther, but they just kept the fence back.
Cause it's all rutted there, you know, when it gets wet and the heavy trucks driving through there and whatnot.
And, some of the homeowners where the guys clean up on Paradise, we've asked them to dump there. So we don't have to get Bearmass to go run traffic control, get a truck in the middle of the road. And we try to do it early in the morning, it don't matter, it's still dangerous.
Right.
It's
Oh, yeah, no,
dangerous.
it's.
So we can come over here, pull in there, pick up at our leisure and without the danger.
I think
Okay,
we need to verify who owns
Yeah,
that land.
that's where I was gonna
before we
say, verify
take it to
where the
people.
boundaries are at,
I thought Rodney was even gonna put a trail across over there.
not on that side.
Trail is down by the White Mountain. That was gonna go through.
We did talk about that, to go down to Cree Meadows to get to Midtown, but it was gonna be more off of, Hull Road, continuing down.
Mayor, council, we can verify that, but if I remember right, it's a 40-foot right of way off the city edge of the road.
So-
On that piece.
But, yeah, just check into it.
We kinda like having them wide spots to keep
Oh,
our
yeah.
trucks off of, especially this hill right here.
Of course.
It's nice to just pull in there and not have to worry about somebody coming, honking at you.
Glasses,
Oh, I don't know,
carried them off somewhere.
in your office.
This is the most exercise I get all week.
Okay,
Gotta get a chain, go around your neck.
so what's about the agreement now?
Anybody have no more questions on that?
No.
And then the school number 4, again, comprehensive plan, and we maintain the same, funding and everything. This has been completed, this was done. we got the new contract. This is 85,000 put into our enterprise fund.
Right.
But anyhow, the current 5-year agreement with Lincoln County and our transfer station, there's dump at our transfer station. That's been done. It's a,
And mainly that's Alto Water Sanitation District, right?
Sierra Contracting is the one that dumps,
But that's who they serve,
the
I
county,
believe.
No, they serve the county.
The whole county?
No,
Not
part
the
of
whole
the county.
Well, that's what it says here, between Lincoln County. So that's where I just wanted to be specific of what area that Sierra Contracting is collecting and bringing. And I thought that was the Alto Water Sanitation District. Because I know they don't take in
It is.
Sun Valley.
I just never heard it called that, but a lot of it there is out of Alto.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So I just want to be sure we're specific of what area that Sierra Contracting is serving.
Yeah, part of the county is still served by Green Tree, part of it's by Sierra.
And that's what I
Contracting.
remember.
And I don't think there's a clear I mean, they have a delineation of the areas, but to just say it's this area, I don't know it's possible.
You're charging on a cubic yard basis anyway, aren't you? So it
Right.
doesn't really matter. We're getting paid for it.
Yeah.
We're getting paid. Without, we've done it thus far without having to add any more people. You know, it's been worked great.
Well, what was the reason we weren't gonna do it? There was some argument there about why we weren't doing it, wasn't there?
No, sir.
we weren't gonna-
That's the cardboard, recycle.
That's what this is?
No, sir.
No.
But that, we were,
This is
To my
just a
knowledge-
transfer station where they're bringing it in and then they're handing it to us and then
And then
we're
we
taking
haul it.
care of it.
dump it
Yeah,
down there at Oro Grande.
right.
The one that we didn't want to stay with was the cardboard
Okay.
recycle.
Okay.
That's nothing but a hassle.
Yep.
Yeah, say the least. Yes, you're right.
So Jerry, the reason it expired in September was we just didn't catch it and follow up on it?
No, we did. It's done.
So when did it, so it says
It
it
would have
expired in,
expired, but it's a done deal. I did it.
when did it renew?
It will be good till the 25.
Yeah, August of 2025.
Okay, I'm just reading here, it says it expired in September 2020. And then the first milestone is February 2021, at the very end of it. So it never really expired, we renewed it before it expired?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because reading this, I don't get that feel
Well,
from it, so I just want to
I
be clear.
apologize for that.
No, that's fine, I just wanted to make sure, because we were talking earlier about Village used to be really poor on renewing contracts.
Right.
We're getting much better, and I just wanted to make sure that this one was renewed.
I've already got a note to do one in 6 months.
Good, because I know this is something that they definitely appreciate us doing.
It's a chart,
Yep.
they send out to us now.
Good.
It's any more questions on that one?
No?
All right, and this is kind of along the same line, it was to pursue, again, this is a comprehensive plan,
Yeah,
and,
this ain't happening.
pursue the revised JPAs with, it's done, I mean,
We're never gonna get anywhere with that.
you know more about that.
I've
than
spent
probably
time with the
anybody.
attorneys, and I presented it to the Green Tree Board, and some of them said, I don't even know what you want to ask, but no. They're just not gonna vote for it.
No more.
Part of it is the way that our system is set up is we get a percentage of the excess revenues off the landfill, but not in proportion to the amount of volume we take there.
Yep.
And what it ends up doing is it subsidizes these other municipalities' cost for waste, so they don't want to give that up. And they're just kind of like, well, you guys got screwed by your attorney who set up this agreement, and that's just the way it's going to be. There were some other avenues that we had talked about internally, but to change the JPA with Green Tree, it's never going to happen. So I personally, I would say just take
We
this.
just
off your vote.
keep going with it.
No, don't even, just, it's a dead horse.
No, I mean, with the just
Yeah,
the way it is,
unfortunately, yeah.
just the way it is. it's a done deal.
Mayor, Council, can you explain that to me again? I haven't been directly involved with the contractor solid waste, but I'd like to understand your position.
So with the agreement we have on the landfill, depends on the language you want to use, but our portion of the ownership of the landfill is represented through Green Tree. So we have a JPA with Green Tree that was written years ago, and approved by the council. And there is excess funds at the end of the year based upon what the revenues and what their costs are. Those excess funds are distributed out to the two main owners, which is Green Tree and Otero County. Each of those owners have their own systems to redistribute those to its members underneath. Otero County distributes it based on volume. Green Tree uses some other formulation, and it's kind of, if we have the money, we figure out how much we want to give you, and you take it, and that's kind of what it is. So we're putting in, and I forget the numbers, but we're putting in like over 50%, maybe 60% of the waste stream to the landfill from the Green
that's
Tree
about right.
side. But we're only getting about 30% of those funds, maybe even less. So what we were trying to do was to renegotiate that, so we're getting our fair share back, since we're the ones that are paying the most and putting the most into the landfill. When I approached it to the Green Tree Board, a few of them from the outlying small communities just said, we don't even care what you have to say, we're never gonna vote for it. And that's just the end of it.
And
without
now
getting them to vote to allow it to be renegotiated, it's never gonna happen.
And now that Jerry's taking stuff from the county, it's even more lopsided.
Yeah.
Correct.
So has it been, have all the options been recently evaluated? And, and I'll just give you an example of that. One of the approaches that I've taken in different arrangements that I was in before, I'll point to Santa Rosa, but basically did the same.
Your mic needs to turn on.
I basically did the same thing in Las Vegas. As I went back and I evaluated all our options to go to different landfills and even to look at going and going to the nearest spur and transporting it by rail. And I evaluated all the options and I said, okay, so what I'm currently paying, is it more feasible for me to be a part owner of the landfill and the whole facility? Because there's long-term liabilities as well.
Sure.
Even if you go to a landfill closure, you're still got liabilities long-term.
Correct.
Or is it better for us to say, you know what, we're gonna back out and we're gonna look into all these other options of where we can go and just pay a tipping fee? And so, what I did is I put myself in a position to say, well, if you're not gonna negotiate with me, I'm gonna pull out. And if I pull out, if I got 50% of the tonnage going in, that's gonna increase the cost because it's a rule of large numbers. The less people that are participating, the cost goes up for everybody. So so I think, all I'm saying is maybe it's time for us to evaluate that from that type of a perspective.
Can you back out of your liability like that, though?
No.
I didn't think we could. That's why we didn't do it
That was-
last time.
Right, that was part of it, and that's also part of what was happening with Lincoln County and their lawsuit with
Yep.
with Green Tree.
Yep.
And that was like for 20 years.
Why can't you back out? I don't understand why. you can't back out.
Liability that you have by
Because
owning the
you still-
facility.
As being a partial owner, even though they change the terminology all the time, but as being a partial owner, you've gone into it with a certain amount of liability you can't just walk away from that liability. There has to be some compensation to cover that liability.
You buy your way out.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the compensation still doesn't make it a viable option to back out?
There's another option that I don't want to bring up in public, that I worked with Debbie, Zach briefly, and it got moved over and I was dealing with Steve Shaner. There's another option, but to renegotiate the JPA from the Green Tree side, I think that's dead.
And Deborah Engel, you know about her.
She's bad sick, isn't she?
She ain't been there.
She hasn't been there in forever.
daughter's
Mayor,
been
Mayor
running
Council, I think we need to probably reevaluate that, but, I kind of think back to, one of my professors in college always telling me is sometimes your liability is an actual asset And it can become a liability for your partners at some point in
As
time.
well, yeah. And it is, but the way it was set up, they outvote us, and then they picked this, lawyer, whatever, management guy, that he holds the cards to everything.
Right.
And we haven't been able
For
to work.
both sides.
For both sides, we haven't been able to work our way out of it, but.
And then what happens is, one municipality that's a member, if they're not gonna show up, they give their proxy to
Yeah.
another municipality. So somebody else is voting on their behalf. It's like,
The technical term is hosed, we're hosed all the
Mayor,
way
Mayor,
through.
if you don't mind, council, I'm gonna look closer at this.
I wish you would, because we need
Analyze
some
it.
fresh eyes and maybe,
maybe you can see something different. There, it gets really convoluted, Tim, because it goes back all kinds of different generations, and there was a lot of different, and if I can find my emails on it, I can forward you some of the,
you know, we ought to start working on the downs because their mayor always gave his proxy to, who was it he gave his proxy to?
it depended. I mean, sometimes Corona, I think, or sometimes, you know.
When I was on there, it was usually Corona,
Yeah,
Cheryl,
yeah.
and
It was just
Williams was
one or
mayor,
another.
and then vice versa.
They want me to give proxy to one of them, it's like, hell no. None of you guys live in
I
the
always
village.
had Jeff as my proxy. They didn't like that. I said, no, we got a representative from here. But yeah, that would be good, Jim, to look over that, and then I recommend, just for your knowledge, because they have an annual meeting, the two counties, Otero County and Green Tree, and they select one of the communities that they serve to have it, and that's usually late March, is that, or in April,
They ain't had one.
They haven't had one for a while.
Wow.
but,
But the same thing happens down in Otero County.
Right.
Is all of a sudden, the one guy from Alamogordo, he's got like 7 proxies. So when they're asking doing the roll call, he's gone, here, 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 using different voices.
That's not even right.
No, it's wrong.
Sounds like you got a couple extra kids on the payroll.
Yeah, so there's,
But I'm gonna take a look at that, Mayor, and kind of see if I can.
Yeah, I wish you would, because we haven't been able to figure it out.
and I'll tell you my other idea, separately.
Maybe we can meet sometime and go over it. If you give me a copy of those agreements, Ron, and all.
And Mayor Crawford and members of the council, there was times where we had a subsidy check that was due to the village, and they'd say, oh, you're gonna get 65,000 or whatever that amount was, and then we never would receive it, and then they would come back and say, well, it's 30,000, and then,
Parts of it.
so it was always a mess, so we never knew what was going on.
Then they would want to cut, they give a refund, but they didn't ever want to cut rates or tipping fees or,
No,
Right.
so we were wanting to cut tipping fees because we never got our money back, but they're like, oh, no, that way they get half our money.
it's built in an automatic 2% a year, I think, increase. And like I said, is in all the agreements, there's nothing that specifies how the funds will be distributed. It's up to the Green Tree Board, which is everybody else is figuring out.
See, I like to keep their 90 cents, and they do what they want and let us out of the
recycling.
cardboard part of it. Their 90 cents times 3,900,
So just put cardboard into the waste stream?
which
It-
we
Most
dump
of it goes there
anyhow.
anyways, yeah,
Y'all know that.
yeah. Okay.
All right.
Is that 90 cents, is that a monthly fee?
Yep.
They pay on their water bill,
Yeah,
90 cents
recycling.
every month.
So it's $3,500. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
It should be more than that.
You said 39, how many, what did you say?
It's 3,900.
Times 90 cents,
How long ago were those contracts?
$3,500. So if it's $1, it'd be 3,900.
But they handle all
That was like in
recycling.
the 1990.
How do we get the money, though?
Yeah, it's on the water bill.
That's right about the time that they're going
We
through
get
all
the
the
money back?
landfill
We want
closure and training the
We
regional landfills.
collect it and keep it, I believe.
Well, we are now.
How much money do we
Supposed
get?
to give it to Deborah Engel, but we don't.
There
Well,
you
I mean,
go.
half the stuff is ruined anyway. We end up throwing it in the dumpster
Right.
and you end up hauling it off.
We're supposed to be fixing their containers, but Jeff was even buying the blue containers.
Right.
Why?
I haven't been doing that.
Well, and how many times have I called you because they're overflowing and overflowing and overflowing and,
We all call Jerry.
and it,
Clean this salad over here all the time. After they dump it, we have to go clean it. And all them blue dumpsters over here off of Hall.
yeah, at the dog park.
So we,
Paradise
yeah,
Central.
at the school too, we've got, they've got the cardboard dumpster. So, you know, if we break down our boxes and everything, they're not being,
Most of
They
the time,
can't
no.
find people, ma'am. They can't find people over there to even
Got
recycle
it.
it. We get a list all the time that my drivers have to go dump them.
okay.
And she had,
Dump 'em,
they had a
baby.
big exit. A lot of people quit and
We want to keep the town happy, so we go dump it. No
Okay.
questions asked.
just filling up,
Got it.
falling over in the ground and,
People throw trash in there and now the whole load is
and then the whole
contaminated.
thing's,
Well-
gets wet.
With our backpack program, you know, we break down all the boxes and we try to keep everything. I'm not gonna say
Does it
anything.
make you feel better?
Yeah, somebody throws
Yeah.
a can of soup in that whole dumpster of cardboard, it's contaminated.
Yep.
Yep.
Right.
We break them down just so you can get more
When
in.
it snows or rains, it gets in through the cracks and
And
gets in
gets
there and
wet.
forget it,
Well,
that load's no
They
good.
see a piece of cottage cheese on it, it's wrong, so
Okay.
it's over with.
They'll give you a tour.
What's up, Isaac?
Okay,
Thanks, Jerry.
Yeah, Tim, I've got tons of files here that'll have to. I'm telling you, it's gonna take you a while to go through all this. It is very confusing and convoluted. Yeah, there's probably 30 files.
Don Williams was on that too, wasn't he?
Who was that?
Don Williams?
That was way before my time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the
He
council.
was on the council.
Well, I know he
before
was,
us,
but
yeah.
he was on part of that.
Oh,
I know
was he?
had a lot to
Okay.
say pardon? He had a lot to say with what went on there.
Yeah.
You're not cheating off of me, are you?
I'm copying you.
Goal number 6. This was community services goal. This was an awesome deal. This was a fleet maintenance shop remodel, including the replacement of their old shop truck. We also maintain current funding to do this project. And it is a done deal.
So it's no longer, it's no longer a goal then, right? Because it's done.
This was,
And what else did we cross out? The
There were several.
JPA. Okay.
this, not only did we, complete this goal, we also got a 70,000 pound, lift installed. We've bought the lift quite some time back. And, now we can lift our semi-truck and our grapple trucks and our refuse trucks up in the air and work on them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't think another municipality has that. But, yeah, we have a lift in there, we can lift our trucks. And the street department can use it.
Under his supervision.
Any questions there?
Nope.
Again, appreciate Rifle knows how long.
Yeah, that's been a long time coming.
And then, goal number 7 is, of course, continuing to fund our Redosa Beautiful. And that's just maintaining the current funding and
And we so appreciate that.
Do you give T-Bone the hours that your crew empties the trash cans in Midtown? Does T-Bone call for those? Do you know if he?
I don't
Because
know.
that's a credit to the program. It's all part of the beautification, especially in our shopping district.
I thought that the I thought Parks and Rec did that every morning.
No, we do.
It's these guys, because they're out real early.
That's right, that's right.
And they have
big
the trucks.
Yeah, the big trucks, yeah.
Parks and Rec or
That's
Keep
true,
Reynosa
yes.
Beautiful just does the maintenance on them.
Yes, okay, yes,
Buy pallets of trash bags.
yeah.
So they take them and the trash bags out and then they put new trash bags in.
Okay.
Okay,
Any questions?
no, thank you.
Very good, Jerry.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all.
Who's next?
Water distribution.
Adam Sanchez.
Find it. Mayor, council, thank you again for rearranging the schedule.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Manager Dodge. Our purpose statement for the Public Works Department, to efficiently manage infrastructure services for the citizens and visitors who live, work, and play in the Village of Ruidoso. Are you guys good with that purpose statement?
Yes.
Yes,
Water distribution, it's back this way.
back one or two.
Forestry, yeah, right after forestry.
I got it. Okay, the next one is the org chart. I did find, or actually Marty brought it to my attention, discrepancy in the org chart. William Herrera is on here twice. His old position, he is now the wastewater supervisor. So currently, we are vacant a foreman and one maintenance worker in the distribution collections department. Any questions?
Say that again, you're what?
We're down foreman and a maintenance worker in this department.
Okay, so you're fully staffed, but because I don't see any blanks, am I
Yeah, there's a
missing?
blank maintenance worker, the third one from the bottom.
Center is the vacancy.
Oh, right there.
And then down below.
And then foreman right under wastewater supervisor.
Yeah.
Okay,
What about Willie Herrera, where you got him as a supervisor and a worker?
Yeah, that one should be out, the maintenance worker should be taken out.
Taken out,
Yes.
okay.
And then, onto the tactical plan. And I was listening in earlier. Well, Tim told me to be resting. And I did hear Karen, talk about the FEMA projects. I have had them on my list. I don't know if you guys want to, me to change them for next time or change them out.
Sorry, what's that?
The FEMA projects. I heard Karen talking about them in the capital projects. Do I need to change mine out, or?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we weren't double.
I think it's good to leave it there, Adam, so we reference back into water, wastewater, but yet it's still listed in all our capital projects, but.
Some of the projects will cost
Right, so.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're good. Okay, so, goal number 1, utilities, goal 4, policy 4.1, rehab of existing sewer lines and manholes, lift stations, and then hazard mitigation. As you guys know, SAK has finished the slip lining on all the sewer lines and all the manhole rehabs. There's one, construction part of it that they're still lacking from their subcontractor on Fern Trail, and then the punch list, and that we can close out the first one, the rehab, part of this project. The second is the lift stations. We did go out to, construction this year with Smithco, for the lift stations. They have constructed the, lift station on, the Circle Lift Station on Main Road. It is not finished, but it is in the ground. They're installing pumps now. The construction, the new sewer line construction is installed in Upper Sutterth and Main Road. And then we did the pre-con for the hazard mitigation, and I think we hope to go out to bid on that, or go to construction on that in June of this year. Any questions?
No, sir.
Good.
And the hazard mitigation, that is the trees.
That's
And
trees.
Armoring.
Yeah, yes, all that, yeah.
Goal number 2, replacing aging infrastructure, water line replacement, extension of sewer lines to non-serviced areas, and this was for Town and Country. We did hire a contractor, we did go into construction, with General Hydronics for Town and Country. It was a cocktail of funding between, GeoBond and CDBG. Hopefully we can get this thing closed out as soon as they can pave. But this does go along with the 200 hookups that we were mandated to do. And as of this year, the last numbers that we had was 270 connections that the Village of Ruidoso has made.
EPA ought to be happy, because that's plus Ruidoso Downs.
Yep, plus Ruidoso Downs.
And to go along with that, part of it, I know Ashley, worked on some letters and they're going out
I've already signed them.
Friday. And so people should start receiving them by Monday, so we'll start doing dye tests and hopefully we'll start doing some more connections after that.
Okay.
Did you do a dye test on our Meacham property?
Yeah, I think, really did do dye test on that Meacham property. I'll have to get the paperwork on it. Yeah.
Are we tied into
I believe
sewer?
so, yes. There's a line that comes from the backside of Grove there, down that little canyon behind the mechanic shop.
Yeah, it's been right there on that little drop.
And then the contractor did get, the sub got his equipment up there staged in case.
Yes, sir. La Luz Paving, Joel, he has a motor grader there, a backhoe, a trackhoe, and then he brought 5 loads of millings.
Of what, base?
Millings.
Millings?
And he did, that Saturday, after we talked,
Mm-hmm.
he did grade Chavez out and put millings on Chavez.
Okay.
So he did stick to his word, and he's maintaining it.
Very good. I like that guy.
Any other questions on that one?
No, sir.
Okay, the next one is replacement of antiquated equipment. This is utility service, goal 1, policy 1.1, action 1.1E. And this was kind of brought up last year. We do have some funding for one new truck to replace the 4500 Chevy that everybody hates, the big truck.
You sure drive it a lot.
Yeah, it's a workhorse. I mean, that's what we have to pull that ditch witch mainly right now. I mean, we did the distribution guys actually did take over one of the collection trucks, just because that truck keeps breaking down. So just to pull that ditch witch, we have to have at least a 1-ton truck. Along with that is, we have a 2008 420G backhoe that actually has been in the shop for 2 months now, trying to get parts. It's an older backhoe. The brakes are gone on it. The rear end's gone on it. This last year, I did actually talk to Wagner about a lease program, lease versus purchase. And basically, they told me that when we're ready to come back to them, because the prices change so rapidly. So, if you, like I said, if you approve this next budget year, we can look at lease versus purchase on the backhoe.
Isaac, is that who we got the one for the JUB from? Wagner?
Yes. Martin R too. Yeah, and Josh.
Well, we had to work on that contract with the maintenance part on it, have Zach review it.
And then, the other piece of that is our, International Vector. It is a 2012 International Vector. And as you guys know, we use it every single day. That is another one I'd like to look into a lease program with the maintenance. That way we're returning it as much as we use it.
Yep.
It's hard to own it and it become, unusable.
And that would also be, what we're looking at is a bigger unit.
A bigger one?
Yes, sir.
now this is a 9-yard and we're looking at a 15-yard.
What's the Downs'?
Theirs is like a 2-yard.
That's new.
It's a little one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one holds 900 gallons of water and the new one would hold 1,500.
And you just keep the old one?
Yes.
Back up?
And then Isaac, we'd actually stage it at the wastewater treatment plant because we go down there once or twice a week, to pump. Isaac's
And it'll
station.
pull the basins?
So, I mean, it could be a dual purpose, you know, that way, if something happened, we'd had both of them. But
Maybe the
Isaac-
JUB can buy it.
There you go. We could look at something like that.
We'll have to go up on the water bills again.
You keep telling everybody that we got money over there.
We could lease ours to Isaac.
Without maintenance. Okay, very good.
Any questions on that one?
Nope.
So does lease come out of capital outlay? I mean, not at capital outlay, but budget time?
Out of his budget on his, just on your enterprise fund. that you have
Enterprise, so
figured
you're
in.
enterprise.
All these guys.
Mayor, I've asked Judy to actually prepare.
Yeah, I didn't think
Budget
so.
calendar, you know, if we could take a quick break, she can propose that to you, so that kind of give clarification on the next steps. Do you think it's appropriate this time, or you got?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, because
That'll
it
work.
seems to be coming up.
Adam only has 2 more.
That's fine.
Thanks, Judy.
We've got that and then wastewater.
Yeah.
Streets.
Got that wastewater and then,
Streets.
streets, regional water, you got Isaac, Randy, Eric, and then Lieutenant Chavez, or, no, I call him Lieutenant, Chief Chavez. There's 2 proposals. Can I do that to Howard? I'm also sure that, talk a little bit more about Jerry's, org chart, and what, if you all want to go back to that in a minute. But, Judy, can you kind of explain the process, and, there's been a couple of questions, and I want you to highlight both on, how we develop the operational budgets, and then how does that tie into, requests for capital, and then, additional, FTEs in the processes.
Sure.
Full-time equivalent employees.
Mayor, council, in mid-February, I'll start doing projections on revenues because that kind of sets the tone of where our budgeted expenditures can be. So I start projecting around February, and at the same time, I take a snapshot of the current personnel that are currently on hand with us on employed. And then I look at all the departments of the last budget positions that were budgeted but are currently vacant. So I add those numbers in together and I start projecting the numbers for personnel at that point. Once I do the revenues and the personnel, I look at any other known expenditures that are coming up, insurances or anything like that. So before we even expend this information out to the departments, I try to put into the budget anything that I know that's coming up, any changes in PERA contribution amounts, any potential increases for service or performance pay. I try to get all those numbers in along with the revenues. And then we have a budget kickoff meeting, which is number 5, and I give my projections to all the departments, and I show them a 5-year trend usually of what their operational budgets were for the last 5 years so that they can budget up all their upcoming replacements or new contracts that they're going to experience so that we can start putting the budget together. And then at that time, they start putting together their capital outlay requests. So then they have probably about 3 to 4 weeks to get me their requested numbers, and they return them back to finance. And then in the meantime, while that's all going on, I'm trying to project our ending cash amounts for fiscal year 22, and that comes in number 7. So then all those numbers, I'll get them together, any new requests for personnel, any new requests for capital outlay, and any increases in their operating budgets are then reviewed by the village manager, myself, HR, the deputy village manager, and we talk about all the new requests, and then we start trying to balance what our projected revenues are gonna be versus all the expenditures that everybody has submitted, and then we try to come to a zero net budget. But of course, we know that one-time expenditures for projects or equipment are one-time, and that we could use those from cash reserves. That's why it's important for me to try to project what our ending cash balance is gonna be at the end of June, but of course, we're in March and April, so I'm very conservative at that time. And so we will go through and review all the requests and look at them. And then once we do that, sometimes some cuts are made because we've already taken care of it in the current budget year within the last months of the fiscal year, or we shift some of that stuff to the current fiscal year. So once we make those initial first cuts, that's the first budget that you all see. And we will start having the budget hearings at that point, and that's when everybody will start talking about the requests for the new fiscal year. And as you've heard through some of the goals, people were giving you some estimates of costs, so I've been writing those down, so when we start reviewing, I'll make sure that HR has 15,000 for the Learn software, or that, some of the other things that came up, the PD wanted some cars, so then I make sure that's on the list and stuff, and then that.
Harleys.
Oh, motorcycles too, right? And so then, once we all get together and you give us your views on what you think need to be done, we'll go back, make some additional cuts, and then hopefully come back to you within May sometime and present a balanced budget.
Right, okay.
Is there any questions on the budget process? And, we're collecting that information, and as we compile this, we can share that with you as well. So you have one consolidated document that you can look at with all that information on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor, if we could, Ron just had a legislative update that he sat in on. Ron, do you have a report for us on that?
So, I sat on the legislative update. I know this is in the way here. AJ was on, and the first one was on the Law Enforcement Protection Grant. They're looking at raising the death benefit from $250,000 to $1 million, and they're looking at $1,500 per officer and $95,000 for each department. What is it right now?
It's $45,000.
Okay.
And $1,000 for each officer.
The next one was, and this will really interest the council and the mayor, on the election bill. And this is they're only looking at municipal elections, and would be allowing 16-year-olds to vote, only on a municipal election.
Only,
Mexico,
Yes.
only in
Only in New
municipal.
Mexico, only in the municipal election. The other thing is, all candidates, and this is only a bill, would be a minimum of 10 signatures on a petition when you run for office, or a $50 filing fee. And this is on a municipal election.
So who gets the $50?
Well, that was discussed. No one knows. We think it goes to the Secretary of State's. Because they're put,
Is it being introduced by Zach?
10 signatures, well, I got
So-
one with my wife.
yes.
So my question is, do we have room out front for a school bus to pull up for early voting? They can just.
So
offload all the
are
high
they
school
proposing
kids?
to fight against that?
Yes, they are totally against that. Yes. And yesterday, when I reached out to Lisa Johnston, she's contracted to the New Mexico Municipal League. As Tim mentioned, our questions that I had regarding the organizational meeting and a reappointment of appointed officials, they actually sent that to the, regarding this bill also, because they want clarification on all this, and there's not any clarification. So they're adding this to the language also and saying, what do you do here? Are they going to have, they took out of the election code, they took out the organizational meeting. And so all of that's not specified. So now, but they did add my language in there to find out about that. So
I wonder if we can have a cookout for the organizational meeting.
Unbelievable.
You can only vote if you're 16, if you're a parent.
the other hot topic and Mayor Crawford probably has listened on, it's hold harmless again. And they have two different bills on the hold harmless. One of them's going to be, if it's a community with a high poverty population, is in some of your larger communities, they would get more of the GRT, and some of the other municipalities would lose that. So it's going to be a loss for some of the municipalities, and for the larger ones would, gain the gross receipts tax. So there's two different bills on that.
Get any now?
AJ said it's just, it didn't make any sense either. He's doesn't understand that one either. So there'll be more next week. The destination sourcing was another one where they're trying to see, because Carlsbad, they use Carlsbad as an example, they are losing so much revenue on the GRT because all those companies that do the oil drilling are working in the county, so they're losing all the money there. So they want to see about getting the 0.1225 back to the municipality, because, they said they're going broke.
That's what they say.
And so.
Carlsbad said that.
Yeah, and Hobbs and Artesian, some of those places.
And what AJ also said, this is more of a policy decision. This would be more on a policy side. They'd have to go in and change that. And if they went in and changed it, it would be through the, there could be less protection, but on other end, you'd get your 0.1225, because there's only like attorneys and accountants that right now, they can work, they don't qualify under the destination sourcing, but the oil and gas does. So that's, he said it doesn't make any sense. We'd like to include the oil and gas on there also. Because it's all the, and they don't have the voting delegates to even for that. And the mayor's heard all.
Yeah, that's what they're wanting, the municipal league to try to help push that through. They canceled the chamber deal.
Oh,
No chamber meeting.
no, Lincoln Day.
No, there's supposed to be a meeting at 3 that we were gonna attend to just get caught up, but it's not done, so it's all on for Santa Fe. Sorry, Ron.
No, you're fine. The House Bill 4, we all know about House Bill 4 and the tort claims. They're trying to do some legislation on that, do an amendment at least. They're asking for a statewide database showing what claims have been affected. Right now, AJ said the self-insurance fund really hasn't been impacted. They've had 5 to 6 claims that really aren't amounting to a whole lot. He said the counties, on the other hand, are being hit with 40 to 50 claims, and a lot of them are due to detention facilities, because they have a lot of those claims against the detention facilities. They gave just a quick recovery funds update. It was just on the federal funds. Of course, they mentioned, and I know Tim and the mayor have been working closely with Mayor Marty Chavez. They just said, that's all those requests will be going to the governor's office, and then they'll be asking the municipal league for some guidance on that too, and then reach out to the communities.
And he's been silent, really. He hasn't, but he hasn't talked to anybody. The county representative from the counties was calling a while ago and said they haven't heard anything. And AJ said, well, we really haven't heard a lot either. But he said that Chavez's group, Bianca and those guys, reach out to him to ask questions. And so a lot of the framework that they're going off of is stuff that the municipal leagues provided.
I've had some ongoing conversations with Marty and Bianca
Okay.
and the governor's office,
So I think we're right in there ahead of a lot of people.
And then the final, he talked about the grant writer, hiring 2 grant writers. He said they had they received 80% on recovery from the tax and rev case, I guess on the Eunice part. He mentioned that also, Mayor?
Yeah, it was $280,000 that the municipal league received back, their portion of the tax and rev lawsuit. We received a bunch of money too. So the executive board voted for them to be able to use that money to hire, well, part of it to fix up the property, but the other part was to hire some grant writers to help smaller communities that they represent, the municipal league represents, to write grants. And then we're still trying to figure out the issue of what do you do after that?
Right, he said they would
Who's your project manager, who's your,
They're trying to also recruit the COGS to be partners in this program also.
But Hubert Quintana hasn't got back to him just yet.
Okay.
Help smaller communities like Rio Rancho.
Yeah, and that's it, Rio Rancho's asking for help.
The COG is looking at doing their own grant writers.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of conflict there between the two.
Yeah, they're a small city when you compare them to like LA.
Yeah. After he always reminds us he's the most highest ranking elected Republican in the state.
Steve Pierce?
No.
Oh, you're talking about as far as
Hall.
in office?
Yeah, Mayor Hall.
Oh,
The mayor from Rio Rancho?
But then they're
Rio Rancho.
too small to have their own grant writers.
So-
And project managers.
So, you know, with the chief here on the law enforcement protection grant, that looks like it'll be increased, so that's a good thing for them. They're just trying to get a little bit more for them, and instead of, they want to make sure they put the money back in the general fund, so all that money goes to the department statewide and not being held by the state, so, but they'll be having another update on next Wednesday, and then the ones going up to Santa Fe will hear
Tuesday.
from AJ, so.
Yeah.
All righty.
So Ron, I ask you one question on the voting there. I might have to really ask a lawyer. But on that, the question is that if they're going to allow 16-year-olds to vote, generally, in my thinking is that if you're old enough to vote or eligible to vote, you're also old enough or eligible to run for office. Isn't that generally the way you think?
Yeah, you'd think.
So is that a change to the law, or is that just going to be an exemption where you're allowed to vote but not run for office until you're 18?
Or drink. I mean, if you're old
And
enough to.
eligible for selective service.
So would that
Counselor
be
Eby, that's a great question.
change in the statute? Would that be define the statute? Would that be what?
What they said was they're allowing 16-year-olds to work an election, so why wouldn't you allow them to vote?
They don't get paid.
Oh, that's great logic.
That's what they were talking about. The other thing is, they were saying, well, they can go to school as a 16-year-old voter, be at their school, and somebody running for office could go to these kids and talk to them and try to convince them, and so it's unclear, so, you know, didn't give really any clarification on, I don't think it's gonna,
The only thing that they can talk to a kid about is that if they're 17, if they are going to turn 18 by election day, then they can register to vote.
Correct.
That's the only thing they can do with a minor.
Do they have a right
As far
to
as
choose?
anybody.
To choose.
My question, just
Everybody needs to choose.
the basic, simple question here, if it's such a great idea, why is it restricted to only municipalities and not state elections?
They're trying to muck up the
Yeah, they're trying to.
municipality
Yeah.
on so many different fronts, like on this voting deal.
Yeah.
When they were changing our precincts, you know, instead of at-large for us.
And unfortunately, yeah, doesn't seem like it would pass, but I wouldn't put anything past Santa Fe right now.
Well, we laugh about some of this stuff.
That is
Some of this
horrible.
stuff, Gee, when it's Christmas.
They shouldn't have a right to choose. They should all wear boots.
Well, dang, if that's true, I'm gonna have to start a TikTok channel.
What else you got, Ronald?
that was the final one, but I just thought the election one was, you know, we had talked about it this morning, and then, you know, the questions that I had regarding the organizational, and that was, she did submit that to the, as part of the questions to ask, because we do need clarification on that. Everyone is unclear.
I don't know how they pass stuff like this all the time and nobody knows how to implement it, what the rules are.
Sounds like cannabis all over again.
Yeah. New Mexico, true.
Just vote for it. We'll figure it out later.
Thank you.
Pass it first, then we'll figure it out.
We're
All
sorry, Adam, you're out of time.
Okay, the next one is construct new water and sewer utility building in yard. This year, we did go out to bid, we did hire a contractor, White Sands. The footings have been poured after, well, let me back up a little bit. We did have to do a revised site plan on this building. We had to move it over and do a couple other things, but that has been done. The footings have been dug and poured, and the frame of the building is actually on site. We're ready to be constructed.
Nice.
So we're getting there.
Who's putting it together again?
White Sands.
Okay.
Adam, has P and M ever got the power moved and resituated?
They did take it out, and they did, there was a couple things that they needed us to do so they could actually get in there and set a new pole. Josh is moving one of the piles over a little bit so they could get in there, so they are working on it.
Okay.
Any questions in the building?
Mayor, Counselor Adam, I think, wasn't there another service that we're still waiting for engineering from P and M?
That was the lift stations, yes. The lift station, the lift stations and force mains, we're waiting on P and M, and the RJU building.
Well, there's also an issue over at the Horton. Apparently, they're supposed to remove one of those light poles in the parking lot. Well, come to find out, talking with some people from the school district, those poles belong to P and M. So they're gonna have to get P and M's permission to be able to remove that pole.
And when they do kill the power.
They already killed the power.
So the shop building that we have our stuff in is now, it's no,
Yeah.
need one house, yeah.
Oh, so that killed the power to over there too?
Yes, sir.
Well, that makes no sense.
Those big breaker panels, remember on the outside?
Uh-huh.
Those are all the power going to your guys.
Over there, because what they did is they went into that street, the light pole where the driveway is on Service, Road where the gate is.
Fence.
They opened it up, they cut the wires there, capped it off, because they said that the number of wires heading towards the shop building reduced, so the power was coming from the other end, and nobody from the school district knew where they went. We checked every breaker, so that's what they did, is they chopped it there, pulled the line out between that pole and the one they're supposed to remove. So there's no electrical wires going through there anymore.
Yeah, I'd been talking with Zeke on it, and Marty had to, about we'd have to have a brand new service ran to that building. So we decided for now, we're just gonna leave it with no power. I mean, it rains harder inside than it does outside.
Right.
Before we come anyway, so.
You know, a while back, we were trying to light the heaters inside, they wouldn't light, we couldn't figure it out. And so we called the gas company over and they, said, well, there's no gas pressure over here, we can't figure it out.
No, that's,
Then we had that water leak.
right, that water leak where they perforated the gas line.
Well, the gas line looked like Swiss cheese going,
Yeah.
the gas was just.
Oh, my God.
It just deteriorated?
Yeah.
So we eventually cut off the gas and then we cut off the water, so now we cut off the power, so.
We're trying to evict you. Hey, don't take a hint, man.
Zeke and I met P and M over at the 603 Meacham property, and they've hired another engineer that's gonna work out of the Ruidoso office, so maybe that'll help.
Yeah, when Chris was there, it was nice to be able to work with him because he was actually here local.
Yeah.
But I know the other guys spread pretty thin.
Of course, I found that you get more done with Joseph, but
Of course, yeah, you should call Joseph. Any questions on that one? Mm-mm. Okay, the next one is,
Oh, Adam,
Yes.
just real quick on that. When do you think, I know this is going to be hard, but when do you think that could be finished?
12/20/22.
is that what it is? 12,
That's what you got written
December,
down
that's,
here.
that is true.
I was reading that.
25.
Would that be good if it was in December 2022?
Yes, absolutely, and I think that's the date, sorry.
He can't be using the excuse that he was up since 2:30.
Yeah,
Oh, poor
he
guy.
had his chance.
Yeah, this does.
Okay, the next one is, replace and rehab lift stations, Gavilan Canyon, Thrill Hill, which is Cream Meadows, and Guinevere. We'll start with Gavilan Canyon. We did a lining on Gavilan Canyon Lift Station, 3 years ago, Marty, correct?
Where is that on Gavilan?
Right behind,
If you go up Paul, once you hit Gavin, it's gonna be right to your right-hand side.
Brunel's, right behind Brunel's house.
Oh, yeah.
So the pumps, it's a whole flight system, correct, Marty, in there? It's a flight pump system?
Correct, all the
Okay.
ones, yeah.
So we need to replace the panel on that lift station and then have it stripped and recoated. And then the railing also, correct, Marty?
Correct.
And then Thrill Hill lift station, which is Cree Meadows, we need a new control panel for it. It's just outdated, we can't get parts for it, so it needs to be updated.
Thrill Hill?
That was
Right here?
a thrill, too.
That's the one that everybody calls on with the lights on or the alarms going off
Every time it rains or lightning or anything else like that, it trips.
that panel that's.
And then the one on Guinevere, y'all been up there quite a bit.
The one in Guinevere, the lift station, there's only one house tied into that lift station.
Really?
And I don't think anybody's, I mean, in the summer, they're up a couple times a month or a couple times.
Yeah, that lift station was put in and we had a meter there, but there was nobody ever there at the house. Or if they were, it was the only house using, the sewer, but they're only there for a few days. So by the time they came back, it was already dried out inside the tank. So there was nothing to pump, so there was no hours on the meter. So P&M went over there and said, well, this isn't being used, so they pulled the meter. Well, our power pole and stuff was so old and stuff, when we called them back and said, we know we need it, they said, well, you need to upgrade all your stuff. So it's like, it was the old vacuum style pumps that we had in there. So right now, we just need to take it all out.
So it's just right up at the top to the left?
What's that?
No, it's on Guinevere as you come off of Warwick.
Uh-huh.
And then it goes down in the dip right there, the one in the dip.
To the left. When you go up to the top of Guinevere, you take a left off Warwick. Because it's not to the right.
It's on the right-hand side.
So it's like if you're on Excalibur and you come down,
Uh-huh.
right down that dip, you'll be on your left-hand side.
It's
up closer to the top, towards, closer to Excalibur. Right at the
Yeah,
bottom of
so,
the big hill.
because, I mean, I housed over there and I just didn't, I thought it was right to the left, because that's when you
There's another one there.
come up Warwick, there's one right to the left.
Yeah, there's one
So
there.
it's not that one, it's the one that's on right.
It's the one in the
Up the dip and, okay,
Yeah, I mean, there used to be just one house, now there's like
yeah.
5 or 6 still on it, so it's getting used, so we're having to pump it at least once a week with a battery truck. So we have to get a new pole set, a new power run.
And the sewer collections department, they've rehabbed a couple of lift stations in Ponderosa and put flight pumps in them and the new railing. We just ordered the kit and the guys put it in and it works out really nice. So that's what we're proposing.
So didn't you guys rehab a couple of lift stations up there?
Yes, sir. We did
And that was
Maple.
maybe about 4 years ago, 5?
Oh, in Camelot?
Yeah.
Yes, there we did, what numbers were they?
One on Warwick Drive going up,
There's a total of 6 and they did 5, just the only one that's not done.
Okay, because I must not have visited that one when I was on a tour.
We can take you up there. if you
I'm
want.
trying to visualize exactly where it is.
Yeah, it's kind of hidden. It's an old lift station. If you didn't know, it was there.
how big are those lift stations? What kind of gallons did they have before they?
I don't know what this one holds. This one's approximately, it's 6 foot in diameter, and I think this one's like 16 foot deep, 18 foot deep.
Okay. Okay.
Any questions on that one?
$600,000.
The last one is replace aging infrastructure, water line replacement, extension of sewer lines in non-service areas, and this is for Pine Cliff. This is the one that we're trying to do the CDBG grant, with the cocktail of funding with the GeoBond and the CDBG. We are actually at 60% design on the engineering. I actually talked to the engineer today, and they are sending their surveyors up to actually survey the proposed easements for the sewer in this area.
Well, Tim's kind of like these rappers. You notice how he's influencing conversational speech? Everybody's saying cocktail of funding.
Yeah, I noticed that while
Cocktail
ago.
of funding. Cocktail of funding. Okay.
Well, I'm just trying to get around my elbow.
Yeah, yeah. Mayor, I have a question.
Shoot.
And it isn't on this, at Grindstone, the subdivisions, weren't we putting in some sewer lines, but all those people are still not on sewer, right?
On Grindstone or the subdivision up above?
You talking about, Pee Wee Dalton's, what's his name? Musa, Jack Musa's?
No, not there. I'm talking,
Off of Grindstone Road, Santa Anita and Signal and all
Everybody on
that.
Grindstone is connected. Santa Anita, we did extend the sewer line up Santa Rosa, Jerry Shaw, Keys Drive, and I don't think there's anything on, there is a piece of, on Santa Anita that we did.
are we, now that we've got that, are we asking people to tie on to the sewer?
Everybody that, when we put the line in, we sent out letters and got everybody connected.
Yeah, they've got so much time to, and there was a couple that had fairly new or just certified septic that we gave them, they had
A waiver.
waiver for a couple of years, 5 years?
5 years. From the date of permit.
Yeah, everybody that could connect is already been connected.
Okay. Okay.
And the only way, we didn't go any farther on any of those streets because, doing so, we would have to start installing lift stations and stuff just because.
Yeah.
My next endeavor in that area is like Shadow Lane and Drooping Juniper. And
That's
all
what
that area.
I was thinking of, those are the next two streets down.
I'm terrible with,
If you go up if you come off Grindstone on was it West Santa Rosa and go over the hill there, that whole subdivision in that part.
okay.
I think, right around in that area, there's some people there, they still had cesspools.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that we found cesspools there. There's been all parts of town, we found some cesspools. People, there was one that it was just bricks and that was it.
Is that kind of like a leach field?
It's like a pond.
No, it's just a box.
Yeah, it's just a.
They dig a hole and dig a hole and they'll put something over
Sheet
it.
metal over it.
Yeah.
And then it just drains.
Some of them line them with bricks like he's talking about, or,
So fancy ones. It's a covered up cesspool.
It just looks like that would be so bad for our water.
it is, that's why we're getting rid of them.
Yeah. It eventually.
You don't ever want to park on top of them.
No.
Randy will tell you that.
Made that mistake
eventually
before.
Work its way.
Vegetable gardens do very well.
Yes, they do.
And then they have a well right next to it, and they wonder why their water keeps smelling.
Yep. Why they get sick of us.
Okay. Thanks, Adam.
Okay,
Thank you guys.
all right, thank you.
Hey, Adam, I was gonna ask you, Adam, you mentioned a while back that might have to replace the water meters. What is that?
Yes,
As
sir.
far as an update on it.
So they did extend Badger Meter, extended it out another year for the 3G. Because of COVID and it's hard to get we can't even get a 2-inch meter in, So they did extend another year. I have Clifton, our meter guy from Baker. He'll be up here the 16th of February to talk to us and see where we're gonna go forward with that.
Okay, that's on the meters?
Yeah, so we,
The
last budget.
3G?
Yeah, last budget year, we had put in $449,000 in our budget to replace the existing meters in the ground. They're taking 3G off the towers.
It's off supposedly, isn't it?
It's still on. They left it on because of COVID, because of you can't get the chips and all that other stuff.
Is it the whole meter or just the little transmitter part on the?
It's just the transmitter,
Oh, my Lord.
the endpoints. Yes. So that's gonna be a new project in
How old are
itself.
those?
Yeah, they informed us about that, and
6 years.
we asked, well, why did they, blah, 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 but
6 years?
Adam, I believe that's because of the 5G went from the, what was it, 3G to 4G to 5G, because it's all cellular based, so.
So can we buy a 6G and get ahead of them?
Might as well.
so we'd be going to upgrading to 5G, because I guess they're coming out with 5G plus.
Yeah. And I think the new ones, because we have, I think 1,300 of the new ones already installed, just as replacements as we've been going. And, I think they're only 4G. So you know where that's going. And they're only, you know, it's a 20-year life, or 20-year life, 10-year warranty. So they prorated it, and that's where we got that prorated price.
If it's anything like Microsoft, we're not going to 6G, we're going to 8G.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people are not going back to the rotary phone.
Okay. We'll just get Starlink to do them. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
The wagon wheel theory.
Sir,
Thanks, Adam.
this is for in where? Street?
Streets, this is his
Is
number 5.
that what's next?
This your number 5? Number 1?
Number 5.
5, there it is, I see it.
And you have to excuse Josh. He's over here and his contact fell out, so he's gonna have to with one eye.
Josh, do you need some water?
No, ma'am, I just
Okay.
finished, so, thank you. Mayor, council, our purpose statement for the streets is to continue to sustain a high level of service on our various projects and roadways, including drainage and signs, to assure a smooth flow of traffic throughout our village while assisting other village departments.
Beautiful.
Anybody have questions?
Nope. Y'all do a great job, snow and all that stuff.
Thank you for this morning.
Yes, it was very good.
Yes, sir. The next one's gonna be our, man, I can't even think, I'm tired, our work chart for the street department. We did just hire one heavy equipment operator. We are still shy a street supervisor and another heavy equipment operator. Is there any questions on that?
Well, that's where we can have some budget savings right there, just eliminate those positions.
There you go.
Since you're working without them.
You do know where he lives.
Josh is like switching.
No potholes either.
What street didn't get plowed again?
One with the Biden sign in front of it.
Elizabeth, it's still up.
Not the Biden sign, that's gone. No, the yard full of Biden signs.
Yeah, there you go.
Is there any questions on the chart?
No.
Moving on, our first goal that we always try to get in there, try to get every year, is our MAP project, and that's under the Transportation Goal 4, Policy 4.3. This MAP project is our municipal arterial project. This comes from the state. It's a 80-20, yes, sir. I was gonna say 75-25, but 80-20. What we are working on right now is the second phase of our Carrizo project. We have finished Carrizo Canyon and have it striped, and we're moving on to Grindstone. And we'll go from Grindstone all the way to Highway 48.
Nice.
That is roughly, as of right now, is roughly 50% completed. We have gone through and done the drainage, redone all the bar ditches and everything there. So now we're just waiting for a little warmer weather so that we can go in and oil and come back in and overlay it.
Yeah.
Just to kind of go along with that, 80-20 match is, the 20% is the in-kind funds.
Okay.
But on that service, are you gonna level out some of that road?
Yes, sir.
Because it's been built up and it's got some monster potholes and dips.
Yes, sir, we'll go through with, oil and spray like our lower spots at first and come through and level course everything before we ever go through and overlay it. And then after that, we'll be moving to, our next map project after that will be, D Street, Upper Sutterth, and Resort. And we'll be redoing all of that. We'll be milling up Upper Sutterth and then coming back in and repaving that.
So that'll even encompass the circle? It'll
Yes,
go all
ma'am.
the way up, okay, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that was already done once, twice, with, you're talking about it by the circle? When they did the, project up there with the lift? And then they came back and put a temporary, then they came back and picked it up. So we'll go back over the top of that and make it all.
We'll mill the road.
On that one, I did put in for, Mesa Verde to come in and do a 2.5-inch mill to mill it out and mill it down so that we can get rid of the rough spots on the surface there.
Beautiful.
And then we'll come back and pave it from there.
Okay, and how's that gonna be going to the curbs or the entryways into those businesses? Will it be up high? Will it?
It's, everything's gonna be the same as is whatever we mill out is what will
They'll
be
replace.
replaced. So it'll be level with the curbs
Okay,
into
good.
the entryways.
Where will you start to going up towards the circle, at the traffic light or?
Yes, sir, where,
Okay.
cause it's concrete where the state has
Yeah,
the
that's
concrete
where I
there.
was picturing
is
it.
where we'll start from. And from
Okay.
there up we'll mill from there up and then everything in there and come back and pave it.
Good.
Is there any further questions on that one?
So you've already completed your drainage on that one?
Not on that one, the one that we're doing now on the grindstone,
Okay, well,
the
this one,
second phase of grindstone. Or the second phase of Carrizo. Carrizo's done and we've completed all the drainage on grindstone.
I was just looking at the Upper Canyon Co-op Sutterth area, the very last sentence. First milestone will be completion of drainage by 5/20/20. So
I forgot to take that out
So
of there. I'm
that
sorry.
is
That's-
May of 20.
That's,
So we don't even know yet, okay. Okay, I just was, because I didn't understand it at all. Okay, thank you.
yes, sir. The second one is our cooperative project, our co-op. The last one that we have received was the Upper Canyon, and we have finished the Upper Canyon. That's 100% complete. The following co-op that we're gonna be putting in for is, which will go into February's meeting, is, the Carter's Park and Wingfield Homestead. And the roads in there will consist of Apache Trail, Center Street, Hideaway Lane, High Street, North Evergreen, North Laurel, North Vine, North Willow, Park Avenue, Pine Road, South Begonia Road, South Laurel Road, South Vine Road, South Willow, Spring, Weldon, and West Street.
Nice.
And we'll be bringing that to you in February.
And I know this is a silly question. Where's Carter's Park? I've heard about it.
Carter's Park.
Is behind Domino's,
Um,
and that area behind
Gotcha.
Domino's there.
okay, gotcha.
But you're not doing Carter's Lane, huh? You're doing all the side streets into it?
From that, to do that, it would be within the 10-year span, because it was done when Deke and JR were here.
Okay.
So we'll be doing everything off of it in the side roads.
Mayor, Josh, why do we call that co-op? What does that mean?
Funding.
It's a cooperative project with the state as well it's a funding project.
Okay.
That for our main thoroughfares
Got
and
it,
connecting
yes.
our main thoroughfares and the roads from.
The MAP project, it ties in the two highways. The co-op project is the arterial routes off those.
Got it. Thank you.
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Lutterman, on the cooperative projects, it's through the local government road fund program. And those funds are awarded through District 2 in Roswell. The municipal arterial program projects, the MAP projects, those are awarded through Santa Fe through the general office.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
You guys are gonna love me for this one.
I already love you.
And number 3, more replacement of antiquated equipment. Right now, we have received everything that we had put in for in the past. We got 4 new pickup trucks, all with plows. We had salt spreaders, so that we put salt spreaders on those pickup trucks. We received our transport truck from Jerry. What else did we have in there? The dump truck, we received our new dump truck as well. Now I'm gonna be asking you guys for a dozer. I feel like this would be a good thing for the village. I mean, safety-wise, our other dozer is broke down. It broke down on the fire out here at the ball fields. It'd be just for our everyday work with the dozer. We don't do a whole lot of work with the dozer, but when we do need it up here, we need it. Fire suppression around the village, this would be a great asset for the village. And right now we're looking into it. I have got a quote on that. I forgot to put that in here, but it's $436,000.
Forgot that?
Well, I kind of wanted to bring it up personally.
Were your hands shaking a lot on the keyboard?
Yes.
Hey, Josh. The dozer, that's a Caterpillar or what is it?
It's a Caterpillar D5 dozer.
D5 or D6?
It's, what we're asking for is a D5 because they've changed so much that, the D5 dozer is actually the old D6 body.
Oh, okay.
And everything's changing so much and
Being
getting so.
upgraded too.
With the D6, we would have a hard time with our low boy, and because it's going to be a lot bigger body for around here in the mountains.
Okay.
And
And that's where I was trying to figure it out on, because we're not building any roads anymore, and that's what I remember we got the first, well, I think it came from the landfill when it was out there across from Spencer, remember the dump out there?
Yeah.
That's where that one was, but then they also used it for the roads and like you said, for fire suppression, so I see that as a positive, but.
And, with that, Rodney's projects comes in handy for digging out.
Right.
We're looking for parking lots and leveling places at the lakes and being able to put parking and stuff in. And, I mean, it'll help out, all the way around the village.
Y'all have to build our roads for Dick.
And we did do that for the forestry as well. As we built the roads
Eagle
for the
Creek?
grapple trucks on Eagle Creek, yes.
So y'all cut that road
So
up?
going up
See,
behind
and
the
that's
ball
the
fields.
main reason that road was there was actually for them to get through with their grapple trucks. We had gone in and cut that in
In the ball fields.
at the
That
ball.
steep one.
Yes, sir.
How'd y'all do that? Did you go up and come down? Did you just go up?
We went up and started working it down and cutting it out to get it going to get up to the top of the hill
It just took
there.
me 7 months to get a cat track loader, so we don't have to pay for this till next year.
And that was one thing that we are working with, and Caterpillar's been saying, if we are gonna do it, then we need to get moving on it, because the wait time for the tractors is a ways away.
Well, and think about how much faster this device could also be used by Rodney for removing the horse and elk poop off the fields.
And we'll remove all of it, grass and everything.
Yeah, you won't have to even maintain the grass.
Well, we won't have to worry about green space then.
So Josh,
have lots of space.
Never buy tires for it.
question for Josh and Adam, so are you looking at a purchase or a lease purchase, or what are you gonna do the?
Looking into
Valuation, right?
this, with the amount of hours that we'd have on it, is actually a purchase. And talking with Eugene and Caterpillar, it would be best to purchase it outright and then trade it in every 5 years. Because the equity on the dozer would be almost half of what the dozer's worth, if not. You know, it would, so instead of paying, by the time we finish paying on this, it would be over $500,000 if we were leasing it.
Right.
And if we do it this way, then we'd pay it out, then trade it in, and the equity that we would get back on the dozer to get another dozer would cut the price down a lot.
But if we do like other equipment, $500,000, keep it for 25 years, that's only $20,000 a year.
And, I mean, that's fine with me, I'll be out of here by that time.
Probably won't
I
even
don't
be
have to worry
around.
about that. But,
Well, I suggest that during the budget process, you bring pictures, like
Okay.
you did last time.
How about a demo?
Demo?
We can all go drive it.
If you can get it started.
Well, you all remember how he brought pictures before.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
this poor
yeah.
guy, man.
I was gonna ask what happened to the floorboardless truck.
It's waiting for auction. Trying to get that guy out of there. And what else I'm looking into right now is a lease for a loader. That one I still have to, I'll bring into budget. That I'm still working on getting the cost and everything for that.
Yeah, the loader that the department currently has, they have two of them. They have a 966, which is the big loader, it's a
77.
7 model. But I mean, it's a good loader.
It's a good
It's a workhorse still, but
And then the newer one, the 924, it's lost power and they replaced turbos on it and everything else, and it's just,
and that's a piece of equipment that is used almost on a
Constantly
daily
used,
basis.
yeah, it
Constant.
is.
So that would be a good one to get on a lease program to,
Yeah.
that way the wear and tear on it, we're not dealing with it and just keep
Right.
trading it in.
And so what size are you looking for on that?
On the loader, it would probably be a 950. It's a mid-size, not real
Bigger than a
big, but
924?
yes.
what size is, did you get?
I'm not sure, I was just thinking about it.
I think you got.
Mine's a 920.
Somewhere right there.
And that's equivalent to what the 930s was, just like the loaders, I mean, the cats. Now the loaders are the same way. They build a smaller number, but it's a bigger machine, more horsepower.
So you list also some plow pickups. So is that,
No, that's,
Two or-
what we've received.
okay, we've already got, okay.
Yes, sir. What I have listed on there for the pickups is what we have received.
Okay.
Are they all the same price, bulldozer, the Caterpillar, John Deere, whatever the Kubota or whatever those? They all the same price?
No, sir. And we've looked into John Deere in the past. The biggest thing, and I haven't done it this year, but the biggest thing with that is, the way the payments worked out, that Caterpillar works with us better than, because everything here, so they work with us a lot more than the other companies
They changed their
will.
agreement for us.
Okay.
So if something happens and we're not budgeted for it, they changed their agreement to say that we just turn it back.
Oh, nice.
Debbie Lee had that done, wanted that done a long time back.
Good. Well, yeah, we're just checking, but yeah, they're expensive, but I mean, they're one of the biggest companies in the world, but it's good equipment. I was just wondering, for availability, but you know what you want better than I do, so.
And every 4 years you get another one. That's the way I do my backhoe and my loader.
Yeah, but see, I gotta ask them for all the money for that. You make your own money.
Don't worry, Josh, we'll tell Rodney his projects have to wait till you get the equipment.
skating rink for you.
No skating rink or anything. We gotta get a bulldozer.
Just put you on the
Poor Josh.
list with Harlan.
Right, Rodney's asked, what, 200 million?
Yeah,
Yeah, he asked
this
for
is a drop in the
200
bucket.
Is there any further questions with the equipment or? My goal number 4 is the transportation goal 4, policy 4.3, and that's the retention of manpower and eventually more manpower. The street department is currently trying to fill our vacant positions. We are understaffed in several ways. When we're out on the road, we're having to ask these guys, hey, can we borrow people so we can flag? Can we borrow people so if we can retain the manpower, that would help us out. The biggest problem that we're having with that is going back to what we were talking about earlier is the CDL.
Yeah.
So we did just get one operator, and we're asking for a supervisor and another heavy equipment operator. In the future, I was looking, we'll be asking if we can, people at a maintenance level, is bring them in at a maintenance level, which is a total of $54,080 per person with their benefits. This is something that we can bring in, if we can bring them in and get them trained, and then they can get their CDL, but at least we have boots on the ground there to help with that.
You know, one of the things I'll bring up, just so the council knows, I did check into the CDLs for the people that do not have them. And as of February 16th, you will no longer be able to just go to the DMV, take a test, and then go do your driving test. It's $6,000, and you have to do I think it's a month-long school.
Well, no wonder we got a shortage of truck drivers.
That's awful.
I think the closest class is in Rockville, isn't it?
Yes, ENMU does do a class, but like I said, you can't just go get a CDL like we've done in the past.
And the class is $6,000 for each CDL.
Well, and I know a lot of that has to do with crashes and insurance and actuaries and all that stuff that, they put, these guys rush them in, especially in the oil field. They rush them into the job, they run them through a class, have them take a test, and then congratulations.
But yet they're looking at some areas of the country doing some tests and allowing 17-year-olds to drive semis.
Well, it's 16-year-olds to both.
Yeah. Well, with all this shiny new equipment, you won't have any trouble getting people.
I hope so.
If you hire those guys, will we help them with the $6,000?
That's what you're,
so.
we would have to help them and then we get a contract, just like what we do with the
Yeah.
police officers when they go through certification. So we've got a template for that, so we'll need to sit down with Zach and the manager and get that hammered out.
So
I think that'd be pretty
Susan, you used to drive a
attractive.
bus. Can you get the CDL?
I used to have a CDL. I could have got to work for you, Josh.
It could be easy.
All right,
So,
and we've
shake and
even
bake.
talked to
Help
Lisa.
them.
Told her we'll put blocks in there for you so you can sit up and see over the steering wheel.
So Josh, do you have anybody in the department that would be potential street supervisor? I'll take that as a no.
Is, we are looking into, with the more manpower, that's something that, as of right now, we have 7 out of the 12 people that can retire within the next 5 years. And several of them are in the next couple of years.
Maybe the new guy.
It could be critical, you guys.
So,
You think they will? It's all over the country this way. It's everywhere.
We gotta quit hiring old people.
There you go.
You gotta let these 16-year-olds vote.
Tom has a CDL.
You can vote if you go to work.
We need to put in the job descriptions, they have to be 35 or less.
I'll send Tom to you. He's got a CDL.
Okay, so you didn't answer the question, but I got 2 other answers on the end on that. You're trying to be diplomatic.
Both my foremans I am working with, I can tell you that. So if, that's, if they want, and trying to get them classes and get them to move up, but that's
They haven't expressed the interest.
right.
Okay. And that's fine. So, some people just are happy where they're at.
So is it the money or the responsibility that they?
I would say it's gonna be more the responsibility.
They'll take the money, not the responsibility.
The paperwork.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
All right, and my last one is on the Community Services Goal 1, Policy 1-1, and that's gonna be our buildings, hot plant, and property maintenance. There is, got a leaking roof over the shop. Estimating, which not for sure, but estimating would be, roughly $30,000 to replace and get replaced. The plumbing in the shop, I'm saying $20,000, but there's no telling once that building's been there a while, and there's no telling what's underneath it once you start getting into the plumbing there.
Plumbing, you're on my septic tank. Not for long.
Not for long. An engineer, we have to do a load inspection for our second story in the shop. Inspection on the floor to see how much weight the floor is actually capable of holding.
Didn't we do that with you, Jerry? Didn't we ever do something like this once?
I had a guy a long time ago.
Was it about $5,000?
No,
I didn't think mine was either. I had an engineer, maybe we can get that done, but he was like $1,850.
That's 85, that's more than I put in for it.
$1,850.
Okay.
a long time ago.
And that was
4 months ago.
an estimate on my part,
Yeah, I think we can get a better deal on that, but
Okay.
you got all the way till July of 2022, so it may be $5,000.
We don't have one here anymore, so.
No, this guy came from, he wasn't very far. I won't say Roswell or Alamogordo or something.
They both have one.
Yeah. But he was very cordial and prompt. I was shocked.
okay. A contractor for inside on our ceilings, they're falling in and falling down the what is it, the popcorn ceilings?
Yeah.
Are coming off and starting to drop into the offices, and if you walk upstairs and that falls off into the offices, and
Sounded a little hard to please there. So
it's not too bad. I got an umbrella.
I was gonna say, are you putting those over the desk?
He walks around with an umbrella.
After they came in with the inspection, what was her name?
Erica.
Oh, yeah, she was.
One of the things was the carpet, they had the old carpet in there and stuff. Josh and the guys ripped out all the carpet, put new flooring down, painted Lisa's office. It actually looks really nice in there. So they've done a good job.
But you guys gotta approve the outside, cause I'm moving next door.
You don't want to live next to that pile of junk.
Well, yeah,
If
you
I got
gotta,
to Riodoso in there.
Oh, yeah.
you gotta get your roof fixed first before that, but then I'm gonna turn you in for doing all that without a permit.
Well, and I'm just gonna say, see, you got enough staff to take care of that. You don't need more.
Yeah.
No, Josh did that.
Well, that's fine. That's even better. He's
That's even
salaried,
better.
yeah.
exactly.
Fix the roof on the loader bay. And then, we do have our budget that we do put in yearly for the spare parts and stuff for the hot plant. The hot plant, for us, we are the only entity in the state that has their own hot plant.
Really?
Yeah, and one of, I believe it's 14 in the nation, actually, that have their own hot plant. So this is something that, we used to go to a school in Albuquerque, and they were actually bought out by a company on the East Coast. But when we were going to that school, new hot plant is $3.5 million, and then plus all the restrictions and everything that with the EPA and everything else that we do watch over there, but we are grandfathered into certain things. That we send our guys, we have to go to the smoke school for our EPA to watch for the smoke and the emissions and everything. We're limited to a certain amount of asphalt per year, which, I mean, even when we were paving our hardest, we were still underneath. So, and if we run under 85 tons an hour, then that's where we're grandfathered in. If we stay under that 85 tons an hour, we don't have to do all the paperwork for the emissions because we run off of natural gas. So if anything ever did happen to it, more than likely we'd be buying it from Mesa Verde, and we wouldn't have that luxury of having it right here. Okay, well, this happened, we need to make hot mix now, and we could do it. We'd be at the beck and call of everybody else.
Are they in Tularosa or?
Between Thule and Alamo.
Yeah.
They gotta haul everything out. They're using heated trucks.
Right.
So I'm sure that's cheap.
Haul it, what, 6 tons at a time with the heated trailer? And that's something else that I had wrote down on my other one that I had, but we did receive a heated trailer as well for our pothole patching. So it'll hold, I think it's 5 tons, 6 tons, yeah, somewhere in there, that we can fill it up and actually heat it, and then when we're potholing, the mix doesn't get cold while we're doing patches and small patches and stuff.
We finally got that?
Yes, ma'am.
That's good.
I mean, you hadn't fixed your pothole yet, was it?
How long will you be able to get parts for that? Because, yeah, that was like back in 80 when they put that in, and
It was put in, it's a 1968 Boeing, and it was put in 84. And before Fred left, I was at the hot plant quite a bit, working with Jimmy, AAA Technical out of Albuquerque. And there's a lot of that stuff that we've taken out. And as Jimmy would say, trying to move us into at least the 20th century.
Right.
But there's a lot of that that's been taken out, and new motors, new controls and stuff put in.
okay.
So, it's one thing we've put a lot of money into that, new heaters, and there's been a lot of work go into it. I do have a couple of motors there right now, but I would like to further stock up, which I had Rick that was working out there, was an older gentleman, and he had to take medical retirement. But he does have a list of stuff. I had him go through bearings and just different things that we could keep on hand and keep stocked that would to benefit us.
Yeah.
We do have a couple of companies that we work with mining, they're mining supply companies.
Right.
For the big conveyors and crushers, and a lot of those bearings and a lot of that stuff we can get from them.
Okay. Good.
Need a blanket.
Just, open it up and we can get it on. And other than that, that is it. Do you have any other questions for me?
Good job.
Josh, I do. At the corner of Shannon and Hull Road, there's a house, they've been doing a whole lot of work there.
That's the one that,
It's right down
the
there.
steep one right
here.
down here.
Yeah, right before you go down towards the bridge. It's on the left-hand side. So in the bar ditch, at one point, all of a sudden, it looks like a bunch of milling from road. Did you guys put that in there?
Yes, we did. The reason for that being is that bar ditch washes out real bad there, and it was getting real deep. And to help slow down the erosion and undermining the roads,
Still allows the water to flow through.
it still allows the water to flow, but helps protect the structure of the road.
Actually, yes, please.
You need water?
Okay, yeah, all of a sudden I noticed that one day and it's like, wait a minute, you can't see the gravity flow anymore because that stuff's built up, but it allows the water to flow through.
And at one
What-
point, you could actually see the fiber optic.
Yeah,
Oh,
there
really?
was lines showing in there, gas lines, and
Jeez.
and everything else. So the flow is still there and it will still flow. It's just, you don't see the washout
At
flow
some
that.
point, I would imagine it would probably fill up with sediment and restrict the flow, but for now, it's good.
It's got pretty good flow on it still. I mean,
Well, it's still fresh, but I know when we've had the breaks up, High Loop, I mean, it comes down and it shoots all the way down there, so there's a lot of erosion.
Scouring.
Yeah, a lot of erosion. I'm just saying, we've got those 90-year-old galvanized pipes that were excellent to put underground. So I would imagine at some point long into the future, it will probably fill up, but, okay, that just answers the question, because it's like, what the heck went on here?
Yeah, and that was, one of our biggest concerns, because that bar ditch was pretty deep right there. There's a couple of places it was 4 foot deep and just straight off, and if anybody had fallen off of the road, then they'd be.
We got tow trucks in town. But, okay, that's an innovative approach to resolve a problem, so, no, thank you for your thought on that.
You're welcome.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, just wanted to make one note regarding Jerry's organizational chart is brought up during Josh's about supervisors, and Jerry does need another supervisor. Right now, he has a couple of supervisors, and they're having to supervise too many employees. And Jerry, we're going to work with Jerry on that and try to get interest within his department. I believe he has employees capable, but again, are they interested in it? I know that Councilor Coughlin asked, is it the pay or is it just not the interest or responsibility? So, but we're going to work on that also on Jerry. So we want to make sure that Jerry has the adequate supervision where they're not having to supervise so many and, yes, so.
Was it one or two?
Jerry's kids.
Jerry needs, how many, I think Jerry, is there one supervisor missing or two? Two supervisors, yes.
Yeah, because one step down.
Yes.
And then there's a vacancy.
We had one person left and then one step down, so.
But he's full, he's technically full, he just doesn't have people in right positions.
That's correct, yes. But we want to make sure on Tim's always saying, you need to make sure, we want to level that out for everybody.
Span of
So,
control.
Span of control, yes, correct.
So what is that, supervising 5 or 6?
He has a couple there that, besides Jerry himself, I'm going to say from 4 to 5 to a total of 8, I believe. That's a lot.
Okay.
So,
Mayor, normally it's a 5 to 7 max. And Robin's one that has, right now in the org chart, has 9.
9 of them,
yes. So we want to work with Jerry on that too, so.
The drivers and move them to. Okay. Thank you, Josh. Next.
It is amazing, though, that, that they are shorthanded, but you would never know it. And so that just goes to show you what a great job you do. So we appreciate it.
Tired, boss. I think y'all
You guys.
Thanks.
get some rest. Is this supposed to snow tonight?
Must be
Sweet dreams.
Possibly on the weekend, I saw?
Saturday, I thought.
I think he's already.
No, it needs to wait
I
till
know,
the week,
he's
so we
already-
get into the
Josh,
snow
hold on a
days.
second. Mayor,
Yo.
I had to step out. I was working with Rodney and Tim on an issue, but did we talk about, potential setting up a living quarters or sleeping quarters?
No.
As you know, Mayor, we've been evaluating the response
Forgot
time
about that, yeah.
for snow removal. And, at one point in time, we were able to get right to about 25 minutes to get mobilized. The only way that we're going to break, last night was a 58-minute response time. The only way that we're going to break that is if we, create some type of living quarters, whether it's pulling in an RV or something that's going to provide them some comfort, and then pay them, like an on-call stipend or something of that nature, or standby or something to compensate them. But if we can get a few of the employees there on site and pay them for being on site, kind of like we do with the fire department, they could start up the equipment, they can get things ready, and then the first trucks can hit the road. We can respond a lot quicker with our current conditions. I don't see us responding any faster than we are, but if we run into an emergency, we're in that type of a situation. So I'd like to propose that we consider making those type of allowances to accommodate the staff in that department.
What do you propose for housing? Some of the stuff over here or what?
Well, if you have room,
That's the big thing.
we could get those park model trailer things that are good for a guy or a couple maybe. You're not gonna hire any new people anyway if they don't have a place to live, which is a problem right now. Those things, you can get them, 50 to 70,000 will get you not a bad one.
Yeah, and Mayor, with this, we almost, I would say 80% of the time know when there's a storm coming in. So you plan for those events and you say, okay, we'd like you to stay stationed this evening and, it doesn't have to be all the time. But when something like that is, we do see a storm coming in and we get them stay there on site. The other part of that is, what is the safety factor of having them drive in from 40, 50 miles out during a storm, driving into work? And, they're there on site, they mobilize a lot faster, they get paid, we increase their safety and.
You need to include that in your,
And we can't put
Brothers.
living quarters in your building because of roof leaks.
We can use Marty's building.
I heard they have some open rooms at Travel Lodge.
Even if it's a nice RV or whatever. But I think that's one of the things I'd like to propose, Mayor, is just to increase safety and increase efficiency.
There's an Army surplus store down towards Alamogordo. They probably have tents down there.
Well, I'll tell you, when Fred was here, Ron and I drove by, we try to respond sometimes earlier than the staff. That's not very common, but we do. And then we drove by the streets department and Josh popped up. We're like, what the heck, you sleep on a cot? So he's done it before. Right, Josh?
I told you because he couldn't easily drive home.
How many units how many guys would need to be up there on call?
I would say, anywhere from 2 to 4 to be able to station there. And then that would be our big trucks, our main routes, emergencies, they would be able to respond to that.
And then the rest of the guys could come in behind them.
Yes.
So do you have room for that many of those little?
No, Adam and Marty took the only spot I had.
We can.
We can look into.
You were getting that new cat, we can level something.
We can look at different, places over there within the yard.
Those little blue-green ones down there something like that.
Maybe where the White Sands is staged right now, right there by the culverts. Over there, we could put 2 in the back right there. We can get utilities there, and then there's shower, even if they don't have bathrooms in them, we have showers going in, Marty's new shop there too, so.
okay? Yep.
Well, and we're putting a mezzanine in your building.
There is an organization.
I got a sleeper.
I think that's what Ron was just talking about.
You just don't mind the house. You can everywhere you want.
But Josh does most, all but how many live nearby? I think most of them live out of town.
Everybody?
Yes.
Is that right?
So they-
Everybody?
We've got
Quincy lives in town.
Quincy lives in town, and Derek lives here in town.
Right.
And then, other than that, I live by Alto up towards Monjo. And then it's Hondo, Carrizozo, Capitan, Tularosa. All of our workforce is coming from
Wow.
out of town.
It's typical.
Yep, I know.
Okay, Randy King. Thank
Thanks,
you, guys.
guys.
Thank you.
Andy came.
Or is it Randy Kane or is it Isaac?
I had Isaac.
Isaac was first, I'm sorry. Come on up, Isaac. Number 1 and the number 2 business.
Good afternoon. You guys had a long day today?
Uh-huh.
I'll try to keep it short and sweet.
Yep, leave time for Randy.
So our purpose statement is to provide safe, friendly, prompt, and sustainable drinking water and sewer service for the citizens and visitors who live, work, and play in the village of Rio Dos.
I like that you have sustainable drinking water in there,
Yep.
because we're there already, right?
It's the
Pretty
most important
much.
thing. Next, I have the organizational chart. And as you can see, I do have only one vacant position, which will be a maintenance tech that would spend some time in my facility and go over to Randy's facility for a little bit to get some cross-training, which would be pretty beneficial to both of us.
So if you guys look at the Randy's, the light blue color, we got his maintenance tech position. So they haven't worked out all the details, but basically those people would swap back and forth maybe like every 2 weeks, or they might work together as a team, and then they'd work at the plant for 2 weeks, and they'd work with Randy for 2 weeks. But our long-term intent is we want to start building up that capacity that we can start getting level 4 operators. So,
Right.
right now, we're just having an issue getting level 4 operators in either or wastewater treatment. So over time, hopefully we'll improve this, and we'll have people that could work at both plants pending major vacancies or emergencies or other issues.
Do we currently have any double fours?
Only one.
You?
Me and myself and David Denny.
Okay.
My chief plant
Double
operator.
fours? Randy's a double 4, and he's
And
got
Brent.
and Brent. So we have 3 double 4s.
Or four?
Four double fours.
They're far and few in between.
Hard to get.
Yeah.
They're more plentiful than they were about 5 years ago.
Yep. So we're doing good on staffing. I'm just getting them tested, and for them to pass their test is a little challenge. Like we discussed in the personal policies, a lot of them are content to be where they're at, even though I'm trying to push them to get those certifications, because level 1 really isn't no use to me. I mean, they are valuable, as Josh said, boots on the ground, but as far as our facility, it's a level 4 facility. So they're constantly working underneath the level 4. Any questions on that?
Are those levels just that hard that they just don't want to take the time to?
It takes a while. You gotta really put some dedication into studying, and then you gotta
Take tests?
the test. Yeah.
Okay.
The level 3, I think the passing rate used to be 4%. I think now it's 8%.
Holy cow.
So people have a hard time passing it.
At one time, they had to make the test a little easier
Yeah.
because they couldn't get people to pass it.
Grade on a curve?
They got rid of the essay portion. I took it when it
Me
was
too.
difficult.
And I've asked, we'll talk, I guess we can talk a lot about operators that will be for the whole department, but, I've asked Isaac and David Denny and Randy and his chief plant operators to make sure that they're fostering their lower level operators and making sure that they're getting the experience that they need, and making sure that they're giving them, kind of mock tests to get them used to the questions that they would get on exams, so that we can keep building up our operators. The other thing is with the new employee rating system and pay structure, I've asked that the managers, if somebody's not a level 4, that they make sure that their next goal is to get the next level. So that way we can build up that capacity, even if their position doesn't require it. We want to build up those people to level 4 so that they can get that promotion when the space is.
So that's part of their personnel improvement plans?
Yes, it is. And like I said, some of them don't even, I'm not gonna knock them, but they're not even worried about getting that 4%. It's really not even like a motivation in a way. But hopefully I'll change all that. For the
How
most
many,
part, what's that?
what's the double 4s? How many is everybody really close to retiring?
Just to put it in perspective, I could retire next year if I wanted. Dave, I think, has a few more years that he wants to work. Joel Rowland is getting close. He only has, I think, 2 more years. And then the rest are younger guys. So
Sure.
we'll be okay.
You've only got 2, don't you?
What's that?
It's a retirement, 2 years.
Yeah, 2.5, but I might stick it out just a little bit longer depending.
Isaac's gonna stick it out longer because his wife ain't gonna let him retire.
I got a new Harley, so I gotta pay that thing off. And, so that was the agreement we had, so, yeah, I'll be around for a while. Okay, so I'll go on to my first goal.
I made some suggestions to her on the tire that she
There you
bought.
go.
Yeah. I'm just kidding, Isaac.
And she's comfortable for her, so she's happy. Okay, so the first one I have is implement an asset management program. And we've been doing a good job on that. Right now, we, one of my goals for my administrative assistant is to get inventory on everything in the facility and to enter it into CityWorks to have a working asset management plan. Just so that we can know where we stand at all times with everything that we have at the facility.
You've gone out there on the list here.
So I was gonna say, is that one? Oh, sorry about that. That's not my plan. I was like, that's why I stopped for a second. I'm like, okay, sorry about that.
I'm their
I'm gonna
leader.
do Randy's plan. Sorry about that. Okay. Maintain effluent quality. So the facility must meet TMDLs for nitrogen and phosphorus 365 days, 24/7. This is achieved with careful operation, daily and monthly lab testing, and filter chemical cleans when needed. We did have one minor violation, as you all can remember, in August because of the carrier issue. We have had other incidents in that. I started taking them myself, but I gave them another chance, and they've been doing pretty good. I am finding that it is harder, it's getting harder and harder to meet nitrogen, and that's because of the sewer line project, how we're fixing that, we're not getting as much infiltration, which was river water, so.
Yep.
We are getting higher levels of nitrogen and phosphorus into the facility. We're having to add a few more chemicals. We're still meeting, but, it's getting a little bit more difficult. And we're having to waste out of our system, which is, creating more, compost piles. So as long as we stay under the 290 metric ton limit, we'll be okay, but, we are finding that it's getting harder and harder.
Do you do anything to let people know that they can go get sludge?
Yeah,
Or is that more trouble than it's worth?
it is kind of, and that's one of my other plans. I'll talk about that in a minute. But no, we're doing good. So we're gonna be getting a new permit this year. So we've already met our 5-year cycle. And we know how hard it was to get to that point. I can't believe 5 years is already up. Seems like
So
yesterday.
have you started working on all the stuff for the state to get the,
That's on our,
That's later,
on
too.
one of my other plans in a minute. Any questions on that, maintaining effluent quality?
So are you thinking in your mind scalping station anywhere in the future or not?
No.
I wouldn't.
What was that?
Scalping station.
No, because then it would just probably give us higher levels at the facility.
He's looking at maybe putting a
It's like a.
basin, a picker or something to pick in
Yeah, some
big
fine
pieces.
screens to try to get that stuff before it reaches the facility, but even that doesn't help with the nitrogen and phosphorus that's coming in from town.
Yep. So, the effluent, would you drink it?
I don't know.
with a shot of whiskey?
Maybe I would, yeah.
You might have to have 2 shots first.
Bobby told me he'd drink it, but he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't.
May I have a question? Sticking at it, is the council committed to finish all the way through the chief today? Or you
If
wanna
we
come back-
move on,
Or you wanna come back tomorrow?
what do you want to have, what does tomorrow look like?
Well, we got a special council meeting tomorrow, don't we?
At
But it's
8
at
o'clock,
8.
it's a meeting at
It's at 8
8.
o'clock.
Yeah, and then we're scheduled to, if you hadn't finished anybody, to complete it, but we
Pick
have,
up at 9.
Isaac, Randy, Eric, and then Chief.
Chief.
Call him Lieutenant because of
And that's it for everybody?
Lord Chavez, yes,
Let's finish it.
Everybody.
yes.
So nothing tomorrow?
Special meeting.
The rest of these, next 4, we're pretty much done.
Except for
Hurry
a
up.
special meeting.
Stop asking questions.
So my next,
Are we, I just wanna, I'm asking because,
Yeah, we can leave the chief here.
okay.
Yeah, keep them hanging.
Some of the staff down here for this presentation for those departments. All right, thank you.
So my goal number 2 is to implement a Class A sludge management plant. The facility is currently producing Class B sludge and is working to get Class A sludge. The purpose of this plan is so that there are no restrictions as to how the sludge is used or applied. So right now, our Class B sludge, I would consider it Class A because we are getting well below the fecal coliform limits, which is, in my opinion, the most important part because that deals with public health. So we are well below that. The only reason that I'm not Class A is because I can't reach the 75% dry moisture content. I'm below that constantly. I'm always at the 60s or 50s. I can't get it up to the 75. It's not like Roswell or Cruces where they have the sun and the heat to dry it out
Yeah.
to that limit. I could, and we're so clean, we don't have the microorganisms to get it to heat up like a normal compost pile, where you get it above the 55 degrees Celsius, where you can see them steaming or sometimes catch on fire. We're not at that point anymore. On the old facility we were, but we have equipment that runs so good and efficient that we can't get it to heat up like that.
Go talk to Sierra Contracting, they can tell you how to catch it on fire.
Yeah, no
Yeah, I
lie.
know, exactly. So I did write up a plan that I returned into Eric, and we'll tweak it and go over that, because on my plan, we would have to waste even more to the drying beds and work it more daily. So, and we might reach the 290 metric ton limit set by the NPDES permit, so we're still in the working progress of that. Any questions on that one?
Nope.
All right.
You mentioned drying beds. Are we still expanding more beds?
No, we have
We're
all of our
maxed out?
beds. We have 3 giant beds that are asphalt now, and we have an asphalt working pad now.
Okay, okay.
Any more questions on that?
We are, Isaac is looking at redoing the beds, so repaving them to make sure that there's not cracks or any leakage.
Okay,
Yes, and that is something in the 5-year plan that we want to do.
okay.
So my next goal is develop a spare parts asset management program. Our goal was to have a complete set of spare parts for every major component of the facility to stay in operation in case of part failure. Continued maintenance of every piece of equipment at the facility is vital for a successful asset management program. We are continue efforts to maintain the asset geo database. During master planning process, consultant engineer will assist in updating the geo database as part of the assessment. Staff have kept up with electronic inventory of parts and supplies. Like I said, one of my goals for administrative assistant is to keep an asset, spare parts inventory on everything at the facility, and she's doing a great job on it. She will definitely meet her goal this year. The next step would be to transfer it into CityWorks, which is a storeroom type program of mine. And so that's what our next goal is to, as far as getting our asset management in total, to have it as a working part of our facility.
Did we get the screens replaced?
No, we haven't yet. That's part of our 5-year master
Oh,
plan.
sorry, okay.
Any questions on that one? We do have spare parts for every piece of equipment at the facility at the moment.
Good.
Okay, so my next goal is to implement digital work order system, which we have already started. It's to implement CityWorks, the work order and asset management program. And we started in 2020. The system should help keep better track of maintenance schedules, inventory, and replacements of assets at the facility. My chief plant operator does daily ones for every duty that he assigns at the facility to each operator. And that way we can keep track of what they're doing every day. And not necessarily to keep them honest, but just to know if they changed out a blower or a mixer or any kind of motor or oil change or anything like that. So that's coming along pretty good. My administrative assistant also enters in the fire extinguisher checks and eyewash station checks and things like that into it. Any questions on that? Okay, my final goal is to develop the 5-year master plan and to expand the last 2 trains of the facility. That would add an extra 1 million gallons of treatment. And I would really like to do that, gradually and not all at once, so, like how I'm saying about the nitrogen kind of hurting us a little bit, we'd be able to possibly lower the amount of treatment that comes into the facility, spread it out evenly, and possibly tackle that with a little bit more ease instead of having to add so many chemicals into the facility to meet our permit. So that is hopefully our goal. So as you can see, as the city of Ruidoso and Ruidoso Downs connect the septic systems, we are seeing higher concentrations of sewage coming into the facility. And that's due to the decreased amount of infiltration from the river coming in. So like it says, now would be a good time to gradually start getting those two future trains in operation.
So Isaac, you were saying earlier about reaching the limit of your metric tons.
Yes.
So if you do increase another 1 million gallons of capacity and that continues to increase, are you gonna be generating more?
No, I wouldn't think so, because the flows haven't increased so much. All it would do is I would be able to slow the whole facility down. Instead of, we used to run it really high, I'm running it pretty low, and we'd even be able to shift down to even a lower gear, prolong the amount of life of the filters and the facility, and meet that nitrogen and phosphorus limit with more ease instead of stressing it out.
So because you're operating now under more, what's the word I'm looking for, but more concentrated levels, that's why you're generating more waste?
Exactly.
If we're spreading it out, there'd be less waste in there?
Yes and no, but we would be able to meet our nitrogen and phosphorus, hopefully, if I were to spread it out, like kind of like we're using this much of a table, but if we were to spread it out on the whole table, we'd be able to meet it just a little bit easier. And that's my goal before I retire, is to get those last two trains in operation and leave the next
So you're just saying,
succession in better standing.
so Isaac, what
Bear
you're
by
saying
another,
is
Harley.
that instead of treating X amount of gallons, you reduce it down, that way you don't have to put so many chemicals or whatever in that day, which then lowers your,
Costs and everything. Yes, sir, and it would prolong the life of the filters.
Okay, I don't see the TMDLs in here. When are we gonna do that? We gotta do it pretty soon.
Yes, and we are, did we already award them?
Nope, so we're gonna be recommending for award. It was a procurement that handled both the Ruidoso and the JUB's, contract. We're gonna recommend award, at the next JUB meeting. And with that, I've already got the engineering firm preparing a task order for us to work with us for that MPDES permit. So we'll meet the timeline.
So are they gonna have to do sampling out of the river
No,
to get the,
no.
we just make that up?
No, because, so the NPDES permit rewrite is coming from the existing TMDL. So the TMDL was written by NMED, and they've determined our limits that we can discharge to the river. So this next NPDES permit is gonna be based on that existing one.
Oh, okay,
So
so
we'll
we
just
don't
get-
have to fight that again with
No,
Sugarman?
no.
Good.
What they'll need is a boatload of data from the facility within these last 5 years, which we already all have. We have all that data.
Are we still hauling sludge to Dub's property?
Yes, we are.
We are?
Mhm.
About how much do we send out that way, do you know offhand?
I don't know how
That's
many
all right, I mean, just.
I think we've done like 50 yards so far these last few months, so we're doing pretty good. We're staying underneath our metric ton.
Is that Bordy? Bordy's
Bordy
out there
Williams,
now,
yes.
yeah, I just know it is done.
And what does he use it? Just a.
Pasture land for
Bring it
grazing
out
land.
in the-
Yeah,
And he loves it. He comes and asks us for it every year.
Is that on the south side of the plant?
That would be on the
East
west and on the south, all over it.
Okay,
So we're getting rid of quite a bit to him.
good.
And if we ever get into an instance where, Isaac in the past has had to haul some sludge to the dump, if we can get it to Class A, it's easier to dispose of, by giving it to people. But before we end up taking stuff to the dump, we'll pursue other things like down in the Roswell area and see if we can't find any agricultural producers that would be interested in taking that. And it might be something that it might be more cost effective for us to, you know, say offer free delivery versus taking it to the dump and then have the associated, tonnage fees at the dump.
Because it did cost quite a bit to get rid of it.
So are you having to put any chemicals in the sludge to get it to decompose or
No.
activate, or it's got
Nothing.
plenty of stuff in it?
It's got plenty of nitrogen and phosphorus in it. We did have some cannabis farmers come and take samples of it, so I'm hoping that they'll take it all, but I don't know. So they did show some interest, but I don't know where that's gonna go.
The real good thing about our sludge is we don't have manufacturing here, so it's not like we have the concerns of heavy metals and stuff that a lot of people have with other sludge.
And I do my yearly tests on it, so that's coming up in February. Any more questions?
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, now it's Randy Kane.
Okay.
He always does a good job.
Yep.
The purpose statement is basically the same as for all three of us, to provide safe, friendly, prompt, and sustainable drinking water and sewer service for the citizens and visitors who live, work, and play in the village of Ruidoso. I think that kind of summarizes everything. So.
Well, I'd rather have the drinking water from you than Isaac.
Yeah.
Should be a little bit better, yeah. The org chart, we have 11 positions, 1 vacancy that we're in the process of trying to fill. But what we did is, we used to have 2 chief plant operators. We're converting the 1 vacant position into a compliance operator. It makes a lot of sense, because we kind of restructured things a little bit. So what he's basically going to be in charge of all the compliance, all the sampling, you know, all the real important stuff that we have to do on a monthly, quarterly, and yearly basis. And he'll do all the paperwork, and then what that's going to do is that's going to free up the stuff that Terry is doing right now. And he's basically doing all the compliance stuff. So what we did is then we put all the operators under Terry, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it makes a lot of sense because we were having an issue with division, plant 3, plant 4, my plant, your plant. Now this just really makes a lot of sense, and it's clear and real good direction. So.
And since we, you know, passed off the compliance stuff to this one person, we feel confident in the span of control that this one chief plant operator can handle the 6 operators, direct supervision.
Yeah, it's gonna free up a lot of stuff on his plate and then put it on the new compliance. But you notice the last word is operator. So he is gonna operate also, you know, so it's gonna be like a 2-part deal. But other than that, like Isaac had mentioned, we're gonna rotate the maintenance positions. I think that's a smart idea because then it allows them to get cross-training on the wastewater plant and on our side. Just makes a lot of sense. Any questions on this? Okay, the tactical plan, just want to let you know the water production top 5 goals are long-term, and they are a continuation from last year's goals. And then what I basically did is, I'm just giving you the update on the 2021. I'm not going back from the past, I'm just from the current. So number 1 is develop a new water master plan. This goal is in the comp plan. It's Ruidoso has a reliable water system that meets long-term demands. And it falls under policy 1.2 point, and then action 1.2A, 1.2B. So it covers pretty much all of these items. So what we're doing is the staff has worked pretty hard to develop a scope of work for the master planning documents. The master plan will be updated in conjunction with the other enterprise funds and a comprehensive rate analysis. Sauter, Miller and Associates was selected for the master plan, and staff will continue supporting the efforts to produce the updated plan. And the responsibility or responsible party is the Water Resource Director, Project or Production Manager, Chief Plant Operator, Utility Director, and Joint Utility Manager. The resources needed, maintain current funding and manpower. The starting date we had was 07/1/2020. The end date, we're kind of thinking 06/30/2023. And I believe the first task order is in the works. That's going to go out
Yeah,
to
so
Sauter Miller.
the Sauter Miller task order is gonna be on your next regular council meeting for the water master plan.
So, any questions on this goal?
How many years are we in our 40-year water master plan?
Which one?
The 40-year that we submit to the Office of State Engineer.
So, the terminology 40-year, water development plan is just that a municipality has a special statutory ability to, hold on to speculative water rights.
Right.
And so the water development plan is, only required to be updated when you're proposing to acquire new water rights.
Okay.
So the water development plan is about 5 years old now.
Okay.
And so when we do any new permanent transfers, we'll have to do some minor updates to it.
Yeah, I couldn't remember how far. I know it took not a long time, but we did a lot of work to it to get that approved, and
Yes.
so, okay.
Mayor and Councilor, that law was being formulated to give the municipalities the authority to do it. It was really based upon the use it or lose it concept.
Right.
And being able to hold that, for the 4-year planning period.
Right.
So if the master plan identifies some issues with our demands, that might be something that would trigger us to try to update the development, water development plan, and then it could trigger us to pursue additional water rights.
I see. Okay.
Okay, number two goal is improving the efficiency of the water treatment facilities.
Thank you, Eric.
To me, this is real important because I want to get,
Thank you,
the
sir.
plants running the best production as possible.
Thank you.
This does fall under goal number 1 in the comp plan. It is policy 1.1, action 1.1.b, and then action 1.2a. So it does tie into the comp plan. 2021 update, Smithco has finished most of the Alto Crest treatment plant rehab, and the final completion is scheduled for May 20th, 2022. Extensive training and updated plant operations and maintenance manual will be produced in Plant 3 in 2022. And then what we're currently working on right now for both plants, conducting jar testing at both plants to determine best chemicals to improve the treatment process and reduce chemical cost. So what I want to do is I want to explain a little bit, and that's why you got the diagram, and I'll explain a little bit of the few processes, just so it gives you a little bit better of an understanding. Jar test, it's basically a laboratory process or procedure that simulates coagulation, flocculation with differing chemical doses. And the purpose of this procedure is to estimate the minimum coagulant dose required to achieve certain water quality goals. And if you remember going back to the one of the council meetings when Isaac did the coagulation, that's kind of similar to what we're talking about. So you got to see a little bit of what he was doing.
Randy, so what type of coagulants are you introducing or evaluating?
It's going to be a cationic polymer. And what we're doing is we're looking at a couple different chemicals. And what we did is we sent off some water to a company that's a big chemical distributor. And what they did is they ran a whole bunch of jar testing on it. And I did submit all the data to Joe Savage, and they were real pleased with the results and everything. So right now, I mean, it's going to be a polymer cationic, and we're just going to try a few different chemicals and try to, it's going to be trial and error. So
Aluminum and
what's that?
sodium, what else? Chloride, what?
Well, excuse me, the cationic would indicate to me it's a positively
Positive.
charged polymer.
Correct.
So it would be coagulating that which is of an unlike charge, correct?
Correct.
A negative charge. So that would be sensitive to anything that wouldn't be aluminum, though, would be
Well,
chlorine.
sometimes they do add alum also, in the process, but
Well, we use aluminum at the wastewater treatment plant as a
That
coagulant
attracts the phosphorus, and that's
to
where-
reduce the level.
yeah,
But there are disinfectants that are introduced as well in the system.
correct.
You're not describing that in this process?
Well, you're referring to disinfectants?
The coagulation, it has disinfectant in it?
Well, no, the disinfection is the addition of chlorine to
At
the
last
water.
stages?
Correct. But like, right here, the coagulants, that's where you're injecting the chemicals. And all it is the addition of chemicals, which in our case is polymer, so. And then, the next process is the coagulant, or coagulation process. And that is in the addition of chemicals, polymer, so. Well, I'm sorry, it is the addition of the chemicals, so. And then the flocculation process is basically snowballing of small particles into large particles called flock. And the particles grow by colliding with each other, with other particles, and sticking together, and that's with the addition of polymer, because polymer is real sticky, and without it, we wouldn't get the flock formation.
So Randy, in coagulation, you inject the polymers into it,
Correct.
and then in flocculation, you
just
stir it up,
Yeah, you
and then it
mix it.
just bangs against each other, and pretty soon you get a snowball.
Yeah,
Then
and
it's
that's
sediments.
why they call it like snowball effects, because it just collides together. And then plus, there's a lot of other things that go into the process also, that affects it, but I'm not really gonna touch base on that.
Why do you want that to be bigger stuff?
Well, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to settle out all the stuff that's, all the stuff in the water from the lake.
Contaminants and
Yeah.
whatever, and then it eventually, when it gets big enough, it settles.
It settles, and then I'll explain that in the
Clean
next
water.
process. Yeah.
Got it,
So if you go through it,
Yeah,
he's introducing the chemical.
right?
The chemical reaction, settling it out so that there's less solids in the water as it goes through.
Got it.
And then I was talking, when you get into the treatment process, that's when you introduce your disinfectant.
Correct.
process.
And then, so the sedimentation process is basically letting the suspended material, the flock, settle out by gravity. And then this is accomplished by decreasing the velocity of the water, and which will allow the flock to settle out, so. And then after that, the solids removal process. And that's basically getting rid of all the stuff that you do not want, in your process. It's basically the process of removing the unwanted solids from the treatment system. And then how we do it at our plants is, like at Plant 4, is by the means of air scour and the backwash process. This will improve the clarification efficiency, which will produce better water quality, and it will help reduce operational cost. And then that's what you want to do, is you want to produce the best quality water that you can do, or that you can produce, so. That's kind of why I gave you a little description of it, because then it's a little bit easier to see it as opposed to somebody just talking about it. And with these chemicals that we're looking at, the chemical cost for 2021, we spent $56,394.16. So that's kind of high, and we're trying to look at different ways to reduce that cost. The new chemical that we're gonna try out has a potential, well, that's a cost of $32,472 with a potential total cost savings of $24,147.46. So it's a better product, and it'll produce a better product for us with lower chemical costs. So we're kind of excited about that. Anything we can do to try to reduce the cost. Responsible party is a project manager or production manager, chief operator, and then the resource director. We're going to maintain current funding and manpower. Starting date was July 2019. Ending date, May 2023. Any questions on that one?
We don't add fluoride, right?
No,
Okay,
no
good,
fluoridation. I mean, some water systems do, but we don't.
Yeah, because someone asked me that a while back, and I
But
said,
you know,
no,
in
we
the
don't.
report that I put out yearly,
Yes,
CCR, that does have a fluoride value in it. And we do have natural occurring fluoride in the water.
well, see, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Maybe that's where they saw it.
That's why you don't have to fluoridate.
But
so.
I said, no, but I'll check into it, and I never did. Never called back either.
Randy, just based upon that recommendation, are you also evaluating the disinfection process as well, chemicals?
Yeah, we, what was it, Eric? A few years back, we had, I think it was Mosen and Corbin, that they did a study of, different, like gas chlorine and different applications. And, right now, gas chlorine is the most dangerous, but it is the most cost-effective and efficient way to disinfect water. But of course, it's dangerous.
I thought we were using tablets.
Well, we're using trichlor tabs at one location, and we're kind of phasing that out. And then we're using, calcium chloride, or is it calcium chloride?
For your disinfection?
Yeah.
The sodium hypochlorite?
Yeah, sodium hyper. Couldn't think of it for.
We used the tabs for a while, but they're just not cost effective. And we were only using them at the wells.
Yeah.
Because they're pretty expensive. So gas makes sense at Plant 3 because of the high volumes we're producing. The liquid bleach, basically, at Plant 4 is the safest, in my opinion, the safest chemical that they can use. And Randy is basically using our stock of tabs, and then he'll switch over to smaller barrels of the bleach for disinfectant. But in terms of Tim's question about the disinfection, we'll be assessing to make sure that we're dosing that, but by improving the flocculation process, we'll have less sediment potential in the treated water, so the NTUs of Randy's finished water will be lower, and so you'll have less interactions with those particles with the chlorine, so you won't have to have the same level.
Yeah, you won't have to feed as much chlorine.
So by improving the process, we'll have to put less in the system.
Softer water too.
Yeah. And so the less chlorine that we need to put into the system, the less likely we have the secondary byproducts, which we had the issue with at the cattle barren site.
Yep.
So it's all tied together.
Yeah, and we're trying to maintain a certain chlorine residual. We don't keep it too high because, like Eric says, it does affect the DBPs, disinfectant byproducts. And right now we're doing real good with our numbers on our DBPs, so everything's working out pretty good. But as far as, Tim, you were asking about the Miox, no, I know some other treatment plants up north, they run the Miox system. But we've never really tried it. But, I know, like Eric was saying, over at Plant 3, you know, it would cost us, we'd have to go through a lot of chlorine bleach to disinfect it. We could do it, but it'd cost a lot more.
But why don't they look at the Miox systems? I thought that was one of the most cost effective.
Well, I don't know. I've talked to a lot of operators. You know, there's more maintenance and stuff involved with the Miox system. It's a little more complicated, but it does work. Something we could entertain and, you know, try to look at.
So, we'll make sure that that is something that's looked at when the
Yeah.
plants are analyzed as part of the water master plan.
So right now, you're using the gas, and you've got it set up in a separate little room where you've got
Correct.
safety equipment, and the guy goes in all.
And that was part of the
Upgrades.
retrofit for Plant 3. So,
Okay.
you know, Randy intends to have an open house with you guys once the plant's done, and he's going to show you guys all the improvements, and we'll be able to see his special storage building.
And Susan can be the canary.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, wait,
Susan, go
wait
ahead
a
and tell
minute.
us it's safe.
Get Susan.
We'll be able to have
What's the
lunch on the
canary?
floor.
If the chlorine gas is there, then you fall over, we all run.
All of your feet are in the air.
But like Mayor, he said we could have lunch on the floor.
Yeah, and it's I mean, just what I've seen, it looks so, man,
It's gonna be nice. I
it's
mean,
unbelievable.
we're doing some extra items, you know, that weren't involved or included in the project. Because otherwise, we'd have a $10 million project. But, we're gonna have a lot of stuff completed, and we do wanna have a real nice open house and, you know, invite.
So through the system, what's the maximum production that you can do?
For Plant 3 and 4,
3.
Just 3.
3 is what, it's about 1.2 million, 1.5, somewhere in there.
A day.
Yeah, gallons per day.
That's the max you could produce?
Yeah, right now we're running about 400 gallons a minute per filter, times 3 is 1,200, and then do the math, I don't know.
So so right now Randy's been able to do the 1,200, but the upgrades, we're hoping to be able to do 1,400.
Yes.
Comfortably, so we should get a little bit.
You should get more flow going through it. And of course, it'll be a little bit of trial and error, you know, but I know at one time we had 1,400 going through and all the numbers, everything came in real well, so we didn't have any issues. So, the one thing about our guys is they like to experiment and they like to try different things. And that's part of being a good operator is, you know, being able to work and try different things. And we're pretty good at that. So, any other questions on number 2? Number 3, it's dam and reservoir improvements for Grindstone and Alto Lake dams. That also fits in goal number 1 on the water resource part of the comp plan, policy 1.2, action 1.2A. And I just wanted to give you a little history. Based on the results of the Grindstone and Alto inspection that James Head does yearly, he did find some 3 main deficiencies were identified, and that's the Grindstone dam cleaning, the conduit and vault inspection, and the spillway and the dam surface repairs. In order to stay in compliance with OSC, Office of State Engineers Dam Safety Bureau, you know, we must complete these items. And that's the reason why we're doing these, is to keep in compliance with, you know, OSC. And I think we're definitely making a lot of headway. 2021 update, the dam drain cleaning project is going to start somewhere in February. We don't know exactly what day, because it all hinged on having the documents that Tim had to sign, and then I had to send to Albuquerque Once he got those, then he had to do a review on it and an approval. So I got an email from James today that he's working on the approval letters already. So that's a real good sign. And then they will be coming to either the mayor or Tim. So you'll be seeing that down the road. All he wants to do is run it by Chuck Thompson, and then we should be good to go. So nothing can really start until we get that approval,
And then that's the deal.
which it's a big accomplishment, you know.
That's the
And I
damn report.
appreciate Manager Dodge for getting those signed, and that helped out a lot. And I did my part by getting them out real quick, so. Only had like a half an hour that day to get it, to get it sent off, but it worked. And I did do a follow-up with James on Monday, and he did get the plans, and he really appreciated the update. And conduit inspection is anticipated to be completed by Wright Water Engineers somewhere in the middle of July 2022. As they're currently working on that one, you know, as I speak. Design for the emergency spillway repair on the top of the dam surface will start soon, with potential bid of the project in fall of 2022. The two projects will be grouped together into one project for construction over the summer of 2023, I think. Additional projects to be completed are the Alto Reservoir Improvement Projects, which includes the rehab of the old Alto water line for supplying water from the reservoir, or Alto Reservoir to Eagle Creek Sports Complex. And this is included in RFP 2022-006P for professional engineering of water resources projects. And the Village of Ruidoso received 2 engineering firms for that RFP. The evaluation committee met on 1/24 for the water resource project engineering RFP review process or meeting. And that's going to be on the next council meeting also, Eric?
Yeah, so we'll be awarding the contract next council meeting.
So everything's moving pretty quick. The responsible party is the Water Resource Director, Project Manager, Chief Plant Operator, and Water Resource Specialist. We're gonna maintain current budget and manpower. The date that we started was 07/2019, ending date 05/23. Any questions on this one?
I have a separate question. Did we ever find out about that pump station that pumps water from the kids' fishing pond into the bigger reservoir?
So that pump station isn't permitted, and so Randy and I were talking about demoing out that facility as part of the kids fishing.
Project.
Good.
Yeah, we've already started the process of how we're gonna do it.
Okay,
And Terry Yarborough is gonna probably oversee that project for me. But we were trying to be proactive and surprise you guys. You
good.
know, actually, because it was brought up in one of the meetings. And then I took note of that, and I wanted to make sure that, you know, we get that done. Especially, you know, with the new fishing pond for the kids, you know, make it look a little bit better.
Thank you.
Number 4, protect and enhance source water protection and quality. It's still goal number 1 in the comp plan, policy 1.1, action 1.2.c. 2021 update, the village staff has continued working with NMED, New Mexico Environmental Department, on the source water plan. We've made pretty good progress with the project, and we just had one setback is NMED is in the process of hiring a new source water program manager. John Shoemaker and Associates has developed pumping impacts of wells to include in the well house assessment. Flow diagram of the system is being updated with the assistance of the water production staff and David Torres, and will be utilized in other NMED documents. Responsible parties, Water Resource Director, Project Manager, Chief Plant Operator, and Water Resource Specialist. We're going to maintain current funding and manpower. Start date was 01/01/2020. End date, we were shooting for 12/01/22, but that didn't happen because of the setback. But sometime this year, we'll get it completed.
21, you mean?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, then in 22 sometime.
Correct.
Okay.
And part of the funding, the nice thing about this is NMED is doing this as no charge. They're assisting us with this project and not charging us. So that's a pretty good benefit. Any questions on this one? Last but not least,
Is this referring to Winter Park in any form?
no, this one's actually, number 5 is a continuation of the development of Alto and Grindstone interconnects. I kind of reworded the title because, this made a lot more sense. We're continuing, the development. It is in goal number 1 in the water resource part of the comp plan, policy 1.1, action 1.1.b, action 1.1c, and 2021 update. The projects below are all included in the water resource engineering RFP. So that's going to help us out. We figured that we would put it in the hands of the engineer since some of this really needs to be engineered, and it kind of makes sense. The Grindstone Interconnect project will look at pumping water into the 3 million gallon tank instead of the 1 million. You can see in the drawing, the arrow that's between the two tanks going this way, actually when the interconnect is running, and that's the one that's located on Chelsea Street, it actually flows this direction. And so it actually goes in and it feeds into the 1 million gallon tank. The reason we don't want that to happen is we're having possibilities of stagnant water in the 3 million gallon tank. And the other thing is it's messing with our water age. It's increasing our water age because the water doesn't get used. But if we reverse it and put it into the 3 million, because the tanks float off of each other. So when it comes in, from plant 4, fills up here, and then it goes through altitude valve or control valve, and it flows into the number 1, so they actually kind of float, but a lot of times we're not using a lot of the water inside the 1 or 3 million.
So what happens is, so the 3 million gallon tank is taller than the 1 million gallon tank.
Right.
So the plant is pumping to the 3 million gallon tank, filling
Okay.
it up. So when it fills up to a level and the 1 million tank is putting water to distribution, there's a valve that measures pressure. So when the pressure is gotten to a certain point in the 1 million gallon tank, it says, okay, water needs to come from the 3 million gallon tank to fill up the 1 million gallon tank. When we're running the interconnect, it just goes to the 1 million gallon tank. And the reason why they didn't reconfigure anything is because I don't think anyone realized how successful our efforts would be to run the Alto Grindstone interconnect and take water from the Eagle Creek area to the Grindstone area. So, I did the calculations for the last 3 years, and we're looking at a shutdown time of 13%. And that's the plant just shutting down all the way. But then you also look at it, we also reduce the runtime of the plant on some of those days, or reduce the amount that we're diverting. So it's been hugely successful. We need to get it so that the interconnect runs to the 3 mil tank, so you have both sources of water going to the same spot, then that goes to the 1 million tank, and then we're not just holding water in that 3 million gallon tank and it gets old.
Because it's, for our disinfection byproducts, it's real important to decrease the water H and keep it moving, because that will help, lower the TTHMs, trihalomethanes, and the haloacetic acids. So it's critical for the whole system.
And there's gonna need to be some, control valves and SCADA that's gonna set up, because, so when we have the 3 million gallon tank and the 1 million gallon tank, there's the altitude valve, the control valve in between it. When the pressure's too high on this side, which happens when the water's pumping up, it shuts.
Yeah.
So you can't just run it backwards and make it go to the 3 million tank in the current plumbing setup. But to make sure that the 3 million gallon tank doesn't overfill the one, you still need to have that altitude valve. So
Yeah,
we
it's a
kinda need
balance.
A new control setup for those tanks, how they
So
operate.
currently, you have to stop the intake into one to empty anything out of the 3 million tank.
And we just thought it would be a real good engineering project, or, for them to look at it. And
It needs to be engineered so that we make sure that we get the SCADA and controls set up right, so that we
Yep.
don't mess up how the water flows between the two.
What is old water? What time frame are we talking about?
gosh, it's probably more than 30 days, I would think.
So that would be,
I mean,
30, 40.
the water's always being blended. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
but
probably original water in the 3 million tanks from the first time it was filled up. It just.
And we have no way of mixing it either, except for when it comes in. A lot of times they put mixers in the tanks also, and that helps out with your DBP process also.
what do you mean, paddles or something?
Yeah, they have like a
Stir?
a blade that mixes, and we kind of looked at that for the country club project, but we eliminated it because we didn't really think we needed it.
But basically, you determine age based off of the disinfection byproducts. So
So
as
you-
you start.
on your sampling?
Yep, so when you start getting higher levels, you know that the age of your tank is increasing.
So it's not good to just, okay, I've got a storage tank, I'm just gonna hold this water.
No. And then a lot of operators and systems, they like to keep it full, and by keeping it full, it's not good, because you have to cycle the water, you have to drop your tank level and bring in new water, and.
Because if you don't, we'll get into what happened over at Cattle Baron.
Correct.
Yep, and so.
Remember how the water.
Plus, and then,
But then it's gonna be on it's gonna.
It'll be our problem.
Yeah.
It will be a health.
And a very large problem.
Yes.
Yeah,
So is it going to be that the primary receiver will be the 3 million gallon tank?
correct.
And but the demand for water is going to come out of one or the other?
It's gonna come out of the 1 million.
1
tank.
million.
So basically, the way that they're set up, you can imagine that there's 4 million gallons of storage. It's just that the 3 million gallon tank flows into the 1 million tank.
Right.
Then to distribution from there.
Kind of like a reserve tank?
So we want to reverse that to help with stagnant water and decreasing the water age. Plus, it'll give you better tasting water too, because if you have stagnant water, it's kind of jack.
Randy, one time many years ago there, when CH2M Hill kind of did like a water audit or an audit of your system there, and
CPE, I
of course,
believe?
yeah, you were here.
Yes, comprehensive performance
I
evaluation.
think you had only been here maybe a year or two at the time, but the very same thing that you're talking about is that at that time, councilors wanted to see all of the tanks full, and then they ran to that, whatever that's called the
Trihalomethanes. Yes.
But didn't that result in a finding that had to be corrected pretty quick, or what is the penalty for that? Because that was a mark that came against you. You weren't very happy about it, but it did happen.
You're talking about in like 2014, when I was
Yes,
first.
and that was the very same thing that you're talking about right now. That happened, that the control, whatever the CH2M Hill audit did on the water system, that was one of their findings.
I'm not sure on that. But you're not talking about when we got the AO administrative order?
No, that is totally separate, but it could all be related in the sense of that it triggered a
Well,
lot of
you
this.
know, when they did the comprehensive performance evaluation, they did list the limiting factors.
Mhm.
And I think what you're talking about was identified in limiting factors. I think we had like 8 of them, so it's
And
kind
that-
of like a significant deficiency in a sense.
Yeah, and that was one of them, so I was just wondering what was the penalty? if
Well, they
any, or-
were real concerned with the DBP issue. And when they came back the second time, because NME didn't really accept the first performance evaluation,
Mhm.
so they had to bring them back, and they had to do it again. And once they saw the issues with our numbers starting to rise, they just really went in a different direction. And I think that's what you're referring to. But, you know, since that time, we've done real well. I mean, our numbers are really good, and Aniva Pena, she oversees the DBP program, and she's made comments. She goes, Randy, you guys have done a really good job about dropping them, except for that 880 that was a anomaly. So, but other than that, our numbers have been really consistent, and they've been really good. I put a report together that I submit to NMED on a quarterly basis, so. And she also tracks the numbers also.
When you put the water in these tanks, has it already gone through our filters?
Yes.
Yes,
Treatment.
okay,
You see the
so,
line coming
yes,
from
I
the
do,
bottom, that's coming
yes.
from plant 4,
okay,
so.
okay.
We are also looking at installing an interconnect that would allow us to pump water from either plant 4 or the grindstone tanks to the Alto tanks or the distribution system. We have a method right now where we can pull water from the Alto tanks and bring it into the grindstone tanks. We're kind of looking at the reverse. It'd be kind of nice to be able to pump it from the grindstone tanks or distribution up to the Alto side.
Where would you bring that to? Up to Gavilan or how?
Well, that we really don't know yet. That's why we put it on this RFP for engineering.
So, yeah, so engineer will have to evaluate it. We're assuming that there might be a dedicated transmission line that runs to the Big D pump station and then
Yep.
pumps it up. It's not something that we're looking for as a water resource management side. It's more of a building redundancy in our system, so if we have a catastrophe at plant 3.
Emergency services, yeah.
We can run water more fluidly through our system to rebound from disasters.
Having the ability of rerouting water through your system is valuable. I mean, it's really helpful. And that's something that the NMED really favors. They like stuff like that.
Mayor, Eric, is the current system a dedicated line, or is it the public infrastructure that you use to run it from Alto to Grindstone?
So the line, they had to put in a new line from the Allsups by Sutterth and Meacham. It goes down Main Street, and then it goes up on
3rd Street.
Yeah, it goes to 3rd Street from D Street around the loop, and then
To
ties
Chelsea.
into that Chelsea and 3rd Street pump.
And you can
So,
only
yeah, we
go
did-
one direction. You
So-
can't go the other
So
way.
from that point, then it ties into the distribution system, but we did have to run a dedicated
Yeah.
line. Similarly with the,
That section.
yes, and then similarly for the Cherokee Interconnect, a dedicated line had to be put in from basically the subway PRV area, I believe. So right
Yeah.
there at the Alto condo, I can't remember the name of them, but right there on the south side.
Pine Cliff?
Pine
Pine Cliff.
Yeah.
So there's a line there that runs on the south side of the highway to carry water from the Grindstone service area to that pump station. So it's pretty common for us to have to set up those dedicated
Right.
transmission lines to tie into the right spot.
And then the next part is we would like them to evaluate the water system to see if if any other interconnects need to be put in place in the water system, which we don't know, but it'd be good to have them look at it, so. Responsible parties, water resource director, production manager, chief plant operator, and utility director. Start date, we've kind of been working on this since 2019. The end date is December 23. So that's pretty much all I have. Any questions on these? I know that's a mouthful, but.
But we have it diagrammed now. I mean, at one time when we were putting that interconnect down there at Meacham and Sudworth, you know, that was something new, and we were trying to locate valves, and we were able to locate some valves from past employees. So we've documented where our system is. We're pretty much know where it's all at now.
No. I mean, it's vastly improved, but that's why we're focusing on asset management, to get a lot of that stuff mapped. The cost proposal that I'm bringing to you guys at the next council meeting, for the leak detection services includes data collection of sub-foot accuracy, GPS of all of our valves. So any of the valves that the leak detection company comes in and attaches to for their sounding will have below a foot accuracy of that data. We'll be able to correct a lot of the lines, shift the lines over, and correct our geodatabase.
Okay. Any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. Watershed.
So for the water resource, like I said, you know, the department shares the same purpose statement that both of the parties read. It's okay, Randy, I did it the same thing. For the org chart, I have 3 employees that work under me. This next budget, I'm going to be asking for an additional water resource specialist to help with all of the changes and regulations that we're dealing with, including the emergency response plan, asset management. A lot of these top-level admin utility functions, we need some more staff to be able to help implement them. Any questions about the org chart?
Nope.
So for the tactical plan, our goal number 1, Randy was a lot better, and he actually wrote down what the comp plan goals were. I don't have what they are, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. But the asset management program covers a broad spectrum of all of our departmental goals. And it's a responsibility of all of the division managers and directors, including the public works and water distribution manager. So for 2021, our intent is to continue updating the water, sewer, and wastewater databases. The project that I just talked about, GPSing the valves, will be an important thing. And then Isaac talked about it a little bit with the master planning efforts. We're not having the engineers do a survey of all of our assets, but if they are reviewing specific equipment and they're collecting data of it, they're going to get us that data and put it in our geodatabase. So if they're looking at conditions of certain pumps or motors or processes like at the plant, we'll make sure that that is input into our geodatabase. And does everyone know what a geodatabase is? Okay. And for 2022, the real emphasis is building an asset management culture. So Isaac's done a good job of getting, his chief plant operator to issue the work orders through CityWorks. Randy is on track. We're having some complications that Ashley's resolving, but we're going to do a big push for training to make sure that all of our staff are using CityWorks and they're inspecting our assets. We're getting good conditions on them, and then we can start implementing this program to replace assets once their end-of-life age is reached, before they fail. Any questions on goal number 1. So goal number 2 is to develop a watershed-based plan compliant with EPA standards. So remember, you have a TMDL, the total maximum daily load that's established for a river system. And then one part of the process is the permitting process that Isaac goes through for a point discharge. This watershed-based plan is looking at the non-point source, and it's trying to set up a strategy so that we can deal with the daily maximum load from, roads and stormwater and septic systems. So this is a voluntary process, and when we get the watershed-based plan approved, it opens up special EPA funds for us to implement stormwater projects, to connect people onto our sewer system. As long as it's tied to impairment in a stream, it's eligible as a project for that. So just this week, on Monday, we had a partners meeting. So we're starting to introduce it to our partners. Before it was just the village and NMD doing the kind of upfront legwork. But we've started conversing with the Forest Service and the tribe, the State Forestry Division, and the BLM. And in the next meeting, we'll be including Game and Fish, the Soil and Water Conservation District, the county, and some other players. But the watershed-based plan is just going to focus in on the Rio Ruidoso. NMED wanted to work with the village specifically because we've been they've been impressed of how much emphasis that we've put on watershed health. And so they want to take advantage of that synergy with the municipality that they don't commonly get. And so we'll write a plan specific to the Rio Ruidoso. Davina Crosley is the main person working on it with me on an NMED, and me and her have kind of promised each other that the goal is to have a draft plan by the end of this year. We've been pretty bad about meeting our goals, though. Davina is very overtaxed also. Any questions on that?
No, sir.
Goal number 3 is to develop a drainage master plan with updated development standards. This is a plan that would identify water flows and sites of reoccurring flooding and potential stormwater solutions, and would update various drainage-related ordinances and standards. And with this drainage master plan, if we do updated flow calculations, we can accurately update the FEMA flood insurance rate maps. So we've started talking with, Tim, what's the Silver Jackets? Is that the group that we're working with? Probably asking the wrong person. There's a group that we're working with to update some of the floodplain maps, but oftentimes they use the old. They use the old flow rate calculations that oftentimes were just made based off of really limited data. So if we have this drainage master plan, we could potentially have more accurate data that ties into those floodplain maps, and we can more accurately map the floodplain so that we make sure the appropriate people have flood insurance, and that we don't have events where we got floods that are going in areas that people aren't even in a floodplain area, and they're like, well, I didn't have insurance because I wasn't told to have it based on these maps. So this project's been requested for the last 2 years, but wasn't funded. I'm going to put in a request again this next year, but it will be a pretty expensive process that could be, upwards of $350,000.
Eric, I think you need to work together with Samantha on that, right? Because
Yes.
the manager it is within the community development department.
Okay. Any questions about that process?
Nope.
The fourth one is to diversify water source assets. This, in 2021, we have our 2 projects under construction still, the Treatment Plant 3 renovations and the Fault and Brown wells. We're actively planning the underground storage and recovery project to possibly inject water in the Middle Gavilan well area. And then we also have the Alto Reservoir Improvements Project that Randy talked about before. But anyone who's not familiar, one of the kind of key projects of that is rehabbing the old Alto water line that's going through Alto so that we can pump water from the reservoir up to the Eagle Creek Sports Complex for snowmaking or irrigation. And then we have our proposed projects, the Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 3, I apologize for that typo in there, which will bring on the Alto 3 and 4 wells, which is downstream of the reservoir. It will include a transmission line that ties up to the Alto 2 well, in addition to doing our typical annular seal renovation of the site pad for those wells. And that project was proposed for legislative authorization with the Water Trust Board. So once we get that approved at this next, or at the session now, and then the Water Trust Board meets, they should finalize it, but we're scheduled to receive right around $600,000 for another Water Trust Board fund.
That's
So we're
great.
excited to start that one. And at this next council meeting, I'll be presenting a task order for the engineering so that we can get that done, so we can hit the ground with construction in the fall.
Eric, a while back, did that regionalization water plan. While we're working on that line up to Snow Park, has Alto Village shown any interest in connecting to our lines for emergencies?
Not really. I mean, I've had conversations with David Eddington. I think it might be good for us to re-engage that. The most economical solution for a inter-community interconnection is with the Downs.
Yeah,
but
because that's pretty much there.
Yes. But I think it would be good to coordinate a meeting with David Eddington and possibly the board and see how interested they would be and what type of flows we might be able to get from adjacent lines, because that's the other thing. It might take a dedicated transmission line from quite a way through Alto to get to a spot where enough water could flow through. And just in case if you guys don't know who David Eddington is, he's the supervisor for the Alto Lakes Water and Sanitation District, and is responsible for the solid waste, the sewer, and the water in Alto. Any other questions?
Eric,
Yes.
I seem to remember in my head, and it may not be correct, but when we talked about that underground storage and recovery project, we kind of nixed it, did we not?
So, you're correct, we've stopped doing work on it. We're scheduling a meeting with the Office of the State Engineer, myself, the mayor, and Manager Dodge, to have some discussions with the supervisor there. And then I believe that Manager Dodge was gonna coordinate a meeting with John Romero. He's in charge of the Water Rights Administration Program for the OSC, to also have a discussion with them about that, so that we can try to overcome our issues that we're having tied to the Eagle Creek import credits.
Okay, I just saw active planning, it's like, wait a minute, to me, that's like we're moving forward with the project.
Government active planning.
Okay, government active planning. Okay, thank you.
You say Occam Engineering?
No.
It almost sounded like that.
What did you call it?
Occam?
No, what do you call it, Raffle?
Oh, scam.
Oh, scam.
Well, it kind of like, I perked up because I thought it almost sounded like Occam Engineering.
Well, they're the ones that did that regionalization
Yes.
eventually.
Okay.
And then just
Go ahead.
faded away.
So goal number 5 is the utility is more prepared for emergencies. We've submitted we submitted the certification to the EPA for the water risk and resiliency assessment and the emergency action plan. And We had a internal meeting last week where Ashley and I went over the plan with Manager Dodge, Joe Kozabowski, and the utility staff, and did a quick review of it. We made some minor changes to it. We've got some immediate actions that we're going to take based off of that plan. And then we're going to have a workshop that's going to develop an intermediate and long-term strategy to help us mitigate emergencies. And so this next council meeting, we plan on presenting not directly about the plan, because the plan isn't a public document because it has all of our sensitive information, but we'll present to you guys about what we did and how we did the analysis, and how the plan is going to be helpful for us to respond to emergencies. And then we can share the plan with you guys. You guys are free to have it and look over it. It's just, it can't be shared with.
With public, you don't want.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You want to give them the combination to the safe.
Correct.
So it's been completed and sent to EPA. Is that the end of it, or are we waiting for a response
The
back from
EPA
them?
doesn't want to have the plan because it has sensitive information. So what we sent was I signed a certification saying, yes, we've done this.
Did it?
And so that's filed with the EPA, and if they want to review it, they have to physically come here
Come here and do it.
and look at our plan.
But we're done as far as that goes.
So we're done with the
By
compliance
submitting the
aspect.
certification.
However, the Code of Federal Regulations obligates us to review the plan and update it at a minimum of every 5 years. And that's just for water. They didn't pass it for wastewater utilities. This next year, though, we're gonna be voluntarily doing it for the wastewater treatment plant and our sewer collections, because we wanna make sure that we're all on the same page. And we'll have one unified emergency response plan for the water utilities.
Okay, perfect.
Great.
Eric, was that the Zoom call that Gary and I were in on the other day with you guys?
Nope, but that is one of the immediate things that we needed to try to do to improve our system.
Okay.
But it's directly tied with it. Yep.
Well, there was some work to do on that one, it looked like.
Yes, and we'll be diligent in rectifying those issues.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor, don't be surprised if there's some mock incidences that we have to practice as well. So,
Yeah, so we plan on, the water utility, and then I say water, I mean wastewater, sewer, and water. And we plan on working more with the police chief and the fire chief and their staff, so that we're doing some tabletop exercises and practice, so that we're kind of all on the same page.
that way we're not trying to figure out the pandemic as we go.
Yeah. All right, any other questions?
Great job.
Very good, Eric.
I think I might have been the fastest group. That was an hour and a half for 3 of us.
You did good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, we still have Chief Chavez coming back up. I keep calling him LT because it's Lawrence what? Thaddeus. So he's always been LT. LTC.
Didn't you give us a handout earlier, Ron?
Y'all want to come up with the chief? Don't be shy, you're up. Yeah.
I didn't tell you that part, I just told you to come. I didn't tell you.
Is this under police or is it under dispatch?
It's gonna be under consolidated dispatch, I have the tactical plans right here, I'm getting ready to pass out.
Okay, good. I couldn't remember if you handed those out already.
They were created.
Come on, Mr. Code Enforcer.
This was your project.
Yes, that was my project this morning.
Thank you, sir.
I found it, yes, I found dispatch.
I gave it to you here.
That's all.
Chief was hard at it. That's how come he was in Sergeant at Arms this morning.
Yeah, he was.
So I'm back up again to present something different, and it takes a whole village to make these things operate, and I couldn't have been in a presentation mode if it wouldn't have been for Samantha and Cody and Joe this morning. So we hammered it out first couple of hours this morning, and here we are. So I'll start out, yesterday when I presented, it didn't make sense. It was kind of the stuff that was in there before from the last administration, so I just went off of that. But as you all know, the police department is broken up into 3 different departments. We have Department 40, which is patrol. That's what I went over yesterday. We have Department 45, which is administration, which includes animal control, code enforcement, criminal investigations, and records and evidence. And then we have Department 47, which is consolidated dispatch. So I created, what I'm going to be presenting is Department 45 and 47. So I'll go ahead and start with consolidated dispatch. So the first tactical plan is for the first goal is for recruitment and retention. We are currently down 5 vacancies. After consolidating with the downs, the incoming staff did not stay on board. Some of the steps that we need to achieve this goal is identify employees at risk, create an attractive workplace and promote positive morale, pay well and train well, communicate and show desire to train the employees or retain the employees, and develop a retention plan. So we've been talking with, we've been all on board with this. I talked yesterday that the PD had actually set up a recruitment committee, so to speak, just kind of bouncing ideas off of everybody. Katie's been involved in that. We've been trying, for a while to get people to apply and stuff. And so that we are already working on that. It's just a matter of getting out to some of the other publishers that are out there that advertise for police, police thinking outside the box and advertising with those, Police One and those types of things. But we are working on it. Is there any questions on?
Do you have some examples of that, what you're talking about doing or offering?
Just basically, the advertisements, the clips of, I know Dyron and Cheryl have been working together to kind of consolidate the message that's going out there, focus on our benefits, focus on, the pay and stuff. But as we've spoken before, it's very hard to convince an 18-year-old that they're not making that much money, but look at how rich our benefits are, coming into these fields. So, but we are still trying. We are going to the job fair that they're having at the college next week, and one of the things Katie brought up was trying to interact with the school kid, juniors or the seniors anyways,
Yes.
coming out. Maybe if we could, this spring, if we can get a couple on the hook and let them know, hey, look, this is, the insurance benefits and those types of things. But, so we are looking at those strategies to accomplish that.
Okay.
If you have, if someone you hire has already been a consolidated dispatch, do they still have to go to the training for New Mexico?
So it depends. If they have gone through, if they come to us from an agency within New Mexico, no. But like Alessa Mize, she came to us from Texas, and she had to go through the 3-week academy. She was from a larger agency in Texas. When she went through our academy in New Mexico, she was the valedictorian. I think she graduated with like a 99.8 or something like that. So, yeah.
Nice.
So she just suffered on.
Yeah. So, she sat there for the 3 weeks and got certified in New Mexico. But so if they do come from another state, unfortunately, we don't have, like the police officers, if they come from another state, they have the cert by waiver, 3-week course instead of going through the whole 16 weeks of the academy. But unfortunately, dispatch at this time doesn't have that option.
Okay.
Chief, do we know why the incoming staff from the Downs didn't stay?
They had to work. That's what I said. There you
I
go.
think the spin is they found it more challenging than they could evolve to.
So we ran off of, this is a perfect example of, this should say everything in a nutshell. We run off the same program, Sleuth, and that's the RMS, the records management system, and then the CAD for the computer automated dispatch. whenever they got to us and they were going through our FTO program, they were like, we didn't know Sleuth could do this. We didn't log down time. So, for example, if an officer would go, arrive on the call at that specific moment with the 10 code, it's, 97. Our dispatchers put it down whatever time it is, that they're there and document the whole transition of the call. And, it was simple things like that they didn't have no idea that Sleuth could do those things. So, once they started getting into the training and into the weeds of things, they were completely overwhelmed. In fact, one of the girls overwhelmed her so much on the first day, she ended up throwing up because
Oh, my God.
she couldn't, it was just a whole
That's a
different
visceral
beast.
response.
Yeah, it was just a whole different beast that they had. So.
Katie.
I mean, that's kind of what I thought, but because our pay was better. But I also know that one of the people they hired as a dispatcher on an emergency basis was totally unqualified because I knew that person. And it's like, holy cow. So, that's what I was
I
feeling.
knew one too.
So, and the other reason for asking is, and I'm sure you guys do this all the time, is you try to learn. When people leave, why are you leaving, so that we can make whatever changes might be necessary to help retain them.
Yeah, and in these cases, they just came in and we kind of had that thought, like, hey, we're gonna have to put a lot more focus into them to get them up to where they need to be. But before we even began putting more emphasis in their training, they voluntarily left.
Probably a blessing in disguise.
Not enough air sickness bags.
Yeah,
So Chief, real quick, do other communities have problems, retentions as far as dispatchers?
Across the state
In
right
New
now.
Mexico?
Katie can answer that.
Nationwide,
Nationwide, but especially in New Mexico?
all over.
One thing I was gonna, since we do have an executive on the New Mexico Municipal League, is that maybe we could draft some sort of a piece of legislation to be sponsored by someone and it become a backed piece of legislation by the New Mexico Municipal League to try to get dispatchers recognized as first responders. That would also increase their pay. That would also open up a lot more doors for hiring and for retention. And I've talked to several people that have, of course, going through the Citizens Academy there, that would definitely shone a brighter light on it, of different people saying how much that would help, and that other states have done that.
And a lot of states are going to that, and so what that means is the dispatchers being recognized as first responders, right now, they're just clerical staff for me. And they have to go through the same retirement as anybody else, the 30-year retirement. And officers and firefighters, we go through the 20-year retirement as first responders. And knowing the operations and everything that the dispatchers go through, they should be at that 20-year retirement level because they go through the same stress. They hear the worst end of the call because a lot of times by the time we get there to interact with the people that are calling for help, they've already calmed them down. So, they're on this level whenever dispatch is speaking with them, and typically by the time we get there, they're already at a different calm down level. And I would be willing to help out with whatever I could to make that a reality because it really does need to happen for the dispatchers.
I think with the collaboration of different communities, different police chiefs and such, if we could just get on board and try to get something like that and get a push behind it and have, the more weight you have behind something, the easier it is to push and possibly the more successful it would be. But it's something that might have to be done year after year until it gets done.
Yes, sir. No, thank you for thinking about that staff because that's something that's, they've talked about it for many years and, they wouldn't be going through a lot of the issues. We've even had our own issues with dispatchers and the PTSD affecting them, to where they chose a permanent solution for a temporary problem, and it's tough on everybody. When that happens, it's tough on everybody.
I think of them as air traffic controllers on a different plane.
The air traffic controllers?
On a different
Same level of
So,
anxiety.
They get paid a whole lot more though.
But if we could work on some, language that you think that would work on that, then we can certainly bring it up because we'll be there next week.
Yes, and possibly Lieutenant, in collaboration with the attorney or whatever language needs to be. Because we're heading up Tuesday, right? But anything can be emailed.
Okay. There's your next assignment.
A couple of years ago, Senator Burke was working on, he just did it for the military, so that if one of their spouses was a nurse or something from somewhere else, they could get a New Mexico license, period. So you might be able to get him to expand on that for other fields where you might have to do a week training in New Mexico law instead of, but you could get him certified quicker, and he's already done it.
Yeah, and that would be that would be a great benefit for every agency throughout the state, if we're able to do that.
There was a TV show, I don't know how long ago now, I can't remember time ever since, everything's COVID from that point forward. But it followed dispatchers from across the country. I don't know if you ever saw that. Probably not, you wouldn't be interested, you're going, that's me all day. But it followed dispatchers from across the country and showed the types of calls, real time, and recorded and recreations and everything. And a lot of people, I think that dispatchers are just like receptionists, just answering a phone call. But it's so much more, and the stress level, it's not a job for anybody, for everybody.
And some of the people that, go through the dispatch process, and the part that whenever we put them in there, because we have an observation period for them, and a lot of times they'll go into that observation period and be like, I'm out, this is not what I expected, I thought it was answering a calm phone and, telling them to push 9 for this extension, so a lot of people don't realize what they do until they get in there and see it. Any more questions?
Mayor, Council, I asked Cheryl to come in because I kind of wanted to, pose a few questions. How many dispatcher applications have we had in the last year? Because, I'm looking back and the situation with dispatchers hasn't really changed as far as, staffing levels from last year. So how many applications have you actually had come through and applicants that you've tried to vet in the last year?
So I don't have I actually have been keeping a spreadsheet since June, just about the applicants, where they were at in the process and what happened to them. And I sent that to the chief and to Cheryl today. Most of them are no call, no show for the typing tests. And I think that that's ultimately people were trying to fulfill their unemployment. Maybe Chief's trying to pull it up now. I can't think of them all off the top of my head right now, but that was the main issue that I had with applicants. I think there was a handful of people that wanted to move up here, but they
Couldn't find housing.
couldn't find housing. Okay, so 12 people started the process, and then they said that they had found a better job with better hours. 10 people were no call, no show. 6 people failed due to our criminal history check, either felony records, which disqualified them from attending the academy, or DWIs. 4 people failed the typing test. 4 people pulled their applications due to housing or deciding to no longer relocate here. 2 people failed the background packet, so they turned in their background, and it was other than drug use, so it was, I can't think of the 2 reasons that it was, I didn't put them in here, but 3 people failed due to marijuana use. 2 people failed the actual interview process, and then 1 person failed the process due to marijuana use and mushrooms. We hired 2 people out of the process. 1 is gonna be our most recent new hire on the 31st, whenever she starts. And I currently have 4 people in the process right now that are potentially, they should all be interviewed. I'm waiting on 1 background packet, and I've got 3 that are gonna be ready for interview.
That's 40 people.
So what about your turnover rate? Those that you've hired in the last year, how many of them, what percentage have stayed?
I'm pretty sure they're all there within
We've
the
been pretty
last
successful
year.
with that, because the last one was,
Quinn and Quinn.
Aker
he's-
that quit, and she
Yeah.
was with us for probably 5 years easy, 4 or 5 years. So
Our current workforce is pretty stable, the ones that are there. And, it ends up being a personnel matter on the issues. But that's something that, after this presentation, I'd like to have a brief discussion with the mayor and council in executive session on some of the recommendations that I have with some of the presentations in the various departments that have had, difficulty recruiting
Right.
employees. So, Mayor, I'm going to be requesting that we do stay for a brief couple of minutes and go into executive session. Because I have a recommendation on personnel matters in regards to a few of these departments.
But Katie, the number of applicants that never follow through, never show up, never return phone calls is huge. And I think it had a lot to do with the unemployment.
I think so.
I experienced the same thing.
And it's unreal, because, you get kind of excited, because one week you'll get like 8 or 10, and you're
Yeah.
like, oh, maybe we can get one, and then there's, none of them.
Nada.
Yep, none of them work out.
It kind of gets Shauna mad because she gives them paper application to fill out. You just wasted my paper.
But Mayor, and Council, when you look at it, Cheryl can attest to it, it's that level of employee and the range that we're putting out there is what is attracting that certain population, because we're not experiencing that across the board in other departments. But I'll talk to you a little bit about what my thoughts are about that. Don't you agree with that, Cheryl? We're not really experiencing that in other areas, right?
Well, your background check and your drug use is probably tougher than the other departments.
If I could say something, Mayor and Council, on the background packet, you're told to be honest about the last several years. And so they do, they put it out there, and they basically disqualify themselves. But if they lie and the background investigation's done, they're gonna disqualify themselves anyway. So, I had a lady call and say, everyone has a past, whatever it was, wrote a hot check or, smoked pot years ago, but, I'm looking for a career in law enforcement. So and I know the standard is here, and I'm not saying we need to lower that standard, but that's the reality of what we're seeing.
But,
No,
I
but their
mean,
standard is higher than
Yes.
Yes.
water production or something. Yeah, so that's why.
but you mean to tell me that if you smoked pot 30 years ago?
18 years old.
Yeah, it's 2 years.
So
Oh,
just 2 years.
Okay,
back.
so,
So you're good. You could still get a job.
Yeah. I don't know.
Unless you really don't want it.
Up in her car earlier.
I think it's important to remember too, that we deal with the information before anybody else. Everything that we get is extremely confidential.
Right.
We work with, a database where we can run anybody's driver's license, anybody's license plate, and it gives us a lot of
Sure.
sensitive data. So,
I know.
I mean, we have to make sure that these.
That's what I'm saying, the standards, I don't see how you can lower them.
No,
And we've actually had in the past dispatchers that we've gotten rid of, because they're releasing sensitive information on especially the one thing that gets them in trouble, is when they compromise a search warrant. And not only does it say, hey, go flush your dope because they're coming,
Right.
but that could be an officer safety issue if once they breach the door, then they're, ready for the cops to show up there.
Yeah.
So that's why we're very particular with it, and unfortunately, these people weed themselves out, through the background process.
Weed themselves out.
Weed themselves out.
That one was low on the list, but it really was.
I got the sense that some were just doing it as a matter of pro forma to show that they'd applied for employment. I mean, I can't imagine someone just volunteering the fact that they'd done psilocybin. I mean, magic mushrooms are something else, but I can't imagine having a job with being on them. I mean, so they just wrote that down or offered it up? Because you can't really screen for it very easily.
No, but see, if they said, well, and they're in their mid-20s or whatever, and they've gone to college and they have, completed some college and actually shown responsibility, and they're like, hey, you know what, prom night my junior year, they were all smoking weed or, doing whatever, and I decided to, dabble with it then. I mean, hey, that's something that, you can, people are on our staff that have answered yes to those questions. Just because you answer yes doesn't mean that it's a disqualifying question. It just means that, we're gonna look into it and see, where you're at with it. But if those types of things happen, you take the weight on that and say, all right, you know what, that was, your junior year in high school, and you did that, and you've shown responsibility, and you've completed, lived on your own and paid your bills and completed college classes responsibly. Those are, we take all that into consideration.
Yeah, just remember medically, those prefrontal lobes don't really mature until you're 25. So, and that's principally where your area of judgment occurs, and I would be the first to say that's very true. So,
What gets me is the applicants with the police department that have a felony conviction. It's like, what are you thinking? And I believe there was a story, one time you had an applicant who had an active warrant. They came in, they came in for interviewing
Yes, to that one.
custody, yeah.
Numerous times, we've had guys that have active warrants, and they fill everything out, and we're like, all right, come here Wednesday at 10 o'clock. And they show up Wednesday.
That's
So-
not
If they have
fair.
felony convictions, they can't attend the academy
Yeah,
either.
yep.
I mean, so that's a disqualifier anyways.
So.
Okay, what else?
All right, the next one on the plan is the relocation to the Horton Complex. And I want to say that whenever, yesterday evening, last night, and this morning, when I was talking to Katie and I was telling her, hey, look, we have to come up with these plans and what's our goals and where do you want to go? Her response was, what else can I ask for? They're building us a new facility. They support us in every facet, everywhere we, every time we turn around. Why am I going to ask for more? So it was kind of challenging to figure out, and thank goodness with Sam and Cody and everybody, we kind of brainstormed and got some ideas out. But relocation to the Horton Complex. Work is being completed to create a new area for Consolidated Dispatch to really relocate into. Once the construction is completed, we are ready and able to relocate our facility to the Horton Complex. We will need help assembling, arranging furniture to create functional workspace. We will also need IT support to ensure proper connectivity is in place. The tower and telemetry operations or support operations, we have 186 encumbered this year, FY22. The remaining 64,000 will be requested in FY23. So and some of this, we already are on board with it. DFA has allocated us money for most, the generator, furniture, 911 recording equipment, those types of things. So we do have a lot of things in place. We do have the server here for the new complex and stuff. So there's a lot of things that we do have ready for move-in once construction is complete. But there's, always when you do this, you're like, oh yeah, I forgot, or we need, or especially the support with IT and those types of things. So
We have a nice reception desk.
No,
Or do we?
you already gave it to Anthony.
You do have a bunch of file vaults.
Yeah. Fireproof.
Okay, go ahead.
The next one will be policy creation for dispatch. Update and review and okay, so this is two-parted because it was update the policies, but also what's very important is to update, review, and rewrite the JPA that we have for the consolidated dispatch, including the appointment of board members. The JPA needs to be updated to reflect the financial responsibilities of each agency, roles and responsibilities, the structure of operations, and then the legal review of all items on the JPA.
And that board is a recommendation board.
Yes, sir. So those are some of the things that we need to create. I mean, this has been in operation for a little over a year or 2 years. Have to look at the lady that runs the show. A little over 2 years, and now we're getting to the point that we can say, yes, this works, but this absolutely is not working out in our favor. So we need to take a look at that and rewrite it, and make sure that we're on the same page. And then create policies. It'll be independent policies in accordance with the New Mexico Municipal League best practices to become a accredited dispatch facility. Once again, as I explained in my other presentation, the accreditation is kind of at a halt right now, but they're getting new things in place, and I'm hoping that by the, into spring, early summer, it'll be back in full force again, so they're getting those things hammered out. But historically, the dispatch has fallen underneath the police policies, and there's not really any set example besides, if we're having to deal with discipline or personnel issues, we're going back to the Village Ruidoso policies and then the police policies, but they'll be working on creating their own independent policies that apply strictly to dispatch. Any questions? The upgrade of equipment, the DFA, like I explained a little bit ago, they have already funded the generators, workstations, and recording equipment. Some of the things that we'll have to take a look at are the programming of the radios, security systems, monitors, and then computers and telephones that, that the DFA won't cover, but they'll cover part of the computers, but then the other part, we'll have to take care of ourselves.
Those are pretty important things, aren't they?
Yes, they're literally the lifeline of it, those things.
Yeah.
Yep. So, any questions?
Mayor, Chief, remind me, who's your secondary PSAP if you go down?
The Lincoln County Sheriff's Office.
And do they have the ability to dispatch throughout the whole county?
Yes, sir. They do. So they just upgraded their facility last year. Yeah, so they just upgraded their facility with new radios and stuff, so they're and literally the way it works, there's a switch in dispatch. When we say hit the switch, literally they're walking over and hitting the switch, and it forwards all the calls from us that would be typically coming in to the sheriff's office in Carrizozo, and there's no interruption or anything. So if something ever happens and we have to hit the switch, their calls transfer. But the JPA that you all sign, and agree upon every year, that's what that includes. Is if they go down, they hit the switch, we take their calls, and it happens every now and then. It's happened. What do you say? Maybe once a year.
So, Mayor, Chief, with that said, and I'm getting back to, you're having a discussion about doing a feasibility study. I don't know why they're calling it a feasibility study on the telemetry. If that exists, why is that a question?
It's not. It's just you have people asking why how it's going to hit, this tower to that tower. But in my opinion, it's not a question. It's just a matter of wanting questions answered that they already have the answer for, because just putting it out there. People don't want to lose control over their deal. That's the biggest thing.
And Mayor, Chief, when I look at it, they bring up the redundancy issue. But if you had a situation go down, you have mobile equipment, and that's, some of your backup and redundancy, whether it's, a mobile piece of equipment and wherever you put it, whether it's at the airport or whatever. So I don't completely understand, what all this feasibility studies and how they're approaching that. But I think there needs to be some resolution to that. And I don't see that we're addressing that here. So I think we need to develop an internal strategy on how we're going to approach that subject about, consolidation with the county.
Okay.
I don't think that's an issue that we don't need to, I don't see it being addressed here, and I think we need direction.
We've already addressed ours. Why are we looking at bringing them in if they're not interested in paying for it or buying in or any of that stuff?
The reason I'm bringing it up, because it's been a question on the agenda, and, the former chair, which is now the vice chair, is one that put that question on the agenda. So, right now, it's a question that's out there, and I think the county's waiting for it, and if we don't address it, it's like sweeping it under the rug, and it's, we know it's under the rug.
What's the question?
Whether we're gonna consolidate with the county.
But I thought that
Until they pay for we've already covered that. They need to pay for their feasibility study. They need to look at all that. I thought that was decided.
I thought that what we were waiting on is for the county to decide whether they're even willing to do so.
That was the point.
So they are wanting to. They are on board.
So they took it to their commissioners.
Yep, and they all agreed that would be, the best solution for it. However, once the tower goes up is when they're wanting to create their, do this study on it to see if they're gonna hit all their towers from the Horton complex, which they will, they'll hit the towers. It's just a matter of, them wanting to know that for sure. So that's gonna be part of the study that they hit. However, if you look at, it depends on who you talk to, because one side wants it to work really well. The other side is always gonna question, the communications behind it, so.
Yeah. I mean, because basically, they wanted us to go to another building.
Exactly
And,
right.
I mean, that was
They
the-
wanted they wanted to move to the airport, they wanted, there, at one time, whenever we were discussing this, they actually made the recommendation of, well, we can dispatch to everywhere in Carrizozo, and we're like, dude, you wanna lose all your work staff? Have them go work in Carrizozo.
Mayor, Chief, even having the tower in place, that's not, you don't have to have that tower in place to be able to do that type of a study.
Okay.
So, some of this conversation is just like, I just think that, there's false hopes out there, false whatever.
I just think it's all
It needs to be
rumor.
addressed and,
I think that when they get serious and they put something into it and then they do their due diligence and then they come to it and say, yeah, we would like to, then it's something for us to consider. But hand walking them from the altar, to the hotel, I'm not in mood for that.
and I'm just bringing it up because that was a discussion and a question.
Well, that's the
At the
answer
last
to them.
meeting.
Is bring it to us, Sheriff. We've told him.
One question I got on that.
That's what I'm saying, Mayor, is I don't think we've told them that. From the discussion that I've heard in the consolidated dispatch, I don't think that message is clear.
Well, I told it perfectly clear to the sheriff that, we're all about talking about it, but you need to have some commitment from your, I didn't know their commission had voted on it. And
See,
that they were
the
allocating funds.
Yeah, that they were, well, see, and this is the whole thing, like, I had used, what Manager Dodge had brought up was they would be responsible for creating the,
Tax.
the 8% tax or whatever it was.
Mhm.
And, and the response with that is, well, we have money to put into it, but the one thing that the council or the commission didn't want to do is raise taxes. So,
Exactly.
that was the answer that I got out of it.
So they don't want to enact their authority and fulfill their
Nope.
responsibilities.
They're wanting us to figure out how to do it for them, and we're doing it ourselves. We started this train, 4 years ago? 5?
At least,
And, we've talked to them then just because the sheriff wasn't interested, but the commissioners weren't at that time either.
because the one thing that, whenever I got appointed in the conversations I had with Mike, and he was like, well, do you think we could hold it off, because the Horton was already rolling, and I was like, at this point, there was already a sheriff in place that had every opportunity to have a brand-new facility, because we had people in Santa Fe that were willing to give us that opportunity to create something brand new, and that didn't happen, so that's, getting burned once. At this point, we're taking care of number one, and we're gonna make sure that number one, which is us, has everything that we need to operate and function properly.
And they'll have to either buy in or
Yep.
or something, but that we maintain control. We talked about this
Yeah, they
yesterday or
don't,
when.
but they want to be in control.
Sure.
So the tower that we're looking at putting in, through bouncing off the other towers, using repeaters,
Yep.
it will communicate all the way out to Corona and the far ends
Because
of
see,
the county.
the easy way to explain it is as soon as we get a tower to bounce off one repeater, and Bobby can probably explain this a little better than I can, because he's the radio guy, but as soon as we get it bouncing off one repeater to the airport, then it, from there you can hit dang near everything in the county.
It may create a little bit more equipment, not much. They call them a link. So basically, you're taking your transmission. If you get up to one of the higher towers, at that point, you can repeat that transmission off of that tower to get out to those places. It's feasible. It just needs a little bit more equipment, so no problem.
And we talked about that before, and they said, oh, well, that's another point of failure. And it's possible, but it's already working.
Doesn't sound like there's a real interest.
It's feigned interest. It's
It's just like you put up 3 roadblocks. There was a fellow who was an incredible Speaker of the House, and they called him Tom Delay. And the reason that he was so good was he delayed till he got what he wanted. So my sense of it is, let's just wait and see. If they want to come to us and renegotiate something, in good faith, and that's that.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're moving forward.
Yeah, move forward.
Yeah.
Because if we'd have waited on them,
In the end, Tom DeLay got primaried and got out of there, but
yeah.
got him out. But anyway, I was gonna ask on the, because with the agreement that we have with the Downs, of course, was to absorb their dispatchers, and then eventually they would come on as employees of Ruidoso, and they would then be bumped up to the pay that Ruidoso had, but of course that didn't work out. So the question is, would that have to be, or would that be the same type of agreement? How many dispatchers do they have? Are they qualified? We certainly don't want to get in the situation where you're actually taking on more responsibilities when we are, let's say, stretched thin right now ourselves as far as dispatch goes. And now you've taken it on, you can't get out of it now.
They have like 6 or 7, they've got quite a few dispatchers,
They had
don't
about
they?
5 of them in the Downs, didn't they? 5 or 6?
They're paying us for 4 slots right now, so,
And
yeah.
only 2 came over.
And the reason
Yeah.
they had 5, that's right, they were budgeted for 5 slots, but in order to be able to satisfy what their pay was, they eliminated 1 position, and then we got 4 positions to bring up the budget for what we had to pay, the increase on it. And they came over, I wanna say, making $2.50, $3 an hour more, like immediately, day one.
Yeah.
I mean, day one, they came over making that much more money, plus the benefits are better here, and there's a whole lot of other, positives for them that they were able to do, so.
Okay. Next.
Okay, now going on to the next, for Department 45, and the first one that we threw onto the carpet was ACO and code enforcement.
So Chief, I'm sorry, should that be ACO instead of AOC?
AOC, Administrative Officer Courts or what?
Yeah, because we're dealing so much with them.
ACO
No,
stands
it's
for,
ACO, Animal Control Officer
oh,
slash code
should just put
enforcement.
Bobby in there.
Yeah.
Should have put Bobby, and
You've
then
done the administrative office of the courts.
no, it's,
Yeah, they're sticking their fingers in everywhere, aren't they?
yeah, no kidding. So there's a lot of chief complaints that ACO gets, those guys get, they handle everything from, signs to political signs to, and, to,
Yeah, I need to
garage
file a
sale
complaint, I
signs.
forgot about that.
Garage sale signs and blighted properties, a little bit of everything. So the one thing would be to, last year an ordinance was created to address residential and commercial properties throughout the village that are vacant and dilapidated. We need to be proactive in addressing the blighted properties to enhance the community. So the steps needed would be to survey the community and identify properties, contact landowners and educate them and gain compliance. If compliance cannot be achieved, move to the enforcement to include clean and lean if needed.
We're set up to do that, and we've, actually, that one property, what was it over by Grindstone, that was so dilapidated, we went, looked at, they eventually got that all cleaned up, didn't they?
Correct, that was a self-resolving problem, which the time delay in some of this and some of the ordinance, self-resolving. I forget the name of the road, but I know the one
Yeah.
you're thinking about,
San Felipe or
Santa
something.
Anita, maybe, something like that. But that one self-resolved, eventually a family of the original property owner showed up and they were able to get the paperwork sorted out and they ended up selling to the neighbor, so that was a good thing. A lot of these self-resolve, but it's the time frame that I think the
Yep.
community's not happy with. So when you talk about, we've had the Valentine's Day house, the burnt structure, it was up for almost a year before it actually started coming down, which kind of created some of this ordinance. We lost a little bit of our momentum with various things. You start talking about removing structures, you have to start thinking about things like asbestos abatement, how we're gonna handle those things. And I think we're ready to get back on track with that. We've got some meetings scheduled here coming up. I've already started a list and started to get some of these properties. We're gonna have to create some policy or at least some guidelines on which properties we're going to actually use the clean and lean process on. Because right now it's somewhat wide open, but I think we're on good track.
Well, some of them you got, like the red one downtown where the Chinese,
Yep. And
that was just, you put pressure on them and it got Susan to speed up
And that's,
repo.
that's the initial process where we come in, educate, attempt to put some pressure on them, even bring court filings before we move into that. We've kind of created that, but I think we're ready to move into some of the more, I won't say, use the term aggressive, but for the property owners that won't comply, I think we need to have that all established so that we can move on it.
Yeah, like for burnt places that it's been 4 years.
Takes forever.
And, you know, I know that they did start kind of cleaning up a little bit, but it's still.
And that's one of
burnt.
those policies that I'm talking about, kind of creating where we have timelines and deadlines versus right now with the council's order, it just says you must start at this deadline.
Yeah.
And if they start, the one I think that you're referring to is Del Norte.
Yes.
There was a female that did every bit of that by hand to remove that structure. It's got some property nuisance still on it that I'm still working on, but the structure itself was actually removed bit by bit, piece by piece, by one person in a pickup truck. So, again, creating some of the policy and some of the guidelines so that we can expedite some of these things to satisfy the community members, not having to deal with these blighted properties is what we're working on.
You've got another burn one. It's hard to see. I think it's on Yellow Pine up, it's set way back from the road.
Really? Not aware. Usually the fire guys, they're pretty good about informing me
This
of
has
the burn
been there
structure.
for
Has it?
quite a few years. I'll have to drive by and get you an address.
Drive by, get me an address. I'd love to address it.
So Bobby, something came up yesterday, I believe, and it was more, you're following up more based on a complaint.
Okay.
Are you, is that how we're still kind of operating, or are you out there, while you're out driving around, are you also looking for things that maybe haven't been reported to you, but you can see that there's an issue there?
So primarily, I'm looking for health, safety, and welfare issues. If I notice those are obvious things that I'm going to take care of. When you start getting into your minor code violations that don't have a health, safety, or welfare issue associated with them, pick a street. I could pick 3 or 4 properties that are at least in minor non-compliance, so it becomes overwhelming. Therefore, with the staffing that we have right now, the staffing issues we've had in the past, trying to get someone to come in and assist, it becomes very much more reactive than proactive. I'm hoping that some of the blight things that we're trying to set up will establish more guidelines where we can have more of a proactive approach, but at the current time, it's more reactive than proactive.
Right, okay. And it's, like you said, it's because of staffing. You've been trying to do everything for too long. And it takes time to bring your new person up to speed.
It does.
Is there a question?
No.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
I have one more.
I was just checking.
Hey,
So, I know you hate feeding the animals.
Yes.
Okay, so a lot of times rental properties, they bait the animals right before the people get there so that it's like cue the deer or cue the elk. If somebody in the neighborhood was to call you, would you look into that? I mean, is that something that you would look into?
Absolutely. I've actually worked with our short-term rental folks. One of the things that we require of a short-term rental is to actually post the wildlife feeding guidelines. So in every booklet, in every true rental that's legal on the up and up, there should be some notice about the feeding of wildlife. I'm not saying that everyone does that, but we've worked in that capacity. But absolutely, if we have an issue where someone, or especially someone operating a rental, I'm happy to look into it, educate, and then take action if necessary.
Well, and this is a person that does it themselves. They're not affiliated with, so I don't even know if they're registered. So first of all, I'm going to look into that.
And I'm
But, and
happy to
then
look
I
into
will
both.
let you, but I mean, I had someone tell me that lives across the street, and they said, that's their property. And I was like, what?
I will mention that the education works. I've noticed that, I've issued, and I don't have an exact number, but I'd say somewhere in the realm of maybe 15 or 20. We have a notice that advises of the ordinance, advises cease feeding, or, we could take action against you. And some of our even more very active people who were feeding the wildlife, they've actually ceased based on those notices, so.
Yeah, and from those notices, I got my name, old lady.
Well, I think that they work, and I think anytime you have one of those, just give me a shout direct, we'll get it taken care
Okay,
of.
thank you very much.
So looking at the steps need to achieve that goal of deployed properties, dilapidated or vacant, you got survey the community and identify properties. And I think that's where I kind of mentioned where like when the water department guys out, well, it used to be the meter readers that would, say, hey, man, this tree fell on this empty trailer, but normally they would notify, the water billing, get the address to contact the property owner, hey, you got a tree on your house and stuff. I mean, is that what we're looking at doing for surveying or?
We can. I mean, we could, and the one thing is work in collaboration with community development also.
Right.
Dave and them guys are out there using all of our eyes and ears that we have, because he's just one guy. But the more we have out there looking at these types of things, especially those guys, because they know the code on everything and what should be or shouldn't be. The forest department, whenever they're looking at these things, those are all resources that we have. We'll have to implement a procedure for it, but we can use those resources.
So, and that's a good point, bringing up Dick and the foresters and stuff like that. But from there, where does Eric or somebody report that, hey, take a look at this?
My cell phone
Does it
rings
come
a
to
lot.
you?
I already have a lot of good communications with most of the folks in different
Okay.
departments. Water department, the guys with forestry are great. If they notice something that's, again, health, safety, welfare, or just something that's kind of off, they'll already call me. But once we get some guidelines set, I'm gonna reach out to them and ask them to start, if you notice vacant properties or properties that are in a blighted condition, they're just abandoned, to have them contact me about those as well, and we'll start getting them identified.
Okay.
How are we tracking those?
That'll be tracked with our code violation letters. That's the initial step. We're gonna try and notify the property owner.
And then they're put in a database that,
Usually we're dual, so I have my database, which is a spreadsheet that I keep. If they're clean and lean properties, initially what they'll be done is an initial contact, which is just a basic letter that says your property's in violation of these codes. We send that out non-certified first, trying not to be too harsh about it. If we don't get a response from that, we'll actually send out a certified letter. After that, if we have to take any further action, then it's documented through dispatch. They actually create a call card so that we have a report number that's associated to that, and then it'll actually be set up in a separate file for clean and lean if we get to that point. So we'll be documenting all of those in the different steps.
Okay. And then we passed an ordinance regarding vacant properties. We're supposed to register them?
Correct, so blighted
Are we
and
having much
vacant
compliance
properties.
as far as that, or
Say again?
are we having much compliance?
So that's part of this, is we need to get more proactive with our guidelines and what we're actually approaching. The problem within the blighted properties with just a vacant house, what do we do with it if we can't get compliance in some other way? Is that a house that we're actually going to remove? These are questions that we need to set up in our guidelines that we're working on.
Got it.
That's part of this plan.
Okay. Because I'm sure probably 99% of the population doesn't even know that exists.
And that's, again, the whole process that we start with, we actually use the county tax assessor's office to identify the property owners. We send those letters directly to them with the address they have on file with the county. That's the best way that we know how to get in touch with true property owners, and that's how we start that process.
Okay.
Next.
Mayor Chief, the other thing I haven't seen is your department's collaborating with community development and the fire department on rural addressing.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't have that in here. I can add it to the TAC plan and create something that way we can get on that for the rural addressing.
All encompassing, addressing blighted, all those things as we move forward. We can identify all of those at the same time when we have addressing issues. Plus, of course, we have the big addressing project.
And once again, Tim, I mean, let's make sure our yards are clean. I mean, it's not as often as earlier when we vacated the water department building, but that every once in a while it pops up. When are you gonna tear that building down? And they're not being rude or anything, they just wanna know and stuff, so.
Well, I'll tell you, being married to a former wildlife biologist, if I cut down the grasses in the yard, I'm gonna get my butt chewed, because that's where everything comes and lays its eggs to go through the winter, and then they hatch during the spring.
Yep.
And it's like, really? They make it through all that cold weather? But yeah, I did that one year, I went out there, weed eated, and man, got chewed out.
Mayor Crawford, Mayor Pro Tem Salas, on the old water shot, we should have the contract signed hopefully tomorrow.
Right.
We're waiting on the bonding and get him started on that to get that demoed out there, so.
Right, and I knew that was in the process, but there's other times, like I think one person was walking by and saying, hey, I got a notification, I think it was a recertification of forest that I gotta cut my branches 10 feet up above the ceiling, and sure enough, there's, right here at City Hall, we have a branch right there 1 foot above the roof, you know, so it's those minor things that people really look for. You know, if they're, you know, I've lived through that, because I've had complaints from my old neighbors that, man, he got this junk car in the front yard for over a year and hadn't moved. And I go, well, it's registered and it's insured. You know, that's all I got to do to comply. But
We totally get the point, and, you know, the village, we need to make sure we're taking care of our properties.
Right.
Like on that bonding issue, I think we're waiting for somebody to take the bonding off the shelf because of COVID, so, you know.
that's where it is.
Everything's, when we deal with some of this stuff, everything ties back to COVID and excuse.
Back to the delay that Counselor Jackson said.
One
it's
to
just-
pilot.
You know,
Kick the
pilot.
can down the road.
They let the pilot in, but they didn't let the wood chopper.
No one to pilot.
All right, going on to the next item under Department 25 is the evidence accountability. The goal is to create accountability for all evidence stored in Ruidoso Police custody. An independent outside auditing firm will conduct an audit to ensure policies and procedures are being followed, and then follow-up audits will be scheduled as needed for that.
What was the initial? I know we were gonna go in and do an audit on the evidence, and there were some concerns over the stuff in the parking lot.
Yes, there was just some of our cold cases, we have them in a closet, you know, some of those cases we gotta keep forever, the murder cases and those types of things. And then the parking lot, they had some security issues. I did fix the gate in compliance, but they're gonna want some barbed wire around the top, but I just wanna make sure that those are the exact things that they want before we go out and get bids for
We
anything.
have an ordinance that prohibits barbed wire.
Even
You might
for
look into
evidence
that.
securement.
I think so. I don't know. I mean, that was a long time ago, because we used to have it around the swimming pool. It used to be the swimming pool prison, but, I mean, that's what it looked like with that fencing, but,
Guess we
yeah.
could change it.
We got it down.
You can put broken glass bottles.
There you go.
Or just electrify it, it'll take care of everything.
Now we're getting creative.
For the last
Now we're thinking out the box.
And the animals won't bother it either, well, only once.
See, I don't remember how long, last year or two, we've had that firearm relinquishment thing. I don't know that any, you know, in domestic violence or suicide stuff, the judges can have them relinquish their guns for the length of an order of protection or whatever. I don't think there are many of them happening, but storage was a thing that was brought up.
Yes.
Well, we probably don't have any of those to start with, but do we have adequate storage for it?
We do have, in our evidence room, we do have a couple of closets in the back. One of them is strictly for narcotics, and then the other side of it is strictly for firearms.
Okay.
And we do have room in there for more firearms if we needed to put more firearms in there. But to answer your question, yes, sir, we do have that.
Okay, good.
And some of those aren't good just to be sitting there, so they take them out to the range on a regular basis.
Well, I think there were less
Don't
than
start that
20 of them.
Oh,
Oh, you mean after they've been in the other room? All right.
yeah.
Well, I think there were less than 20 of them in the whole state last year, but that's all right.
Yes.
You could have done all of them.
To clarify the razor wire, the planning commission has the ability to approve it, so we'll make sure that we're all on the up and up.
You're all, okay, good.
Is that razor or bar? Both?
Either way, if it's barbed or razor wire, it's restricted unless it's approved or there's a few conditions.
Just make sure you get to the tower permit first.
You can always electrify it.
I got a question about the tower too. Is it going to have tree limbs on it? Well, pseudo faux tree limbs.
We haven't discussed that far, but, no, right now, to answer your question, no.
No.
It's not.
It's a tower.
It's a tower.
Can other stuff be co-located on that tower?
So I think it can be. I know that the one, you're probably asking to, with the.
FM?
Yep, FM receivers. I mean, I think it can be, but that's gonna be something we have to ask the state. If we
The
can put-
engineer.
Yeah, the engineer and and the state with the, communication stuff on it, but I don't see why not. I mean,
Tim may
Also
be
the-
asking you,
Also the one on,
or the radio.
I was thinking of the water meter, satellites, and we have to go to 5G on those,
oh, yeah.
the water meters now. I don't know if that, where we have them existing will work.
Yeah, I don't know his cell phone stuff, so I don't know. But even if the radio station doesn't go there, if it's a possibility, it might be revenue for you.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. So,
Let Manager Dodge negotiate the contract for you.
oh, I will. All right, so any more questions on evidence?
Oh.
Okay, moving on to criminal investigations.
I think
To
Ron knows
enhance the
code.
investigation
Go to the alarm.
of internet crimes against children and other criminal investigations. The money would be used to purchase Cellbrite software. This will provide the detectives the resources needed to download information from memory storing devices to search for specific material related to ongoing criminal investigations. As you all could tell, that we're starting to deal with a lot of more technology crimes and those types of things, and whenever we are actually investigating crimes, one of the first things we do is confiscate cell phones, and get search warrants for the cell phones, and then we're having to send them off, and it's taken, sometimes months to get the information back after it's collected. So this software would actually allow the detectives, or the investigators anyway, to go back to the police department, plug it right in, and then it downloads everything, immediately, and we're having immediate results with it, so. That is one of the things, that would push for.
Now, does that work just on cell phones, or does it work on
Any
any electronic
device,
device?
I mean, tablets, computers, laptops, cameras, whatever, any memory storing device, it'll download that information and then, put it into a format that we could use at trial.
That's real cool.
Even Apple devices.
So Apple devices, I mean, I don't know. We had, the last time that we had an Apple device that we had to get into, we sent it to everybody in the state. And everybody in the state said, hey, I have this resource in California. We had to end up sending it to California, and they ended up breaking it, but, not breaking into the phone, getting us the data. But it took them, heck, we didn't get that information back for probably 6 months, if not longer. But Apple devices are a whole different beast.
Yep.
So if they don't
There's
give you
good
the,
advertising for them.
yeah, if they don't give you the code for it, and a lot of times they do, but, if they don't, yeah, we're chasing our tail.
Do you have to have a certified officer do that?
Yes, they have to be certified in order to do that, or even operate the Cellbrite equipment. But see, fortunately, the Attorney General's office, they will provide the training for it. It's just a matter of us having the equipment to download the stuff. So it works out.
So I better get me an iPhone.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. With 6 codes, because they could break the 4 code a little quicker than the 6 ones. So. Any more on criminal investigations? No. Sweet. Records management. So records management, the things on here that I'm going to request, you wouldn't think that we'd be requesting, but currently records is not digital. We need to develop a policy for records retention, public information requests. We need more modern way of storing to records to make it easier to research. Create a policy and procedure for records, collaborate with the village clerk for public information requests, another computer for digitizing documents into Laserfish, and a high-quality scanner. When Linda Lewis came and we hired her, she was the city clerk for Las Cruces for many years, I think 16 years. And one of the first things when she walked in and started looking at stuff, she, had some profanity to come out of her mouth and is like, how have you guys been operating for this long? And I was like, well, let's go back to history. The last records clerk that was in there was there for like 20 years and was stuck in her ways of pen and paper and, documenting, things in that nature. But whenever Linda started explaining how much stuff we had in there and how it is not good to have that stuff, I was, okay, well, there's some profanity also, because there was one case in there, and there was many, many cases, but there was the oldest case that she found was from 1964 still in her files. And she said, that whole magic key, any and all, regarding this, any and all. So she has been diligently working at following the destruction orders and the retention, and on all of our documents. And she's very, very well versed in that. And a lot of times, she's explaining things to us as far as, what we can release, like with IPRAs and then the records retention and those types of things. So she, the village has purchased Laserfish. I mean, everybody uses it. That's one of the things. She does use it. We have access to it, and she's been just diligently hammering away at getting everything into Laserfish. But with that, being that the other secretary didn't use none of that, the printer and the scanner that she has is older, so that's why she's wanting a more modern scanner to be able to get that stuff in there a lot quicker and be in compliance with stuff, so.
When we had the two individuals come in and review the police department, you all remember that during, when Darren Hookers was chief there, it was probably about 5 years ago? They came, wouldn't that be something that they would have caught? Wouldn't that be something, because I thought they were supposed to be
And it could have
going
been a
through.
recommendation in there. I mean, I never got to see that report, but I mean, that very well could have been a recommendation in that report.
Yeah, because I thought they were supposed to go through that department, maybe not necessarily with a fine tooth comb, but to make the recommendations, to see the faults and deficiencies, and then make those recommendations to Mr. Hooker, and then that was put in a manual and given to the mayor, and so on.
And see, and I remember that report, that
Yes.
audit that was done, and they went and they did a pretty detailed audit, because the one thing I remember them asking is about our firearms, and at the time, we didn't have issued firearms, but they were talking about the liability and everything that went along with it. So it was a good, extensive report, but as far as the final product, I never got to see
Conducted that report?
That was a former FBI agent and some other
It was,
state
and I
police.
couldn't even tell you who it was. Do you all remember that? When they came?
I remember that, but I
Yeah,
don't
but
remember.
I don't remember who it was, but I just,
Lynn wasn't mayor then, that was, I believe, the
it
last,
was,
it was Mr. Batten,
you
Mayor
know what, it
Batten.
was McGill. That's how long ago. It was McGill that was actually in there.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
in, when we were making the transition.
Was that
That's
McGill?
exactly when it was.
Okay,
Yeah,
that was
that's
just before?
exactly when it was. It was
think
right
you're right.
before Hooker.
Okay, so Mr. Hooker was here for 5 years,
Yeah, so that was probably 6 years or
Yeah.
whatever.
5.5.
What kind of report was it?
They just went through and they looked at everything. I
Deficiencies
can't,
and-
yeah, deficiencies. I mean, they talked about practices, policies, firearms. I mean, the one thing I remember that, because it was such a detailed report, is they actually talked about the grain of bullets that we use and how we would be able to testify in court to say, well, we know for sure that grain wouldn't over penetrate and hit an innocent person behind them. So they did a very detailed study, but
That would be something interesting to get your hands on.
it was an independent, and now that, once you mentioned that, now that I'm thinking about it, I wanna say it was expensive study, like $40,000 or $50,000.
Well, we had to do it. We were ordered to do that.
Yep, so,
Anything
Was
else?
way before you were city clerk, but I think maybe in Irma's hiding closet back there, you might be able to find it.
No, sir, I have nothing else.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your hard
Thank you.
work.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Moral Support, for showing up.
That's your department, service.
And then you're gonna have an executive session, so you're gonna turn off all the
Mike's.
And for the closed session, do you want it only for limited personnel matters, or do you want me to go through the litany of all of these?
Well, it's not even on the agenda, so I don't know how you do it.
I think it is when
Yeah,
the
it's on the
posting
agenda.
on
Oh,
the
was it?
agenda,
Yeah, whatever's on the
Yeah,
agenda.
it's a posted.
I asked that, and they said just in case if we needed it.
Okay,
So just all of them?
yep, please.
Are we off?
He's getting
We
ready
have to get a vote in.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into executive session, closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters concerning the state, citing statute 1015-1H2 NMSA 1978. Also discussion subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened and/or pending litigation in which the Village of Ruidoso is or may become a participant, citing 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978, and finally discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the Village of Ruidoso, citing 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978. Any action taken as a result of the closed session.
It's
will be
yours
brought
or
back into
mine?
open session.
Yours.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, and second roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Let me get this closed now, Mayor.
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll now move into closed session.
1 second, Mayor.
Pardon?
Let me get everything shut off.